this isn't even... Okay. I get an invite, holy poggers.
Did you? Pog?
I'll even send you one. Look at this.
Oh, you're too kind.
Alright, fuck is the stream lanes? Oh, it's not the semifinals, it's only the quarterfinals. I hinted.
Wow. Your title says quarterfinals.
Yeah, but not the one on the announcement.
Oh, disappointed.
Alright. Now if I can post on Twitter before they start the draft, we'll be in business.
It's a race against the clock.
This is always harder because I have to like tag people and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That in Legends is just the worst thing to tag.
Why is that?
So their Twitter handle is @legends__GG. So if you start typing the word Legends, it's like, oh, you want to tag League of Legends? You want to tag Legends of Runeterra?
Every other legend in the world.
Yeah, it just fills up everything. So you can't actually tag Legends until you hit underscore. And even then, I'm sure that only shows up because I'm following them.
Uh-huh. Gotcha, gotcha. The double underscore, I've not seen that secret tech be used before, so that's an innovation right there. Good for them. They're shaking the game up.
And
no Lexus tonight, no weak side gangplank god.
And then I also like have to spell out the whole stream link, so it's http://twitch.tv/ and then it fights you every time on the slash. Middlesticks. GG.
Why does it fight you on the slash? What does it want to do?
It wants me to just have a letter instead.
Okay.
I linked the wrong stream in the Middlesticks announcement. Oh. Ah. Hey, let's go. That means I also linked it in the wrong... Okay. We just have inted everywhere. But now we fixed it all.
Third time's the charm.
And then I had one other place to post this. And then I can try to figure out what's going on with the rest of our lives. Okay, I think I did all of the shilling that I needed to do prior to this. I'm not sure if this is actually the draft link. I don't know what I got. I have a link. I'm gonna send it to you.
Pog?
Because it's in the platinum chat. Oh,
Okay.
okay. I don't know if this is the same one. There's a draft link. I don't know 100% where that's gonna take you. We'll find out when it gets there. Oh shit, they started. They're ready. All right. Well, hello. I'm on stream. My name is Maris. With me is my usual partner in crime, Aikedo. What crimes do you want to commit tonight?
God, that's really putting me on the spot. I don't know. Is there anything in particular?
Well, hopefully our boys can commit some larceny and steal away some games from It Do Not Matter. This is the LRS quarterfinals. This is the number 2 seed from Division B. They don't have cool names or anything identifying. But the number 2 seed from Division B, It Do Not Matter, versus our boys, Return of the Middlesticks, the number 3 seed from Division A. And yeah, unfortunate games last night on the Legends stream. The LAS team bombed out in quarterfinals, unfortunately 3-0. That's the last time I'm going to remind them about it. So yeah, let's look at what's happening in the draft. There's been a bunch of bans. Wukong, Vel'Koz, Seraphine, Skarner, Tristana, Irelia won't be played, and Rel will be. So.
If Irelia first pick makes a lot of sense, high priority champion, and keeping that away from Dyslexic, who's played it quite a bit, I think makes a lot of sense. I think the Irelia ban is really interesting for Rodham. I wonder if that is because they want to play something like the Gnar, and they're worried about the counter pick, or if they just feel like the champion itself is a little bit too strong.
Yeah, Callista for Karsuda feels very natural. I'm wondering what they want to pair it with. I know what Dyslexic's been playing on scrims. I don't know, necessarily leak it on streams here.
Well, the normal counters to Rel are Thresh, Janna, and then Alistar.
Not gonna get to think about it. It's Alistar.
Alistar's a great matchup as well. Can knock her out of her big engage spell. And don't really get a whole lot of use out of Rel's shield break in this matchup, so our team won't be too upset with that. Then Misfortune. If that does come through, that is a lot of laning strength here from the Misfortune Rel, which will make this bot lane really interesting to watch because Callista can't really not play aggressively. There is no passive Callista play. So she has to play into a strong lane, especially one that kind of outranges her, like the Misfortune. It could be, a lot of stuff happening in the early game down there.
Yeah, 2 very aggressive bot lanes locked in, and 2 that want to have lane priority, I think, more importantly. So it should be a lot of scrapping, and then the Akali going to be locked in for It Do Not Matter. Blind Akali, after the buff last patch, feeling very comfortable on that pick, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's kind of surprising to see a champion like Akali get selected this early in the draft. Usually you want to see a couple more things, especially since I don't think Akali particularly likes playing against champions like Alistar. It's sort of stop her every time that she wants to go in the middle of any sort of a fight. So
yeah,
just a lot of confidence there.
Kind of interesting with Udyr, Olaf, and Hecarim up, which have been the 3 highest priority junglers for the past couple of patches. They all got slightly dinged this last patch. It's going to be the Nocturne lock-in for Hulk.
Yeah, very strange. Not the normal priority that you would expect, especially since all those champions are strong enough that Riot has decided that they still need to be nerfed next patch. So the fact that, Udyr and Hecarim are all still up, as well as even Ivern. Very strong champions still available on the table. Our team opting for the semi-global instead.
Yeah, the Olaf going to be taken away, which feels kind of natural. This almost feels like it should be another jungler if IDMN doesn't, plays one of those high priority junglers. Instead, they're choosing to knock Wings champion pool down another peg. So already the Vel'Koz and Seraphine probably targeted towards mid, and then the Nico as well. And now they'll take away the Gnar from Cardinals, and the Yone was going to be the last ban there for Return of the Middlesticks.
Yeah, Yone ban, but IDNM going for the tried and true ban Wing Nation strat as we saw last week has limited success. It's not the most consistent strat in the world. But pushing him back onto, a 4th or 5th champion, then that, that definitely could be impactful.
Blind Poppy for Cardinals. Not necessarily blind. It could be into the Akali top lane, I suppose. But kind of interesting, just the way that the Champion Select doesn't look like it's synced up right now, but it's going to be counter pick almost certainly for Winged. I don't think he plays Nocturne mid. Maybe I'm mistaken, but
I think would be surprised to see something like that.
Nocturne's probably okay against Akali
though. It doesn't sound terrible. Though you are melee into Akali, which doesn't sound like a ton of fun, but you know, the point and click CC's never a bad thing, and then Hecarim, sort of to be expected coming through here.
Yeah, the Hecarim left up, the whole Champion Select gets locked into the Nocturne. It's kind of weird that he just existed this far into the draft, and you still get, like, now you have the Equestrian combo with Hecarim Rel. This is just a huge amount of team fighting power for It Do Not Matter.
Definitely, though, you know, the Akali feels a little bit strange compared to the big ultimates everyone just wants to press R and Wombo that the rest of the comp has, but still quite a bit of power there. Oh, and Kale being selected to round out the comp, so it sort of locks Akali into mid lane, I would assume. Kale seems like a favorable matchup into Poppy, right? She should be able to scale pretty much for free.
I think Poppy's got a decent chunk of early damage. It just kind of depends on I think the build and aggressiveness coming out of Cardinals on the Poppy. Because you could do some stuff like with an early Sheen or like a Trinity Force or a Divine Sunderer even sound fine on Poppy. Anyway, the V-Guard going to be locked in for Wing. This is something he's been playing quite a bit recently, and should be all right into the Akali. Hopefully gives them a little bit of teamfight control where it's going to be tough to dive through. I like the pick overall.
Yeah, I think that it makes sense within the composition here. It's not an awful matchup there mid lane. You know, I think it's a little bit difficult for you to actually push her out or, you know, really poke her down in lane, but at the same time, I don't think that she can pressure you that hard either. So, you know, probably both laners are relatively happy with that matchup.
All right, we're just waiting on teams to ready up, and then we'll jump into second champ select. Because, of course, that has to happen. But, yeah, it's kind of interesting. So you have a lot of early power with the Akali, MF, and Rel for IDNM, and then you have the late game scaling with the Kale. Do you think that there's a point in the game that Rodham has to get ahead, like maybe in the mid game or something like that, in order to make their composition work?
I think that anytime you lock in a champion like Nocturne, who sort of spikes really hard at level 6, and then his effectiveness kind of drops as the game goes along. I think that a champion like that sort of requires that you get some sort of a lead, you know, not to mention champions like Poppy. Poppy's sort of the quintessential early game tank. And then Kalista needs to pick up a lead in lane as well. And these are the types of champions that the longer this game goes on, it is going to be harder for them to be impactful. So I really do think around that mid game, you know, maybe around dragon fights, it's going to be really important for Rodham to try and get some sort of a lead. Just because from a pure compositional standpoint, the longer this game goes, it feels like it's not in their favor.
Sorry, I'm changing some logos on our other slides and stuff. Behind the scenes work. Need a producer at the same time, I guess. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot more to say. This is a quarterfinal. Quarterfinal best of 5. Both teams, you know, got to be in it for a marathon tonight, not a sprint. So we've seen a couple of quick 3-0s the last couple of best of 5s that we've watched, and even a quick 3-0 still takes, you know, 2.5 hours of playing non-stop, and it can be high stress on these players. And we'll see how they're able to respond, especially as the stakes keep getting higher and higher.
Definitely. We've talked about it before. A lot of these amateur players are very used to playing in best of 3s, right? Like this is the normal setup. This is the normal format that people are used to playing in. Best of 5s are just an entirely different beast. There's a lot more games. It takes a lot longer to get through, and you have to be focused through all of it. You know, because even, you know, a few lapses in focus can just completely throw a game in something like this. So definitely something to keep an eye on, just because I think that the team who is able to pace themselves better will have a pretty major advantage in this format.
Yeah, and even starting an hour earlier, like the whole, just everything surrounding the best of five makes it so much more intense, more difficult to play. And
Definitely.
like most of these guys, I'm sure on both teams, just got off work, just got home from, school or have been doing classes all day or work online at home and now trying to settle in, probably without a warm-up game, trying to pop off as best they can on the Rift.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of things stacking up here that make it harder for each of the players. So yeah, it's definitely something to keep an eye on as we get into the game.
Yeah, so now we can finally re-see our teams here on the screen. We'll have, of course, the 3-minute spectator delay. Thanks for joining us here on the Middlesticks stream. We do appreciate the support. If you don't follow the stream, please hit the follow button, as that does help us out. You can also consider subbing to the channel, and we also have buttons for sale, which are pretty neat, so check those out.
Indeed, very, very neat.
Oh no. Sometimes I lay in bed thinking of the dreamy dyslexic, wondering why life is so unfair. I want to be his big booty Latina.
Wouldn't we all? Here, we getting a prediction in?
Yeah, I'm trying to decide what I want to do. What are you feeling? Let's just straight up.
For the first game, I think that we could definitely do just straight up see who's going to win game number 1. The other option could be something like number of Akali kills. That could be interesting.
Alright, you guys have got 5 minutes to decide on this. It's just a straight up prediction. Who's going to win game number 1? It do not matter on the blue side, and Return of the Middlesticks on the red side. If anybody is familiar with It Do Not Matter, hopefully we don't butcher their names, but if we do, please, of course, let us know so that we can fix that. But yeah, let's take another quick gander across our lane matchups. So we talked a little bit about Poppy into Kale. How do you feel about Nocturne into Hecarim specifically?
Nocturne definitely wants to just farm to 6 and then try and impact lanes. That's sort of the quintessential Nocturne game plan. Whereas Hecarim feels pretty good about any matchup that can't push him out of the jungle early. So he's also trying to farm. I think that the big thing is going to be around level 6, around level 9. Just sort of seeing which jungler is able to impact the map first, because they both have very similar plans. Oftentimes, even if Hecarim a little bit more enabled in the early game, is a little bit more agency than Nocturne might without his ultimate. They still both want to hit 6, both want to have that big mid-game fight.
Yeah, so, and then we talked a little bit about the other 2 lanes, honestly, so I'm just pretty excited to see these teams stack up. I wish we had advanced stats or something like that. Maybe I should research the next time before I do a cast. Yikers.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you?
I wonder if Wing's still the KDA leader. We can talk about that for a little bit. Pulling up the stats. This is the
KDA
important
player
stat.
Wing Nation.
LRS Premade. He's not. He's 9th. He's tied for 9th. Pretty unlucky.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's 9th out of how many teams? Well, I mean, how many teams times 5, right?
Yeah. Minimum. Yeah, 16, I think, teams. Yeah.
Yeah, so still in the upper echelon there in KDAs. Though against champions like Hecarim, Akali, it's a little bit scary to be a lonely little Veigar with no mobility out in the world. So we'll see if he's able to keep his pristine KDA in as good a condition as it came in. Ooh,
we also
no
have to
skins on the side of RTM.
Oh, the whole no skin team. That means it has to be deliberate, right? They're just going for the intimidation factor.
Without a doubt, I know that every single one of the, at least, winged, Karasuda, and Dyslexic all have skins for their champions.
Yeah.
So they're just channeling Faker, I guess. That's how you beat Doinby, right? Just channel Faker.
I don't think that's how that matchup goes, but
No.
I don't know that we've ever seen Faker versus Doinby outside of like very early LCK probably, in which case Faker probably stomped him because his team was just so much better because Doinby
Uh-huh.
was on really trash teams.
So, but like if you were playing against Toynbee, and you were to channel a player, I feel like channeling Faker would make a lot of sense here. There's a lot of power in that,
Yeah,
I
Faker
think.
does seem very angry right now that he's been reinstated to the main team. He's been out for blood the past couple of games.
I have not been following it all.
Oh, well,
Is it?
there was your SKTF, well, your T1 update, excuse me. Uh, they basically tried like I think it was 8 different lineups. Most of them not, or all of them not involving. All of them didn't have Faker. All of them, yeah, didn't have Faker, and they didn't do very well. And then they put Faker back in, and they've been like 3-0 in their past 3 games. So
Weird how that happens.
yeah. Well, we're
Ooh,
on to the Rift for game number 1. On the blue side of the Rift, wearing the blue health bars for game 1 will be It Do Not Matter, the number 2 seed from Conference A. I, that's kind of a letdown at the end of that one. But we've got Molan Axe in the top lane playing Kale, Jay Crazy in the jungle on Hecarim, Doinby AWRD. Doinby a word? A ward?
I assume
Oh,
a
it's
ward
Doinby a
or a
ward.
word.
Okay, yeah. On Akali in mid lane, and then Sigi and Whooper Simp in the bottom lane playing Misfortune and Rel.
Yeah, on the red side, we have Return of the Middlesticks. Cardinals 29 top lane playing that Poppy, Hulk in the jungle on the Nocturne, Wing Nation playing Vagar mid, then Karasuda and Dyslexic on the Callista Alistar bottom lane. And already, both teams just starting out pretty simple. They have the 5-man fan. Nothing too crazy for game 1 and a best of 5, right? They're just trying to feel each other out and don't want to coin flip your game 1 at the very beginning, right? If you get tilted 3 minutes into your first game in a best of 5, that's not a good sign.
Yeah, and it's harder in Legends than in like a Get Wrecked, which is the league that we've traditionally been playing in. You don't get to see every team every week, right? Uh,
Hmm.
so it Do Not Matter's maybe been on stream once, maybe twice. Same with Return of the Middlesticks, and it's gonna be tough to scout your opponent, at least their gameplay specific things. You can kind of scout champion pools, maybe like very general play style, but it's gonna be really difficult, especially since all the games at the same time. Like there's a lot of unknown factors going in, especially cross conference now.
Definitely not able to do a lot of the set plays that some people might do to sort of cheese a level 1 or cheese an early game. You say cheese, but it's really just taking full advantage of the information you're provided. In this case, just not quite provided here. It's already, we talked about this bot lane as being one where both lanes want to have priority, want to be a little bit aggressive there, and already trading at level 1 is, definitely what we expected to see, I
Yeah,
think.
level 2 hit first for Dyslexic and Karasuda means that Sigi and Whoopersimp have to go ahead and give up the minion wave for the time being. Cardinals is doing a good job on these trades early on, making uh, Mr. Axe burn through some of his corrupting potion stacks, but now that he's got his little shitty heal, should help him out.
Definitely. Interestingly enough, looking at the jungle pathing, both junglers actually started bot side, but Jay Crazy opted to skip the other camps on the bot side, go straight to his blue buff, clear that side, and then path back down towards the bottom lane. So perhaps identifying the spot lane as the lane to impact in the early game, whereas Hulk decided to just full clear blue, take a bit more efficient of a route, um, but going away from his lane that's pushing. So definitely keep an eye on that to see if Hecarim will be able to take advantage of the pushing wave down there, because he's sort of set up to after this crab.
Yeah, it does mean that they'll both be able to exchange Scuttle Crabs, of course. Look at the vision on top side, though, from Return of the Middlesticks. They know that Hecarim isn't peeking in, trying to look for this crab, so they have to have, you know, those klaxons blaring, the sirens going off. Like, Hecarim isn't in his blue side. He's not contesting this top crab. He should be at bottom crab then, because we haven't seen him. And they need to, you know, bounce that wave and back off. It looks like that's what they're doing, or attempting to do at least.
Yeah, they should be able to just leave that. And they stepped so far back, they did know that Hecarim's here, and they're wasting so much of his time. We actually saw him spend like 40 seconds just standing on that killed crab, just chilling in river. Yeah, he'll end up walking through that warded tri-brush and the waves pushing into Rodham. So really good job there to avoid the pressure. You know, that gank window that Hecarim had, really uh, nullifying the advantage that he might have had with his pathing
Yeah.
towards bottom there.
Yeah, of course, not dropping a whole lot for Hecarim right now, just a little bit later on this last camp, which, whatever. He'll be fine. And still even with Hulk and farm. Hulk now looking toward mid lane, but going to step on top of a ward as well, so Doinby should definitely know that one.
Yeah, and the early Nocturne ganks aren't exactly known for their potency. Even with good setup, like the baby cage there in the mid lane, just not enough to actually get anything done. So instead, looking for an invade.
Yeah, little level advantage here from Looper Simp and Sigi, and they're going to take a big chunk out of Dyslexic. Hulk is looking for that invade on bottom side. He's actually onto the Wolves, kind of around the path of Jay Crazy. This is kind of awkward, meeting of the minds here in the jungle, and looks like Hulk should be able to get that camp and get out.
Yeah, just barely stealing away the wolves thanks to that ward that he has there. You'll see Hecarim on the Gromp, so he knows that Hecarim was there, and Hecarim just now finding his half-done wolf camp. We'll know that Nocturne had paid him a visit.
Yeah, I think he even saw the ward timeout that was in like the junction by the blue buff, because I saw a blue ping go down on it. But yeah, you can see the junglers trying to keep up on their camps immediately on spawn. Hecarim doing a little bit better of a job than Nocturne is, and he's back on that same ward, hitting another recall in mid lane.
Yeah, Hecarim took advantage of the time while his camps were down to recall, pick up these CDR boots, and then go back in and start cycling the camps again, whereas Hulk has been trying to make this gank mid-work and just hasn't been, and he's falling behind because of it.
Yeah, a little bit of vision in his blue side jungle, and now Jay Crazy gonna go look for the engage and quick flash from Dyslexic. Interestingly, doesn't have Hex Flash this game, so it's just the straight flash burn onto the Alistar means that a return gank could be possible a little bit later on. Now, Mullen X gonna hit level 6 in the top lane, and now he's a champion.
Yeah, no, once you get ranged, it becomes a lot easier in that matchup to just sort of farm it out. Poppy doesn't have the most pressure in the world if you aren't melee. You know, has to commit a lot of cooldowns to actually be able to try and run you down. So it feels like we should start seeing a little bit more CS go in favor of Kale there, I'd imagine. In the jungle here, looks like nothing's gonna happen, but you know, they're just taking turns spending time in each other's jungle, trying to pick up camps, trying to pressure each other a little bit.
Yeah, neither team really able to secure a distinct advantage early on. Well, except maybe now Cardinals is in trouble underneath tower. Gets really low, forced to burn through some of his biscuits just to stay alive. And the only other thing of note is just a very small CS advantage in mid lane right now for Doinby.
Yeah. The Akali has not been pressured at all, despite Hulk attempting to gank it twice. You know, Akali's still farming extremely well. Already has the Hextech alternators, level 7, so, you know, is sort of hitting that power spike where she becomes a champion and starts becoming a little bit scary to deal with. Hulk, though,
Hulk
waiting in the wings down here, not going to get spotted.
Yeah, is he trying to leech XP? I don't... He's not level
6. Yeah,
he just hit 6.
Of it.
Okay, yeah.
5 hit?
Yeah, Dusiki and Woopersim, they're playing very far back right now. They have to at least suspect that Nocturne is there to be playing that far back.
Yeah.
And now Dyslexic looking for the engage, going to try to force onto the Rel. She's going to get the crash down with that shield. They're trying to turn damage back onto Hulk, but just nothing really happening with that first paranoia in bottom lane.
Yeah, once you burn your CC, you aren't able to cancel the Rel dash, which means that she'll be able to just sort of get out with impunity there, and you don't have enough damage to actually chase her underneath the turrets, so... Yeah, RTM with that first Nocturne ultimate, you know, it's sort of the one that everyone points to as being a big pivotal moment for this champion. You're picking it for that ultimate. And the first one just not going that well, you know, isn't what you want to see if you're Autumn.
Yeah, and look at this wave state going to be stalled out so Sigi can grab a free recall while Karasuda and Dyslexic also do, and they're going to come back to that lane being just outside of their tower. Really nicely done there by Wooper, Simp, and Sigi.
I
And,
worry. I
sorry,
think they left too many minions. I think that that's going to crash.
they should be
Maybe
back in
not. It
time
is
to
fighting
collect
a
it at
cannon.
least. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's misfortune, of course.
Um, yeah, so nothing's really happened in this game, but it's about a 500 gold lead right now for IDNM, which I mean, you can attribute a lot to just right-clicking the minions just a little bit better, kind of like we saw throughout the last gold series that we casted together. Hulk's going to grab the Scuttle Crab here. He's got a little help from his mid laners, even a nicely timed roam from Dyslexic. They had full prio for that Rift Herald and just chose to drop it for the time being.
Yeah, a little bit strange there. It looked like they had started it up, but instead just deciding that the crab was enough for them. Maybe didn't want Dyslexic too far away from home for too long. Got to go down there and protect the ADC for a while.
Good little trade for
That's a good
cards in the
trade.
top lane, especially getting that Buckler Shield to stay safe. Yeah, nicely done by him. But this is a pretty boring early game, which I mean definitely favors the team with the Kale on it. You would assume.
Yeah, a team with the Kale as well as the AoE team fighting ultimates. You'd sort of expect any sort of quiet early game to go in their favor.
Yep.
It's sort of highlighted as our team's win condition is sort of a mid-game team fight. Whether that's around Dragon or around the Rift Herald. If you never have that fight, it feels like you just sort of surrender over to the scaling. So, I'd like to see something in the next few minutes, but it looks like they're just trading Dragon for Rift Herald. Jay Crazy's going to be able to pick up the Dragon on his own, and Hulk picking up the Herald on his.
Yeah, both of those kind of make sense for the team comps. The ROTM side will want the Rift Herald to try to snowball just a little bit earlier. The Dragon for the little longer scaling option. It's a fair trade, kind of initiated by Hulk going toward top lane, and now he's even going to steal away some of those blue side camps. Not the most valuable win in the world, but trying to climb back his like 2 camp deficit that he's at right now.
Definitely. I think the big thing to keep an eye on is that Rift Herald to see how much our team's able to get with it. If they just drop it for, a couple plates, that probably isn't as much as they would like. If they're able to set it up so that they can get 3 or 4 off of it, I think that's really what they want to do. But there's so many people waiting in the wings here in mid.
Yeah, we're brewing for a little fight here in mid lane. Wooper Simp is here looking for the engage. Paranoia just going to get popped directly. Good spell shield by Hulk as he gets the fear, but now they're going to get stunned up by Wooper Simp. They're trying to turn this one back around. Cardinals has a lot of damage coming through, but it's just going to be the forced flash out of Doinby, and I think that's the only real cooldown either expended or used on either side.
Yeah, the flash down for Akali does mean that there's a little bit less pressure coming out of that champion here for the next few minutes. But again, that's another Nocturne ult used for not a whole ton of gain. No kills means that you're not getting too far ahead with it.
Dyslexic walking back to lane, gonna find Sigi for a little trade, has to eat some retaliation damage, but Rift Herald drop mid lane, gonna get a couple of plates for Hulk and Winged, but again, just not the huge cash in, although it does pretty much equalize the gold count.
Yeah.
Oh, big engage though onto Wooper Simp. Gets the knock in the Fate's Call. Gonna knock up Sigi. Teleport being channeled to bottom lane. Mullen Axe is coming in. Or no, it's Doinby, excuse me, coming in. Karasuda very low. Gets the rend. It's not quite enough damage, but the auto is first blood for Karasuda. Now a late teleport coming in from Cardinals. If you're going to invest the teleport, I don't know why you don't do it at the outset of the fight, but Cardinals is here, and they're gonna get the shove in.
Yeah, Wing Nation's teleport wasn't quite off cooldown in time to respond to the Akalis, and Cardinals ended up backing up to try and be able to channel his safely. It means that it's an even fight there in bottom lane, despite really well played mechanically by Karasuda. You're able to sort of dip, dash, and dive through the fight and pick up the kill onto Wooper Simp. Now 1-1-0 on the Kalista. Down 10 CS though, which against a champion like Misfortune that outranges you can be a little bit difficult. It's just kind of a shame
Cardinals
that even
gonna
with
find
the kill,
Wooper Simp here. Uses the caretaker's no, the I don't remember what it's called.
steadfast presence.
Yeah, that one. Caretaker's Refuge is Shen W. Just gonna throw out ability names until I get something right.
Spirit's Refuge is.
What's Caretaker? Is that the bard healing things then?
Those are
Caretaker Shrines, probably.
probably that sounds
Yeah,
about right.
I'm just mixing other ability names until you get close enough, you know.
Yeah.
Mythic items coming through for a couple of individuals in the game. You've got the Frostfire Gauntlet, you got the Stridebreaker, you've got the Everfrost on the side of ROTM, and the Night Harvester for Doinby.
So Night Harvester for Doinby, and then it looks like Jay Crazy going for that new Hecarim build where you just sort of build full tank, get to be a fast boy that's just there to put out the CC, which on a high damage team composition like it do not matter. I think that makes a whole lot of sense. You know, you just sort of need to be the front line and
Paranoia going to be used. The root actually didn't land from the Everfrost, and that'll be another Shuriken flip out to safety for Doinby. And again, a lot invested into this mid lane to try to get winged ahead. They might be able to grab this first tower. A lot of late responses. They have enough damage, it looks like. Oh, even the stun going to land. That should be an... Oh, not quite enough. The Primordial Burst isn't enough, but the Stridebreaker is. They find the tower in the kill, but now Jay Crazy going in. The Fear lands through the spell shield onto Hulk. He gets stunned up from Whooper Simp as well. He's so low. They're trying to kite this one back out. It's just the trade of the junglers, and now Whooper Simp caught out on the wrong side. They use the Poppy ult, but in comes the collapse from the rest of the team. Mullen Axe uses the ultimate, just trying to get anything. Fate's Call in from Dyslexic. Some CC lands. They finish off the Rel, and now Mullen Axe in trouble as well. Does he have the auto? He gets pinned into the wall, trying to turn it back around. And ROTM find a 4-for-1.
Wow, it all started with you know, not a whole great paranoia there from Hulk, but Doinby ends up sticking around just a little bit too long, gets caught by the Vagar cage, and then just chasing there from the side of It Do Not Matter, trying to get something back. They end up only getting one kill, but the rest of Rodham was there first. It means that Rodham now 5-2, up 2k gold, and are going to be able to pick up the second dragon as well. And you know, we'd highlighted them needing to get a lead here in the mid game. This is the play. This is the lead that they were needing to get. Yeah, really good for them. Yeah,
good run by Karasuda to make sure that there's no contest available from Doinby, and a 5-2 advantage. And now the onus is on ROTM to continue snowballing this game. We'll see if they're able to do it. Now some completed mythics coming through for It Do Not Matter, though. You have the Gale Force unlocked. Uh-oh. Cardinals. Oh, immediately reconnects. That's fine. We'll live with that. Interestingly, oh, junglers might scrap for a second. Just the Nashor's Tooth early on from Molinax.
Yeah, I don't think that's too uncommon of a rush item for Kale. I think that her mythic is usually Riftmaker, right? And Riftmaker's kind of a item to actually rush. So I do think that the Nashor's Tooth makes a lot of sense.
You could have just stopped it. It's kind of an item, but yeah.
No, I didn't want to be biased. Everyone knows that I don't like that item.
Well, everyone knows I don't like Phase Rush, and yet.
And yet.
And yet.
Well, there ain't no Phase Rush, I guess Hecarim.
No, Hecarim's got a Phase Rush, yeah. Just right into the narrative.
Yeah. Way to ruin it.
Well, we have a pause for the time being. Hopefully Cardinals can get reconnected in quick order so that we can restart the game. Until then, well, never mind, there's readies in the chat. I was going to banter for a little bit, but we don't even have to. How neat.
Yeah, we get to save that for the rest of the games.
Yep, so teams readying up. Should start here in a couple seconds. There's the countdown. All right. So, back in. Hulk doing red buff. Trying to pick up where we left off here. I lost my chat box. There we go. Okay.
Yeah. And after the kills there for Rodham, they got the reset. Looks like they're throwing the bot lane mid there. It's actually going to be matched here by It Do Not Matter. And other than that, seems pretty standard. You know, still both top laners top side, which is sort of interesting. You'd expect the next objective to be, you know, this Rift Herald. So keeping your teleports on that side.
Yeah, Yeah,
Seemed
Wing
a little
has to be
strange.
careful now that he's down in that longer lane, especially Akali has a lot of chasing potential, Hecarim has a lot of chasing potential. So he's got to make sure that he's very confident about where he's standing in this lane.
Yeah, Veigar not the safest side laning champion in the world. I imagine Doinby's pretty happy if he's chilling in that long lane with him.
Yeah, second Herald up. Looks like RTM going to hang around it for the time being, but not started up just yet. Backs for Jay Crazy and Doinby. Going to grab a little bit of health, and now Hulk going to start it up. Ooh, immediately spotted though. That's such unlucky timing as Woopersimp spots him out. And now it do not matter. Actually have the numbers advantage on the side of the map for just a second, but ROTM can collapse. So the 4v4 might break out. Cardinals is going to look at Mullen Axe to start off with. Sheila, excuse me, the second one. Going to be de-aggroed, Wing teleporting into top lane. Countered by Doinby teleporting as well. So we've got the full 5v5 around the second Rift Herald. Big Magnet Storm trying to pull him in, but it's just not going to find anything. They're initiating onto the backline, but Hulk is down. Fate's Call going to get one knockup. They've traded 1-for-1. Battle lines reset as Doinby goes in with the perfect execution. The bullet time not doing a whole lot of damage. They've trapped up the Akali for the time being. Still kiting back out. This is a really long team fight. Cardinals gets a big knockup with his ultimate. Dyslexic so low. Cardinals so low. Couple of low health bars for IDNM, and everybody going to walk away. The top laner for jungler, the only result of that fight, and a little bit of lane priority going to be grabbed.
Yeah, a long fight there, sort of stalled out in the middle of it by Akali just sort of chilling in the shroud, buying time for It Do Not Matter to walk over and bail her out, walk her out of the fight, and traded 1-for-1 as well as the Rift Herald going in favor of ROTM, so they have that for the potential push here later in the game. Definitely something to keep an eye on because second Rift Herald not known for being the most impactful. We'll see if Rodham's able to take full advantage of it. Otherwise, just a trade of turrets there. Top lane for mid lane.
Yeah, top lane for mid lane, not the ideal trade, but now with both mid lanes gone, it's not like a significant advantage currently either way. But minute 20 to go on this first Mountain Dragon. Of course, Mountain Soul, the primary objective in this game, and both teams already with one dragon in their pocket mean that we're going to have a little bit longer of a Mountain Soul this game.
Yeah, no one's going to be sneaking that at the early 20 minutes, so, earliest that we're expecting to see it is 30 minutes? 31?
Maybe
Math is hard.
35, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, true, because they have to get 3 more. Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no.
Ooh, Dyslexic not quite able to find that knock-up onto Woopersimp. I don't know that it matters. Jay Crazy going to get spotted out by Hulk, though. Feared up, Paranoia being used just to channel back in, healing up. He uses the Onslaught of Shadows back in. Dyslexic trying to set some battle lines, but in comes Doinby, in comes Cardinals. Doinby finds the kill onto Hulk, trying to get out with the Shuriken flip. The stun on the other side just kind of dissipates, and Hulk is going to be the only sacrifice? The only loss in this battle, but now good cage from Wing, just trying to stall out. Cardinals still sitting here on the front lines. Dyslexic very low. Doinby jumps in, big engage, looking for the Rel. The Fate's Call gonna pull Alistar back out, and everybody just chilling for the time being. A lot of low health bars on RTM means that they probably cannot contest this dragon. Instead, getting some mid lane priority for the time being.
Yeah, and ROTM looking for a pick in the jungle before the dragon, but unfortunately their target was this Hecarim. This full tank Hecarim does not go down quickly, so they end up losing the fight, losing the dragon, but they're pushing with the Rift Herald, so looking to trade. They might be able to get this first tier 1. No, they're going to back up. Play it a little bit safe, but they do get the Rift Herald charge on it, so if ever they win a fight in that neighborhood, that tower's going to go down very quickly.
Yeah, they've bruised that tower for sure. They've left some wards on that blue side jungle that they can maybe return to, look for a pick. That said, the gold lead trickling back, the thing that we really were keeping an eye on to snowball through the mid game, is now back to just a 1,000 gold advantage. And Kale continues to exist, is now level 11, even level 12. Starting to get toward that Rift Maker, I'm sure. Not that close, actually.
Yeah, despite the team keeping in pretty close, the Kale not being the recipient of the most gold, has 0 kill participation so far, 0-2-0, but still picking up the farm and working towards those items. And the big thing is that level, right? We're trying to see that level 16 hit for Kale. That's really the timer in which she becomes a true menace. In the meantime, it do not matter. They're pushing in and securing the vision around this Baron. They don't have a ton of damage on that side of the map to really pressure it, but anytime that you're able to have true vision control around there, it's always going to be beneficial for you.
Yeah, both of our mid laners teleports up here in just a couple of seconds. As we've seen pinged in the chat, means that they can rejoin, look for a fight maybe around this Baron. Hopefully they find that pink ward, yeah. That's always awkward when you just don't walk in the pixel bush and there's a ward that lives there.
Yeah, it's just the worst. Kale.
Kale walking in. This is really risky for her. Gonna get feared for the... Oh, not feared. Just have the straight flash, not followed by Hulk. So yeah, now the Kale's flash down. Our team gonna sweep back to the Baron. Of course, the Scuttle Crab in favor of IDNM means that they can't start the Baron. They can't sneak that one right now. And even Winged has walked in to rejoin. Doinby's recalling in the bottom lane currently.
Yeah, and with Winged walking up here, I don't know if our team's going to try and pressure the Baron, try and bait it, because they're missing out on farm bot lane that they could be collecting. So the longer that Winged is here without them doing something, it's more money that just sort of disappears. Looks like he's going to head back. Oh?
Yeah, to be fair, it is disappearing from both sides currently, so not an advantage gained necessarily, but it does always suck to lose some of those minions. Now RTM sweeping in. Dyslexic doesn't want to pull the trigger on that pick. He had the opportunity maybe to look at Rel, but instead...
It feels like our team's getting antsy here. You see pings going down onto the Baron. It's like that they're worried about the game stalling out too much, and they kind of want to force something to happen. And with all this time they're spending around here, IDNM is just rushing straight down mid. They're going to be pressuring this tier 2.
Yeah, they have to be careful not to get sideswiped, although now that vision is known, the Everfrost not quite able to connect on the Akali. They pull in the Fate's Call as Jay Crazy was threatening the engage. Kicks into the tower, now Dyslexic here to try to defend. Jay Crazy is actually tanking up tower right now, but it's a big magnet storm in. Hulk flies into the backline, looking for misfortune. Low health bars on across the board, but the Kale ult saving Jay Crazy for the time being. Bullet time is really good, but Doinby going to pay for it potentially as well. He's stuck in the Zanyas currently, but taken down by the Meteor from Wing Nation. It's 1-for-1 again. This time the mid laner for the jungler. Maybe looking for a little bit more. Does Dyslexic want to pull the trigger? What can they find? Doesn't look like anything. The slow from Kale going to be enough to get them out.
No flash available there for Dyslexic. Means he's not quite able to force that. And neither team really able to get a definitive win here. Just continually trading 1-for-1. Oh, Cardinals finding Jay Crazy. There's no real pressure there. Jay Crazy is a pretty fast horse, going to be able to just walk away from that one.
Yep, and
but that big skirmish, only 40 seconds before Dragon, means that a lot of these summoners, you see the flashes, 3 of them expended for the side of RTM, aren't going to be available for this Dragon fight.
Yeah, that'll definitely be important to watch. The only flash available right now is Sigi's on the Misfortune, so... at least on the side of IDNM. You have a couple on our TM side, but everybody just kind of regrouping now to resume their fight. These last 2 fights have been long, drawn-out struggles that have just resulted in 1-for-1s. It's been very technically played team fights, but you can see the gold lead starting to mount up for IDNM. And by mount up, I mean they've recovered their 2k gold deficit entirely, which should favor them given that Kale exists.
Definitely, and Dragon spawned here. Both teams poising around it. IDNM has the priority mid. Looks like Cardinals will split from the team, trying to clear that out.
Yeah, I bet if they knew the relative ult cooldowns, they'd be going for it. The Kale ult isn't available. The bullet time wasn't available at the time. Those are 2 huge teamfight ultimates that would be lacking for IDNM, but instead gonna let them have that time to recover. Cardinals is hanging around the side. Fate's Call in. Just looking for that engage on to the cage. It's a double knockup.
Wow.
They're chaining those together, but they just can't burst anybody out. Cardinals is dead on the top side of the fight. This looks like it's going to be a massacre. The Dragon goes to ROTM, but they're trying to exchange kills. Karasuda's found a little niche on the backside of the fight, but it just doesn't matter. IDNM run over the fight. They'll get the Bud Light ace.
It looked like a great engage there from ROTM with the Fates call into the Event Horizon. Big CC, but unfortunately it's onto the big tanky members of IDNM, and the carries just go completely untouched, able to take down Cardinals on the backside and then just clean up the rest of ROTM. And that's a definitive win right there. The last few have, sort of gone extremely even, and now a big lead here for the side of IDNM means that they're firmly in the driver's seat, going to be able to pick up that, not pick up the Dragon, but do pick up the Baron. So definitely feeling pretty good after that.
Yeah, a lot of this damage stacking up on Wooper Simp. I think he'll be all right though. And yeah, tower plus a dragon going the way of IDNM, or dragon. That's a Baron, the purple one. And now they're firmly in control of the game. Like, normally we'd be like, they're ahead, but whatever. But with the team comp that they've drafted, it's going to be very difficult to assail for ROTM. And I think that they're going to have to get a little bit more creative. They're going to have to try to find picks, and those opportunities just haven't been there so far in this game.
And IDNM has been doing a really good job of playing together and not really giving Hulk any big openings for a Paranoia to get anyone picked off. And I think that's sort of your big go button right now is the Nocturne ultimate. So the longer the IDNM's able to sort of deny them by playing pretty safely, means that they're able to just farm for free and sort of deny a lot of the power that this Nocturne otherwise could have.
Yep. Now, members with Baron buffs separated around the map. Molan Axe is just wailing away on that bottom lane turret. Gonna grab that one for free. Maybe engage here from Dyslexic. They're looking for the pick onto the Rel, pinning her into the wall, trying to keep her there for the time being. Teleport coming in is Molan Axe. The Onslaught of Shadows just trying to get Hulk off of the carries. Fate's Call gets a big knockup. They're onto the MF, but they just don't have any damage in this fight. And Doinby is zoning so hard. A huge perfect execution as they're just running over ROTM. Cardinals in trouble, gonna fall at the end of this one, and it's a double kill for Doinby. Wing Nation, the sole survivor for Return of the Middlesticks, and even he might not be able to outrun this pony. Jay Crazy comes in, just trying to find that damage, kicks him back. Is it enough? Oh, the Primordial Burst gets the turn, but it's too little too late for ROTM. They're going to lose their inhibitor, potentially a couple Nexus turrets in the process. Maybe even the game straight up, like 10 seconds to go before Karasuda and Dyslexic spawn. The Nexus turret's under fire. In comes Winged, in comes Dyslexic, looking for this engage. The Event Horizon lands. A lot of damage coming through onto Doinby. He doesn't have the Primordial Burst. Now Karasuda just trying to hold the line, but the Nexus falls for game number 1, and IDNM take it, and they stake their claim to being the better, more consistent team fighting team in game number 1.
Yeah, no, their team composition really coming in clutch there and playing very consistently, just waiting for their power spikes, and then it just takes that one team fight there at the Dragon to sort of blow the entire game open. Our team had a lot of trouble making things happen in that early to mid game, which was sort of what their team identity was to go for. But a lot of their engages ended up going on to Whipper Simp on the Rel, and Rel is very difficult to kill. So yeah, game 1 dropping there for ROTM.
Yeah.
IDNM off to an early lead.
Yeah, well, we'll see if ROTM can strike back now. Behind 1-0, not a position they've been in before. We'll see how they're able to navigate it, but we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with game number 2. I don't have the right thing up. And I don't have music. It's a rough life, being the producer dash caster.
So you have to do so much work. You have to carry the cast and do all the production stuff, and I just sit here.
Is the Legend stream not even live?
I have no idea.
Oh no, they just didn't advertise anywhere, but they're definitely live. That's weird. Imagine not posting in your own Discord when you go live. Oof.
They didn't want to take traffic away from the Rodham cast. There's an invite.
I'm gonna be honest. They're in draft right now, but I'm shoving a quesadilla in my face really quick. So it'll be a second before I put the stream up.
That's priorities right there.
All right. Yeah. Now there's. Look at this. Kind of weird. They started draft without us. I don't know what happened. Welcome back. Game number 2. IDNM leads 1-0 over Return of the Middlesticks. RTM has opted for blue side in game 2. They've kept the same 6 bans, but the big change-up is going to be the Rel first pick for RTM, countered by the Hecarim for J Crazy and IDNM.
I think the Rel pick makes a lot of sense. It was sort of a menace in all of the team fights there for RTM to have to deal with. So I think the first picking makes a whole lot of sense. IDNM countering with the Hecarim, making sure that they aren't RTM isn't able to put both of the ponies together. Makes a lot of sense. You know, were sort of surprised to see Hecarim fall all the way down to 4th pick in the last draft. So this time around, a little bit higher priority on it. And you like to see it.
Yeah, and then Nico early locked in for Winged, along with Vayne for Karasuda. All right, well,
Perhaps feeling like they had gotten a little bit too much pressure with all the bans against Wing Nation the last time around. This time around, just locking in the Nico early, making sure that you get the champion that's very comfortable, especially against the composition like Hecarim, like Set, that wants to go in. Champions that want to go in generally don't have great times against Nico because you're kind of just jumping straight into a massive Pop Blossom.
Yeah, so now IDNM very clearly see this mid laner along with the full bottom lane. So I have a couple of opportunities to counter pick here with red 3, and it's going to be Rise locked in for Doinby.
Which is an interesting choice. I'm not sure if Rise necessarily does extremely well against Nico. It doesn't feel like it's a counter pick necessarily, but perhaps, just falling back to comfort. Rise can be really strong once you hit that mid game, once you hit, 2-3 items. Rise does tons of damage. So yeah, another big scaling carry from the side of IDNM. Last game was the Kale. This time around, the Rise. Sort of
yeah, it does
seemingly preferring the mid to late game strat.
It does kind of fit into the general team comp that IDNM have wanted to play a lot of, like AoE team fighty nonsense basically. But they've also have that ability to split push. I wouldn't. Honestly, Loki wouldn't be surprised if Mullen Axe played it, given his proficiency on Kale in Game 1. It could just be a flex between the two solo laners. And Nar Shen, Kaisa taken away.
Yep, targeting of the top lane there. RTM, Cardinals being on the receiving end of those bans. So it'll be interesting. I assume that we're going to see an 80 carry lock in here for IDNM. That way we sort of leave the Rises a little ambiguous in terms of which lane it's actually going to be committed to.
Yeah, plus 80 carry, like you already see the full bottom lane should be relatively open. Kind of interesting that Hulk gets his choice basically of like no Skarner, no Hecarim, but can pick pretty much anything else, and it's gonna be the Sivir again. Big team fight comps, just big beefy boys running really fast.
I think Sivir makes a lot of sense with the team comp that IDNM has put in. Every single champion locked in so far is very happy with these speed boosts. As we see, Aatrox being the lock-in.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the Aatrox locked in for Cardinals. Could be against Set, could be against Rise, and the Nunu for Hulk.
Nunu is sort of, ever present in the jungle meta, is never a bad pick. With the high-powered damage from the rest of the team comp, I think that it makes sense. See, I was assuming that this was Set support. But
yeah, I
guess
been assuming, but
yeah, flexed.
Yeah, this last pick might give us some clarity, might not. Could just be a Kali again, and then we're just like, But yeah, I like the Nunu. It's a lot of circles on the ground with the Nunu, Rel, and Nico that are going to be very tough to run through and initiate through. Feels like a solid answer, and it's going to be the Yone, which we did see banned in the last game. So kind of excited to see that. From what I remember about very quick OPGG search, that'll be Mullen Axe's Yone, and then that would be mid-rise for Doinby and the Set support. I'm pretty sure, but...
we can definitely confirm at least Set support. That seems like about the only place that it would make sense for Set to end up. But yeah, Yone and Rise both have been flexed between both solo lanes before, so I think the IDNM sort of gets the pick of their matchups, whichever one they prefer in there.
Yeah, I am curious. People talking in the chat about Sivir's new build, the Manamune Q-Max, just like chunk through people with your Boomerang Blade build. I am curious if we'll see that. It's Dark Harvest, right? Is the keystone with that?
That doesn't sound terrible.
I thought it was you that was talking about it the other day.
I don't believe so.
Well,
no.
I'll attribute it to you so that you look smarter.
Oh boy. I'll do a quick search real quick. Okay.
Alright.
We'll take a look. It looks like, her highest win rate rune is the Dark Harvest, so you go the Muramana into lethality. So, it's not the 6-item Sivir of yore. right? It's a much earlier power spike in there.
Yeah, I think it's weird that that Sivir build and then kind of a weird Varus build have been coming up really recently, where you'll go like Manamune Duskblade and then Deathcap and Horizon Focus on Varus. Um, Not that we're seeing a
Really?
Varus this game, but like that's a build that just exists now.
I just go Death Cap third item.
I think
That's
it's Horizon Focus third and then Deathcap is the traditional order, but yeah.
yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound awful. 8P Varus has sort of always been on, like fringe levels of play. So it's kind of interesting that it would come back in, a hybrid build. I guess lethality would just get you through the early game and then AP to help you scale.
Yeah. Anyway, the draft continuing, we can confirm at least that Molinax is playing Yone and Duan B is playing Ryze. They can swap, I guess, technically if they're being jerks, but usually people pick the champions they're gonna play in the second draft, just to save a little bit of time and headache.
Yeah.
With that said, how do you feel about some of these matchups that we're gonna see? The Aatrox into Yone doesn't sound like a great Aatrox matchup, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it feels like Yone won't get pressured too much by it, which is sort of how you determine if it's a good matchup for Yone or not. Is he going to get killed in the first few levels? No? Well, then he's probably fine with it. I can't imagine that Aatrox will have a whole lot of fun trying to land his Qs in that matchup.
Yeah, so if we see a game that's as slow as the last game, do you favor the Ryze Sivir scaling or the Vayne scaling going later? It's probably a do not matter again,
I feel like it has to be a do not matter. They have, a bit more consistency, a bit easier to execute in their team composition. You have the really strong scaling from Yone, Ryze, Sivir. You have the big team fighting from Hecarim and Set. I think that it's easier as opposed to the team. Aatrox and Nico can be really strong within team fights, but it's much harder to really enable them to take over a team fight. If they're able to pick up a lead, they definitely can be majorly impactful. Just a lot harder to match just, the ease of execution from IDNM.
All right, put up a prediction there. So go ahead and vote. This time it's going to be Sivir kills. Are we going over 6.5 or under 6.5? On kills for Sigi, since he seems to be the star of the stream here.
Yeah, fan favorite, obviously.
Is it Siggy then? Spam this piggy to help out Siggy?
I'd assume it has to be Siggy, because otherwise it doesn't rhyme, right? It has to be piggy.
Yeah.
Spam this pig face
To help out.
Help out Siggy. Pig face.
Yeah. Helpful. All right. Yeah, spectator delay happening. Okay, let's talk about some of these other matchups then. So, no more Nocturne into Hecarim. Nunu into Hecarim's the new hotness. Is that gonna help Hulk out significantly? Give him a little bit of early pressure?
I think that's probably exactly what they're thinking. Is they want a champion that has a little bit more to do in the early game, isn't as reliant on the ultimate, and Nunu can definitely pressure quite a bit harder than Nocturne can. But you are sort of on a clock. Your usefulness as Nunu is relatively limited as the game goes on, so it's definitely something where you have to see how much Hulk will be able to accomplish in the early game, because the longer it goes on, Hecarim will feel pretty good. J Crazy just, being another teamfight menace.
Yeah, we talked very briefly about Nico Ryze, so we'll skip that one for now, but bottom lane, we've seen Karsuda and Dyslexic play this Vayne Rel combo in their first round matchup in particular, to a decent amount of success. Do you think it matches up well against the Sivir set?
It feels like it probably gets pressured out early. Sivir, with just the damage that her Q does, feels like she'd be stronger in lane than Vayne. And then Set into Rel doesn't seem awful for Set. I'm 90% sure that you can face breaker Rel out of her W. So it feels like it should favor IDNM for the early game. But you know, as the game goes on, Rel's probably going to be a little bit more impactful than Set, I would imagine.
Oh, I forgot. Sorry, B-Pots. I saw the copy pasta earlier, but okay, everyone, listen up. Return of the Middlesticks is going to hop off their post, walk out of the cornfield, and caw on your asses. Y'all ever experienced a deep suck? Well, you're about to get the slurp of a lifetime from the ROTM squad. I know what I'm talking about too, since my name is Liposuction Lane. Then, after we have drained all your life juice, our co-storm will come down and eat your lifeless carcasses. Caw, caw, caw! Hashtag ROTM fighting. I, I've never known why he added the hashtag at the end. Like, we don't use that hashtag.
Uh-huh.
Also, shout out to my boy V-Ball with the 2-month sub. We really appreciate the support. But yeah, I don't know about that hashtag.
You'd have to ask the man himself, Liposuction Lane. I think it adds to the meme just a little bit. I don't know. I like it.
You like the hashtag?
It's a little silly. I kind of like it. Ooh, I like the adaptation here going into game 2 for ROTM. They identified that the 5 no skins didn't work out very well.
Yeah.
So this time around, 5 skins. You know, skin full team. Um, you know, perhaps channeling Faker wasn't enough. Going with a different approach for this game. I like that.
Yeah, so RTM going to be spawning in on the blue side of the rift wearing the blue health bars for game 2, and on the red side of the rift wearing the red health bars will be IDNM looking to go up 2-0 and really stake their claim on this series. Yeah, the lethal tempo for Siggy means that he won't be doing the new hotness build, but instead going probably back to the old standby. We'll see likely like a Gale Force and then some more crit items afterwards.
Yeah, going with the consistent build that lets you scale. Imagine instead of the big damage the Dark Harvest means.
It's not memes. I like honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw it once this patch hit in pro. Do we even get to see this patch in pro though? 11.7.
What patch is this?
11.7, I think, and then
Um,
11.6 is playoffs for LCS and LEC.
I thought that there was something about isn't LCS playoffs being played on like a patch back?
Are they on 5? Oh, that
I think Perks was complaining about that.
sucks. Yeah.
Yeah. So, God, we probably won't see 11.7 in pro because
11.8 will
MSI
be
is going to be
MSI.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Maybe it isn't. I don't know.
Who knows? I don't know.
We're not game designers, as it turns out. Weird. Both junglers going to start their blue buff this game, meaning Cardinals has to leash. Might put him just a little bit behind in this top lane, at least on some lane pressure, and that could be a little bit rough into this Yone early on.
Yeah, the Yone, again, just doesn't feel like it's a very fun matchup for Aatrox. Consistently landing your Qs will not be a thing in this lane. Already applying pressure, though. It seems like, you know, missing out on a little bit of lane pressure there in the beginning. Not going to be too big a deal. Dyslexic, getting the emotes in while chilling at level 1.
That is one of the best emotes in the game, though. I really am glad that that exists.
It's definitely a pretty good one. Ooh.
He didn't need to use that E, but wanted to anyway. Flash Facebreaker for Whooper Simp, and they're going to dive back in, looking to stun up onto the Sivir, but Karsuda's in a lot of trouble, and now separated from his Rel. The Haymaker not quite enough. He flashes the Boomerang Blade. Can they actually turn this one back around now as Dyslexic gets the dash back in? Ignite burning its first blood for ROTM, but traded back. The two supports just bashing each other, and Whooper Simp going to win the battle. He gets the double kill in bottom lane.
That was kind of nuts. Sigi actually only got a single auto attack off onto Karasuda, but it was enough set. Just basically 1v1 the Vayne, chased her all the way down in the lane, and is able to pick up 2 kills in the early game, which, as the set, I think it's exactly what you want to do, because the longer this game goes on, the harder it is for you to be impactful compared to Rels. So, taking advantage of the early power. Just the confidence to immediately flash in the moment you hit level 2. Really well played there by IDNM.
Just that involuntary O when somebody misses the cannon on stream.
Feels bad.
Anyway, a 2-1 lead off of that for It Do Not Matter. You can see Jay Crazy hanging around on that Scuttle Crab. They're looking for the engage again onto Siggy. Snowball coming in. He's got no summoners left, and Siggy going to fall. Karasuda finds the first kill for an AD carry this game.
Really good there by Hulk. We had highlighted how they need to be the person to make things happen in the early game and try and get some amount of a lead as the game goes on. So being able to counteract the lead that IDNM had gotten in the bottom lane makes a lot of
now
sense there.
looking for the Hecarim, getting a lot of knockups onto him. He's trying to run away, but gonna get closed off by Wing Nation and taken down. And our team having a much more feisty early game than game number 1.
Definitely a good roam up there by Dyslexic. Lets them just keep Jay Crazy there long enough for Wing Nation to walk over and pick up that kill. And ROTM already up 3-2 now, despite the early 2 kills going over. So really well played. You know, a bit more action in the early game, which seems to be favoring them so far. Especially with this team comp, I think that it's exactly what you want to see. This top lane matchup, already 15 CS ahead for Molinax. It's definitely not a fun matchup as we as we guessed.
Yeah, Cardinals got the counter matchup in game number 1, kind of went even through the early game, and then Molinax was able to dish out a lot of damage later. This time, though, Molinax has the stronger matchup and kind of asserting his authority up there here early on in game number 2, and even Jay Crazy going to try to benefit from this. The shove in going to allow him to invade. Looking for the engage in bottom lane, though. Siggy stunned up again, gets hit by the snowball. He'll be taken down again by Hulk. The return ganks paying off dividends for ROTM. Karasuda just trying to kite back out. Whooper Simp looking for any damage he can find, gets tossed back away with that haymaker, and Karasuda lands his second kill.
Yeah, and Hulk is just applying so much pressure here in the bottom lane. The bot lane of IDNM had just pushed up a little bit too far, and Hulk immediately there to take advantage. And that means that the first dragon is going in favor of ROTM as well, which, as a team with the Nunu, exactly what you want to be seeing. You want to get those stacking early. I don't think Nunu worries too much about losing his topside jungle for it. He's going to be pretty happy with this.
Yep, and he'll be able to eat a Scuttle Crab as well. Do you think Scuttle Crab tastes similar to regular crab? It probably doesn't matter because he's a robot, so all of this consideration just out the window. But...
Do you think that robots aren't able to identify taste of
I mean, they probably can't appreciate it the same way, right? They don't necessarily have taste buds.
Okay. Maybe Robot Willump is nice enough to let Nunu have a taste, so then Nunu can appreciate it.
Oh, maybe. Molinax, though, going in. A lot of damage. Well, actually, not a lot of damage. That was a lot less than I thought it would be, given how many autos were landing. Wing doing a good job getting some trades down onto Doinby here in mid lane, though. He's falling a little bit behind in CS, but after picking up that kill in the jungle, should be feeling pretty confident and continues to take some of these trades.
Definitely. RA has the finish launch chapter, as we saw there. Once you land the root there from the Nico, just so much damage going to come through. Yeah, it means you'll get wave prio here as Ryze ends up going and picking up the blue buff. Oh, actually, he didn't get the blue buff. He came over, but Jay Crazy ended up taking it.
Yeah, Hulk in, just gonna flash in for the snowball. Jay Crazy is down, so is his Grump, and Hulk, the sniper in there, takes the kill, the 1v1 for the junglers.
Yeah, that's to feel bad if you're the Ryze. You don't get the blue buff, and then your jungler immediately dies afterwards with it. Just not what you want to see, but Hulk is just...
he's looking for this tower dive. They're going forward. The root gonna land, and Wing takes the kill. They trade the, they just get the damage down onto Doinby after he won the trade in mid lane.
Yeah, ROTM just so completely night and day from game 1 to game 2. Game 1, they just were not able to make anything happen. This time around, with that Nunu, just so much more effective. And Hulk just sort of chilling in the enemy jungle here. Might be looking for Yone.
Yeah, headed behind him through the tri-bush. Even the second Nunu going to get spotted out on the ward here. Uses the Death Defy just to try to get out. Absolute Zero channeled a lot of damage being traded back. He gets pulled in by the Infernal Chains. Pop Blossom not quite going to land as he gets executed by the tower. A little too crazy with the tower here as Jay Crazy picks up one return kill at least. But it's good to see ROTM just being so much more aggressive than game number 1.
Definitely a lot of confidence coming through with these picks, and just so much proactivity is definitely very good. Sometimes when you fall behind in a series, it can be easy to just sort of, be a little scared to make any sort of plays. You don't want to lose the game, but, doing a really good job of just getting these leads.
Yeah, level 6s soon here in bottom lane across the board. Might see another scrap down here as these bottom laners have been having a little bit of trouble keeping to their CS. They've been scrapping a little bit too much early.
Yeah, but just take a peek at that inventory. A full Noon Quiver up for Karasuda. Just the early pressure from the Nunu has just been paying dividends here in the bottom lane.
Yeah, there is 1,800 gold in Siggy's inventory compared to the about 1,000 for Karasuda, so there's a little bit of that difference made. Oh, Cardinals? Oh no, he's so DC'd.
Oh.
Oh no.
You hate to see it.
It's hard because even if he doesn't auto attack there, like he still dies
He
to the
kind of ran
tower.
straight into the tower, yeah.
I don't. Normally you're like, ah, that's bad sportsmanship, but like you take what advantages you can, and then like honestly, he would have died anyway. Like that's not a.
Yeah, I think it's whatever.
Yeah,
It
that
happens
that
sometimes.
sucks. That just really sucks.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully Cardinals reconnects again. This could be a little bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
Oh, now he's reconnected and disconnected a second time. Well, yeah, big weekend for pro play. Are there any of the games that you're excited to watch?
God, what are the matchups?
So LEC's got Fnatic versus SK, Schalke versus G2, and Mad versus Rogue. And then NA is TSM EG, and then 100 Thieves Dignitas.
Well, I mean, TSM coming through the losers bracket, I think, has to be the big one. I'm excited about TSM EG. Should be fun. Which ones are you looking forward to?
Um, Honestly, the EU matchups are all kind of trash. Like Mad Rogue is gonna be the good one. But even that one, like Rogue should just stomp. Um, so yeah, that's kind of a bummer. Oh, we're ready to up in the chat just as an update, so it shouldn't be too much longer. I am kind of I want to see Dignitas, honestly. Like Dignitas 100 Thieves. Kind of cool that one of those teams is going to win a best of 5, right? I guess
Yeah,
one of them has to
especially.
win, but
There we go. Game resuming here after a charity kill given in the top lane there.
yeah, game was snowballing. Gotta make sure it doesn't get too unfair, I guess.
Yeah, they want it to be close. Doing it for the fans. And again, the freeze that they're setting up here in bot lane is really well played by IDNM. They're wave controlled, taking advantage of ROTM just sort of leaving the wave there and not making sure that it crashes. Really well played. You don't see a lot of teams or a lot of bot lanes take advantage of that.
Yep, Wing gonna check in here, and we'll just swap vision control over this dragon. 30 seconds to go on that spawn. ROTM would love to get set up on that, start stacking those up early with the Nunu. Hulk can be a little bit late to the party, though, just now snowballing out of base with 20 seconds on that spawn. We'll see if he can get there in time, and you can see everybody just kind of hovering around the objective right now, other than maybe Siggy. Meanwhile, in top lane, renewing pleasantries, Molinax getting a pretty good trade onto Cardinals using that spirit form.
Yeah, and RTM, it looks like they were able to push in and get the positioning around here, and Whoopersim's actually channeling his recall. It should mean if RTM knows that he recalled, then they should be able to just get it for free. It doesn't look like they know. They're just looking for information here.
Yeah, Hulk snowballing in, trying to find Hecarim doing any of his jungle camps, and he's just not in the jungle currently. He's gone away for the vacation to the top side of the rift, and should mean that Dragon will be secured by ROTM. They just need to realize that and kill it eventually.
Yeah. Side of IDNM just deciding that they don't need to contest this, just picking up the farm and maybe making something happen top would be more important for them.
Sometimes he's
Hecarim's
smited down
behind him
before.
here.
Yeah, Cardinals is in a lot of trouble then. Has the World Ender if he wants to pop it, but just not able to do a whole lot, not even flash away as J Crazy takes him down in the top lane. Rift Herald going to be summoned though in mid lane. Winged and Dyslexic and Hulk here to try to push this one in. They're going to get a couple of turret plates. This is going to be a really hard push. It'll take quite a while to get through the rest of this. They might get that one turret plate and then back off. Not even going to get that, it looks like. Oh, there it goes. Well, just Hulk got the gold, it looks like, on that fourth turret plate.
Yeah, but really well played there by IDNM, deciding that they didn't want to contest the dragon, but instead of just farming, they decided to make a play on the other side of the map, really taking advantage. Our team focusing the dragon. Just you like to see stuff like that. You know, if someone's getting something on one side of the map, you have to trade on the other side. Really well played there by IDNM.
Yeah, and they
Oh,
notice Whooper Simp getting some wards down in the jungle, so go ahead and try to engage on this Siggy. And ooh, little sidestep from Whooper Simp, but now going to get stunned up by Dyslexic. Where's the damage actually going to come from for this? Winged, just turning back around with that Pop Blossom. Karasuda here, just layering down some autos. J Crazy dives into the fray, back through with that Onslaught of Shadows. A lot of AoE damage as Karasuda
wow.
walks back through. They do trade shutdowns, importantly. Now Doinby, I don't know what happened with that mid lane 1v1, but he's pretty low. Cardinals comes in with the World Ender, not able to find that kill, and everybody just gonna head. Looks like some jungle camps in favor of ROTM gonna be the net victory for them.
And the big part of that fight that sort of made it trade evenly was a massive ult coming out from Jay Crazy, getting the maximum fear on 3 members of ROTM, able to trade that kill back then, you know, pick up the kill on a Karasuda. And
Uh, Hulk
we're
has
all
no
pretty even.
backup right now. Oh, teleport coming. Oh, never mind. It's Winged is here, but the teleport coming in from Doinby means that they're gonna have to back off for the time being. Uh, I don't know why I didn't notice the second Nunu on the minimap, but
Yeah, I
sometimes
did
you
as
just
well.
work all day and then come and cast a series and things happen, you know.
Imagine.
Um, yeah, Molinax is feeling pretty good up here in the top lane though. 2 level advantage, getting close to his first completed item, and Cardinals is gonna be pretty hard pressed once he starts getting these items completed to even contest some of this farm.
I mean, he's having a lot of trouble already, falling behind more than 20 CS, and oh,
Oh,
IDNM's actually coming top here.
yeah, Hulk with the
Oh,
flash away. He's got the speed boost from the Nimbus cloak. Is Doinby gonna warp him in with Realm Warp? Doesn't look like it. They're kind of gathered. I guess it was the Blast Cone they were gathering for, not the Realm Warp. But um, instead, just going to be the Scuttle Crab and some more pressure being put down. Uh, yeah, RTM, again, kind of feels like they've stalled out a little bit right now. They had huge advantages early and now having a little bit of trouble pressuring them. And now Winged might be in a little bit of trouble in mid lane. Never mind. They're going to give up on that chase, as they probably should. But
yeah, definitely. And RTM, you know, you take a look at the kill lead and you see the 9 to
oh, Hex
6,
Splash
but
in. They're looking for Whooper Simp. A lot of damage coming through. He gets the ultimate back in, but Dyslexic's already taken him down. The Magnet Storm pulls in Siggy, but it's just not enough as he's able to flash away. But they grab the kill, and they should be able to get this bottom lane tower as a result of that. Although they have to be careful because J Crazy and Doinby hanging around. The Realm Warp available, but they smell it. That's really good.
really good awareness there, not to greed, not to try and push up and take down that turret, because they would have definitely been taken advantage of with both Doinby and Jay Crazy there. And instead, Wing Nation is able to stay mid, pick up that first turret, pick up a bit of gold there for his pockets. Feel pretty good about that, taking advantage of Doinby's roam to the bot lane.
Yeah, Everfrost completed for Winged and Doinby here in the mid lane. I'm not. I'll admit to not being super up on Ryze builds. Is that the typical build you think?
It seems very reasonable. You know, you can chain the roots together. It gives you a little bit of extra wave clear. Not that you need it as Rise, but I think that makes a lot of
Oh,
sense.
they're
The item
behind
is very
Siggy and
strong.
Woopersimp now. Big engage looking from Dyslexic. He gets the knock up onto Woopersimp. They're trying to chase down Siggy. He gets just knocked through, able to flash. I don't know actually how he got away, but he had the on the hunt speed, and he'll just zoom out. So it's just one pick for ROTM. But look at the timer. That Cloud Dragon, unfortunately, it's a Cloud Dragon, but it's up here in 5 seconds.
Yeah, our team doing a really good job of looking for the picks right before the objective spawning. We saw them look for a game one and just not be able to find them. This time around, finding them pretty consistently means that they're going to be on Soul Point at 17 minutes, which with their team composition is very much playing towards their win condition, doing a really good job of securing those early objectives here. Going to be traded for a Rift Herald on the other side of the map. Last game we saw a similar trade. You know, RTM being the ones who picked up that second Rift Herald. Didn't get too much from it. So we'll keep an eye on that, see if IDNM's able to get some turrets off of it.
Yep, turret top, exchange for turret bottom. All of these symmetrical trades continuing to come out, and that means that both teams are probably playing pretty optimally, which is really good to see. Cardinals trying to take a trade and just getting bursted down. Well, not bursted. I guess like whittled down by Molinax would be more correct. And now Jay Crazy going to look for that dive. He's got flat. He just doesn't pull the trigger on flash again.
I mean, it looked like he wasn't quite ready. The Hecarim came in very fast and just didn't have the reaction to actually try and disjoint the Hecarim E.
Yeah.
Maybe get out. Dyslexic is
Dyslexic's
really far up with no backup.
He's threatening that he's got support. He doesn't actually have it, but I guess IDNM didn't know that, so they're respectfully backing off for the time being.
Which is probably the right call. It'd be insane for Rel to walk up, you know, and act like she's gonna 1v4 there. So, respecting it a little bit, just taking the kill as enough for them right now. And this Yone is just absolutely massive right now. 2-1-2, personally up 2,000 gold over his lane opponent. I was excited to see what he was going to buy there. He ended up canceling his recall and clearing out another wave, but you know, sitting on 1,500 gold, yeah, is going to be a big issue here in these team fights for our team to deal with.
Yeah, we'll see if our team has enough lockdown to prevent him from really popping off. But he's got the ability to interrupt the Nunu ult. He's got the ability to dive backline or to get away if he overdive. Like, it's a good champion once you get a couple of items underneath your belt, as it turns out.
Definitely. Though if there were an 80 carry that I wanted to be playing against Yone with a chance to not get instantly blown up, I think Vayne makes a lot of sense. You can dodge out on a lot of his abilities and try to actually duel him. I'm not saying it's favored, but as far as 80 carry versus Yone's go, Vayne should have a pretty okay shot at it.
Yeah, this is, I think, the kind of danger critical situation for ROTM. They really can't afford to stall out right now. And just ping pong waves back and forth through this mid game. They need to try to find a fight, and luckily they're on Soul Point, so they can maybe force that one. Although I don't know that that's even valuable enough necessarily for IDNM to come out to play.
I think it's definitely what they're playing for, is just that dragon being able to pick up that soul. But as you had mentioned, you know, it's only Cloud Soul, unfortunately, meaning that the value on it isn't super duper high. So their only real win condition, you know, isn't in 2 minutes with dragon. It's, you know, in another 5 minutes after that with the Elder being pressured. You know, it's the only time that IDNM really has to fight them. By then, I'm not sure if our team will be strong enough to be able to deal with the scaling here from IDNM.
Yeah, we
It's
need to keep
already
an
the items coming through.
Yeah, I was gonna say we need to keep an eye on the Yone and the Sivir inventory particularly. They're going to use the On the Hunt.
Ooh.
Very fast initiation, looking for Karasuda, but a good flash. Going to get him out to safety. Dyslexic with a little disengage from the ult, but the Death Defied comes in and picks up Karasuda. Molinax onto the backline, looking for a little bit more damage, but pops back to his Spirit, and that's a pick right before Dragon spawns for IDNM. I don't... It might almost be a little too much time for them to set up, but they can at least get vision control and maybe bush bait. They have a couple of options available now.
Yeah, the Dragon Pit is now theirs. They have full pressure around it, and that massive engage with the Hecker and with the Sivir ult is so hard to deal with for RTM. A great flash from Karasuda, but on the backside of the fight ends up getting caught out by the Yone ultimate, means that it doesn't matter. He's still going to end up
Oh,
falling down.
Dyslexic
Oh,
just walks straight into the enemy team, takes a lot of damage to start off with, but they get the shutdown
Yone's
onto the Yone.
dead.
The Blossom from Winged finds 3. It's a double kill for him. They're onto the backline. They rip through the Sivir. It's a huge shutdown. Set getting tossed around, beat around. He flashes forward looking for Hulk, but he's got the blast cone. He gets the heal, and it's the Bud Light ace for ROTM. Out of nowhere, they find the fight that they've needed to blow open the game.
What a massive fight there from our team. And looked like Dyslexic was the one that had gotten caught. But our team had enough CC, had enough lockdown to make sure that Molinax ended up going down on the front side of that fight. And then just a massive pop blossom from Wing Nation is able to secure the fight for ROTM. And right when the game started to look scary, right when it looked like IDM was getting a lead, RTM finds the pick that they need to and should be able to pick this up. Teleport's coming in though.
Yeah, teleport in from Molinax. Maybe hoping to catch them doing the Baron a little bit slow, but not going to be able to pick that one up. And Cardinals is still continuing to solo out the Dragon on the bottom side. Hulk is going to join him, and that Cardinals is not the most healthy there, but they do pick it up. So Cloud Soul, Baron buff, 5,000 gold lead, well 4,000 gold lead for ROTM, not to oversell it, and a pause. All right, well, never mind. Not going to hype that up anymore.
Yeah, just a massive swing there for our team, really taking advantage of that pick there and just getting everything that they can. This is exactly what they needed. You know, it was starting to look a little scary for them.
Yeah, we were getting a little worried about the scaling, but now they really need to have a good Baron buff, I think, to blow this game completely wide open beyond the chance for IDNM to come back. Because if they're holding on to their base, there's still a chance with 6-item Sivir, 6-item Rise, 6-item Yone.
Yeah, like we had highlighted earlier, you know, Sivir isn't going for lethality build, which means that this is the Sivir of yore. This is the crit, 6-item Sivir that will be able to just perma clear waves. So our team definitely needs to look for something to be able to actually close this game out.
Yeah, didn't get any word about why the game was paused, but they did ready back up in the chat. So we should start here just a couple of seconds. There's actually the countdown timer started, so oh, I lost the scoreboard. How'd I do that? How do I pull the scoreboard back up? Oh, there we go. Okay. that was really weird. I hit tab, I think, without alt, because I have to, yeah, and it just got rid of the scoreboard. It was gone. Yeah, so now ROTM Baron buffed up, set up 4-1. Looks like toward this mid lane. Doinby is just shoving in this bottom lane, maybe looking to pick up a cheeky outer tower for himself. Hulk going to threaten the snowball dive, and that means that the tower should be secured for ROTM. And they'll get to push on to the next one. Cardinals has pushed up a lot without these minions to really back him up. He gets a pretty even trade overall, which is kind of surprising given the state that we've been in for most of this game.
Very surprising. But good to see if you're an ROTM fan that, Cardinals isn't, with that Baron buff is able to actually hold the Yone in the side lane.
IDNM aren't in their base right now. They're just going to let this crash into their tower. That's a huge amount of damage that'll come through if nothing else. Why did they leave their base? Yeah. They have wave clear. They can stand there and hit the minion. I don't know. It's a confusing time.
They're giving up the inhibitor as well. And just a couple more hits, the cannon's going to be able to take it down. And our team just got the inhibitor for free. We thought that they would have to deal with a lot of wave clear on the side of IDNM, but IDNM just positioning poorly there and giving up.
Yeah, and now they're even going to cut off the rest of this minion wave, the rest of the team from joining up here. So the minion wave will crash into this inner tower. This is a really good Baron siege from ROTM. They've set up more. We're used to seeing them kind of stall out with the Baron buff, so it's really nice to see how aggressive they're being with this.
Yeah, taking full advantage of the mispositionings here from IDNM means that they're able to pick up 4 different turrets there as well as the inhibitor and balloon this lead up to 6k in their favor. And
Yeah, now even some extra jungle camps on top of it, just trying to maximize the amount of gold that they can get out of this this power play that they have. Still should be about a minute left on it, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see if
Yeah,
they
but
can
they
set up
did
toward this bottom lane. I like
took
them going back to spend the gold, though.
yeah, they took their reset, so losing out on the rest of the Baron timer means that they probably won't be able to get too much, but they have quite a bit of pressure. They picked up quite a bit of gold. They're sort of set to, take this fight in just a couple minutes at the Elder. Elder and Baron actually both spawning within 15-20 seconds of each other, so be really interesting to see the dynamic around that on which team or which objective each team decides to pressure.
Yeah. Which do you feel like teams are favoring
Elder.
the same objective? Just Elder. Elder for
I
both?
I don't think you can give up Elder if you're IDNM, just because once you lose it, you just sort of lose the game. You can't win any more fights. Um, I think RTM just wants to close the game out. You don't want to stall it by letting them get Elder and you can't fight them for 3 minutes. I think that both teams probably want to face Elder. Unless they're able to just cheekily start Baron on spawn. There's 20 seconds offset, so potentially you could force it and pressure the other team into having to come over and contest you.
I actually like
But
this setup, though. ROTM not going to give them a break and just allow them to ping pong waves for 2 minutes. Instead, they're going to find the Hecarim in the jungle. Do they actually have the damage to burst him out? Karsuda's in a lot of trouble, going to be taken down to start off the fight. Teleports in a little bit late. Wing Nation gets stunned up. In the meantime, the Pop Blossom not going to find anything this fight, and RTM might have overextended through this jungle. Jay Crazy finishes off another kill. Hulk and Dyslexic and Cardinals now trying to regroup on the other side of this fight after taking out the Sivir. It's a 2-for-1, but it looks like RTM going to escape with the rest of their members out of the back of the fight.
what an insane fight. It started out with Jay Crazy. It looked like he had fallen asleep, walked straight into 4 people, but just a massive Yone ult able to clip Karasudo once again on the vein and blow him out at the beginning of the fight means that RTM just doesn't have the consistent DPS to actually be able to kill this Hecarim. It's kind of crazy how that fight started, that IDNM still came out on top. This Yone is very scary.
Yeah, 1 minute to go on Baron. You can see neither team super interested in it, honestly. Just the couple of pink wards on that side. Instead, all of the participants in the game kind of filtering toward this dragon area that's going to be that big point of contention that you mentioned, and feels like the game kind of on a knife's edge right now. RTM has the advantage. They probably don't lose the game straight off of one objective, but you can't imagine that they can let this team scale for too much longer.
Absolutely. If you lose the objective and you just lose that pressure, you're giving them so much time to just farm back into it. So you just can't afford it. Even if you don't lose the game right away, you lose your win condition in it, which, is basically the same thing. But they have been able to pressure in. They're clearing out some of the vision of IDNM. The established pressure. 25 seconds on the spawn here.
Yeah, Baron is up in 3, 2, and 1, so the purple worm has returned to the pit, but now 15 seconds to go on this Elder Dragon, and you can see IDNM just kind of chilling around mid lane, and Cardinals spots them all out very importantly, so they're not off the map, they're not going to... they have Realm Warp available to do something cheeky if they want to just go for Baron. ROTM is just going to grab bot lane pressure and try to push in on this base. Do we have a base trade? What? This is a... kind of an interesting situation. Yeah, Elder spawned, tower being rushed down, RTM going to grab that one, but now Elder going to be started up by IDNM. They need to get there very quickly. 8,000, 7,000 health, it's starting to tick down. Cardinals spots them doing it, 5,000, 4,000. In comes Hulk, looking for the steal. He's in on top of the Dragon, but it goes to IDNM. It's secured by Sivir. Jay Crazy with a big ultimate, but the Pop Blossom trying to trade this one back. Mullen Axe gets the ultimate. They're starting to chew through, but it's 2, 3 kills for ROTM. Sivir running out of the top of the fight. The Realm Orb not taken by Doinby. Trying to just pump some damage, and he gets the execute onto Hulk. He gets the execute onto Dyslexic. He continues to kite out. It's a triple kill for Doinby. That might have saved the game, but ROTM wins the fight overall.
An insane fight. RTM for some reason completely ceded control of the pit, ended up 50-50ing it, and somehow Siggy's the one who ends up securing the Elder. Wow. Our team somehow winning the fight, but only barely means that this game is going to be stalled out for a few more minutes. You can't exactly push 2v1 into the Sivir. Means IDNM, after that triple kill from Toynbee, is going to get a few more minutes to just sort of farm here. The Baron has spawned, but I'm not sure what each team's going to do there. If they're going to try and start it right away. Sivir still has Elders, so it's still very scary.
Yeah, and that Elder going to make her
Jeez.
much more of a threat. Still sitting on the 2 items, not a huge amount of attack speed to speak of. That burn, you can see ticking a little bit onto Cardinals. It's not an insignificant burn right now. Um, But yeah, Baron looks like it's going to be the target for ROTM. They've got all 5 here. They've got all of their ultimates back up. They're missing every flash, importantly, so we'll see how they're able to play this fight. Baron down to 5,000, down to 3, down to 2. Jay Crazy into the pit. It's another 50-50, and this time Hulk comes through. They grab the Baron. They grab a kill onto Jay Crazy, and now ROTM might have the run of the map. Tower traded for Molinax in the bottom lane, so they have to keep an eye on that Yone split push, but in comes ROTM toward the top side. Cardinals going to push in mid currently.
And IDNM didn't seem like they wanted to contest it. They just threw their jungler in just to see if they can get a miracle steal, but deciding at just farming it out, they didn't want to force the fight there. And RTM is, foot is down on the gas pedal. They got the Baron, they're pushing in. They need to make something happen here.
Oh. Yep, now the Sivir wave clear going to start to stack up, but Cardinals is onto the inhibitor at the same time. They're trying to guard this this cannon minion. It's gonna eventually start to stack up some damage. That's a huge bounce though. Cardinals does not have any magic resist, and you can tell. But yeah, now tower whittled down. ROTM going to be able to break through in the top lane. Meanwhile, Cardinals still hanging around mid. Doing B though, huge damage. Gonna chunk through Dyslexic, forced to use that crash down for the shield. Big ultimate though, Whooper Simp coming in. Nunu ult just trying to zone back out. Karasuda still alive on the backside. The Pot Blossom doesn't matter. Shut down onto Wing Nation. And ROTM falling apart here in the last stage. Jay Crazy jumps onto Karasuda, gets condemned back. I don't think they'll be able to eventually track him down. Although Yone has a lot of chase potential. Karasuda kiting back out. Just didn't quite have enough damage on the snapback.
On the flash expended there from Molin trying to pick off the Vayne. Vayne's going to be able to use the Empower to recall, just barely get away. And RTM ends up picking up the inhibitor, but they lose the fight afterwards, lose their mid laner. So, they get the pressure from the inhibitor down, but is it going to be enough for them to actually take control of this game and start pressuring the rest? They still have Baron on a few members, so maybe they can try and return to the scene of the crime and pick up that inhibitor mid, but the stalling out and the one fights from IDNM as the superior scaling team just seems really scary for ROTM.
Yeah, Cardinal still has the Baron buff, so he's willing to take this fight. Also has the Nunu in the back pocket. They know there's no flash on Molinax, and they pick the top laner. Really nice play by ROTM. We'll see if they can capitalize on any of that now. The super minions pushing in top lane should be able to help them out, but doesn't look like they're going to apply any pressure immediately. Still 2 minutes to go on the second Elder Dragon spawn. And again, we have another fight that could decide the game.
Yeah, kind of surprising that RTM was able to pick up that pick, but then they don't try and pressure anything with it. Just giving IDNM a chance back into the game, chance back to just, wait and let their top laner respawn. I would have liked to see RTM take advantage of Yone being down, but Dyslexic is so far up here.
Yeah, Hulk is looking for the pick that he can. Going to try to curve that one back around, but a good route from the Everfrost on the hunt popped as RTM now putting their foot on the gas. They're headed toward this mid lane inhibitor. Double inhibitor right before Elder Dragon spawn. If they can get it. Oh, yeah, Wing walks back in for the last auto and doesn't get punished for it, luckily. So ROTM kind of picked the pocket on that mid lane inhibitor, and now there's 2 lanes of super minions for IDNM to deal with. Recalls being channeled with 1 minute to go on the second Elder.
It's a little scary. Recalling this late means that you sort of give up a lot of the pressure that you would otherwise have around there. But IDNM also taking recalls, so they're not pushing and taking advantage of it right away. Just now coming out of base, but they definitely cannot give this Elder over. They need to be there to contest. I'd like to see RTM not give up complete and total pressure of the pit this time around. No reason to 50-50 it. Make the other team actually fight you.
Oh, Hulk maybe looking for Jay Crazy, gets the knock up onto him. They get the crash down as well. Karasuda here not able to quite pin him onto the wall, but they force the Onslaught of Shadows out, which has been a huge teamfight ultimate. Jay Crazy has done really well. Oh, a lot of damage over the wall from Wing Nation as he finds the Tangle Barbs. Doing B though. just can trade that one back. There's still no magic
So
resist
much
on
damage.
Cardinals.
No magic resist across anyone from ROTM. Just Rise is going to do so much damage in these team fights. Definitely the person to keep an eye on, because the longer he's alive, the longer he's allowed to combo.
Oh, they're looking
It's
for
gonna
the
tear him
engage.
apart.
Dyslexic goes in, just only going to get the pull onto Whooper Simp. A lot of flashes expended by IDNM, and now the dragon has spawned. Return to the pit. ROTM going to start that one up. Wing Nation just trying to zone as best he can. Uses the Everfrost, uses the Pop Blossom as he goes in. The Setold actually does a really good job trying to reset the fight, and it's going to break out, but Molinax has fallen. Big knockup from Dyslexic. Siki and Doinby still alive, but now it's only Siki left. They'll finish him off. It's an ace for ROTM. That's game number 2. They're going to level this series at 1. A quadra kill for Karasuda in the fight that mattered.
What an insane fight there. It looked like the settle to get Nico out of the team was going to be enough, but RTM able to turn it back around, kept their AD carry alive, kept their AD carry safe from the Yone, and RTM's able to take game 2 and even up the score of the series.
Whew. Well, a best of 3 remains in front of us. 2 games to advance to the semifinals. Yeah, I don't have too much more to say about that. We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with game number 3. RTM level the series at 1. Oh god, I've lost everything. Alright, there we go.
I'll be right back.
Thank you so much, Matsuro, for gifting 5 subs to the community. Hopefully you guys appreciate those. I don't know who some of these people are.
All right. I'm back.
Alright. Oh. Oh,
flexing the sunglasses emote.
Yeah, I think. Oh, we're one sub from our next emote slot.
Pog?
Assuming this update's live, it says 24. We need 25 for the next emote. I don't remember what the next one up was, but I had a draft link I need to send to you.
I have it.
Oh, okay. Cool. Because I don't know where to get it again. I think Wayne sent it to me? Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he sent it to me.
Okay. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 3. Started up the draft. Game number 1, IDNM outscaled, outlasted ROTM. Very even, back and forth, kind of boring game for game 1. Game 2 was a lot of firepower, though. ROTM took a commanding early lead, nearly threw it, but then found a couple of team fights at the end. What will game 3 have in store for us? So far, it's the same 6 bans. Oh, same 5
the
bans.
adaptation, Nunu being decided. Ooh, and then the Rel ban as well. I like both these adaptations actually from the teams. IDNM deciding that the early proactive jungler is a little bit too much to deal with, and RTM deciding that giving over Rel Blue 1 is not the choice, and Skarner being the selection. Again, Udyr's still open, Hecarim's still open. This time around, Skarner for Jay Crazy.
Yeah, it feels like a Hecarim angle for Hulk. You don't have to pick it right away. There shouldn't be any pressure until second ban phase potentially. But, you know, what's open for RTM? They have Gragas. So that's that's definitely a flex pick. I've seen Hulk play it. I've seen Cardinals play it. I kind of like that choice. What do you think about the early Gragas?
I think it's fine as long as it is flex. You know, especially the Emax Gragas top lane is something that's seen a lot of play recently, so I think it makes a lot of sense for our team to pick that up early. And then the Leona pick as well here, blind support, so just wanting that engage opportunity there from the bottom lane. It'll be interesting to see if our team decides to pick up the mid laner that was left open as Vel'Koz banned in the last 2 games. So this time around left open, see if our team decides to opt for it. But IDNM, covering the Galio, I think Galio makes a lot of sense with their team identity. You know, it feels like a lot of team fighting, a lot of engage. You know, I really like that pick actually from IDNM.
Yeah, then the Kai'Sa, who can follow up very naturally on the engage from either of those champions. That's pretty deadly little trio that they've got, and the Vayne going to be locked in for ROTM. So keeping the mystery of the Gragas pick. Will that be top lane? Will that be jungle? And we'll head into our second draft phase.
I was trying to say we didn't really highlight it, but there was a massive fight at the first Elder Dragon where Shiver ended up getting the Elder, where Karasuda on the Vayne ended up like 1v3ing on the backside of that fight and trading like 2 for 1. So the Vayne was pretty effective last game, so you know, don't hate to see it this game as well. And a little bit of insurance as well for the scaling.
Yeah, gonna have to pick up that Quicksilver Sash early so it doesn't become a victim of the Skarner and Galio. Gotta pay your taxes, as we found out on the LEC broadcast.
Yeah.
But yeah, Gnar, Camille, Akali, Nico. Not going to be played this game in ROTM. Now, probably need to show which side of that Gragas flex are going on, unless you blind Vel'Koz. It's going to be just a blind Aatrox, though, for Cardinals, which means the Gragas will be headed to the jungle for Hulk.
Yeah, which is interesting. Gragas jungle hasn't seen a ton of play recently. You know, ever since the item changes, he doesn't clear as fast as a lot of the other junglers. He doesn't have that many great synergies with the items, so it was sort of in a weird spot for a while, but you know, Hulk deciding that that's the direction he wants to go for this game. A lot of CC and disruption could make it kind of hard for Skarner to exist, though, so you know, I like that angle of it.
Yeah, so IDNM looking at their last 2 picks here. Orianna locked in for the mid lane,
Galio
so
support.
that'll be the Galio support then for Wooper Simp. And what is this last pick going to be? You get the opportunity to counter the top lane.
You can run back the Yone
Yeah,
if
the
you want
Yone
to.
felt good. Kayle would be fine. Although Kayle into Aatrox doesn't sound like the best matchup right now. It's about to get interesting in a minute. We'll see. We are live on the draft, so... Skarner top is a thing.
True.
Renekton.
Renekton.
Okay.
Very interesting. Most interesting. Yeah, and I think that's a natural pick. He can dash in to a Aatrox, make Aatrox miss the Qs. I think the pick makes a lot of sense. And then the Vel'Koz, the chimp that was left unbanned. Wing Nation opting for it. Yeah, a lot of range. I don't hate the pick.
Yeah. Not a whole lot more to say about that. These are two really solid team compositions. A lot of team fighting potential, a lot of pick potential. It's kind of a repeat of what we saw game number 2, but I think that these champions are maybe a little less explosive than those, so hopefully we don't see a return to the stall-out game of game 1. Apparently Hulk's client crashed, so it's going to be another minute or 2 before we get into Champion Select.
Yeah, and just looking at team compositions, I feel like IDNM once again sort of has the more generically good, traditionally good team composition. A lot of AoE, a lot of CC, a lot of frontline. It's very by the numbers. It's a very strong team composition without, really, there isn't there's a lot of ease of execution within the composition. I really like that they keep coming back to that. I think that's really valuable in this level. Some teams try to be just a little bit too cute with their picks, but IDNM just being very consistent with their picks. I like it.
Yeah, so game 3, trying to set the tone for the closeout of the series, put our first team on match point. It's traditionally a very big swing game. So we'll see if our team can ride the momentum from their game 2 win, or if IDNM, just make it 100% blue side win rate.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. That would mean that, our team could opt for blue side game 4, and then game 5, could be IDNM just trying to make the blue side 100% pick or 100% win rate across the entire series. Script leaked.
Script leaked. Who knew that Legends Esports was scripted? Well, they finally updated that they're live on their stream.
Yeah, I saw that. Looks like they're also 1-1, so. Pog. Close series.
Yeah, so a lot of close series tonight. Picks kind of going the way we expected, so nothing super weird coming out of this Champ Select, but we'll see. Once we get into game, maybe we'll have something a little special planned from both teams. We've seen, 5 stacks level 1 for both games. Do you think that either team starts to take a little risk, maybe go for an invade?
I think that the composition of IDNM looks a little bit stronger at level 1, so if there were a team to go for it, I think it would be them, but even then, it's not that much strength. It's really only Galio, and Galio's better if someone's walking into you, so it seems unlikely to me that either team would really be looking for level 1 here, but, you can't count it out. This is the last time that they won't be on match point, right? So if you're going to do something really spicy, throw a game at level 1, this is the last game forward, I think.
Yeah. Predictions up. Who's going to win game number 3? Just straight up predict it. Yeah, let's see some of those points. There's a light that's flickering in my house, which is a little worrying. I don't like that.
Yeah? Is it like a haunted flickering, or like it just needs to be changed flickering?
It's the only light that's flickering, so I'm going to assume haunted.
Okay. Gotcha. That's unlucky. Oh, fuck.
Well, again, we really appreciate you guys coming out to the stream uh, today. This is the Return of the Middlesticks stream. We cast pretty much every series that RTM plays. You can have your game casted if you donate enough stream points. So, yeah,
Or you can get our cool physical buttons.
they are very cool. I'll certify that. But yeah, if you don't follow the stream, please hit the follow button, as that does help us out quite a bit. But let's focus in. Game number 3. I'm getting tired. I think you're getting tired. The players have to be getting a little tired. Um, how do you think the nerves affect what we're going to see here in game number 3? I guess it's not nerves, isn't the right? The fatigue starting to set in.
Definitely. I mean, this is game 3. This would normally be the last one. And even the last best of 5 that our team ended up playing last week, it was a relatively quick 3-0, right? So, this game going at least 4 games means that it's gonna be longer than any series they've played so far this year. It definitely becomes harder to just be 100% clocked in, 100% focused throughout the entire thing. It could be really difficult, I think, to deal with.
Yeah, so let's take a look across some of our matchups. You mentioned the Renekton should have a pretty favorable lane against the Aatrox. Where do you think RTM has their advantage then?
So Gragas usually has more pressure in the early game than Skarner. A little bit more damage to bring to the ganks, as well as a bit more consistent on the CC. You always have the E-Flash opportunity. So Skarner wants to hit 6 before he does anything. So, again, early game advantage in that scenario. Outside of that, I don't think that there's anything that's really swinging either way. Orianna Vel'Koz feels really even. Vayne Leona versus Kai'Sa Galio also looks really even. I think that, bot lane might be kind of swingy, though, in terms of whoever's able to pick up the first couple kills. It could be really difficult for the team who fell behind to not just fall even further behind, right?
Yeah, so if you're Hulk, are you looking to return to that game 2 strategy and just gank bot nonstop early on?
I think you have 2 really good options because, this top lane is very favored towards Renekton. And if Renekton starts getting ahead, it can be really difficult for Aatrox to actually end up dealing with. So I think that either direction is looking one of the side lanes makes a lot of sense for them. Not to mention bot lane can be a little bit harder to gank from red side. So, wouldn't hate to see the focus being put on the soul lane.
Well, we'll see how it all plays out. Yeah, game number 3, series tied at 1, so both teams looking to take a 2-1 advantage heading into the last parts of the series. And, everything to play for here. Ooh, the double phase rush. I hate them from Skarner Orianna. And RTM
Oh,
dropping a skin on the Aatrox.
yeah, I don't know what happened there. He had a skin last game. Yeah, I don't know. 5 skin worked. Going down to 4 skin just seems like, yeah,
Like you might be
if
a
it ain't broke,
little
don't
exposed.
fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I killed
Yeah,
Aikido. That's
just the
unlucky.
just
Um,
the top there. Jesus.
um, yeah, nothing else super interesting. The Predator on Gragas. I know that Hulk favors that. Um, do you like that choice on the Gragas, or would you
I've
prefer to see a
never
different
liked
keystone?
Predator, but I think it makes a lot of sense on Gragas. If there were a champion that is very used to taking it, I think Gragas makes a lot of sense with it. Um, yeah, certainly. It's kind of interesting though. Skarner traditionally one of the other champions, at least last season, that would have taken the Predator, but 90% of tank junglers have just moved to phase rush instead. It's just kind of an interesting adaptation of the meta there. Phase rush is just too OP.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Doinbe's changed his icon every game as well. He had this Leona icon in game number 1. Now he's sitting on Zoe. I don't remember what he had for game 2, but
Wow, I'm impressed that you noticed that. Very impressed.
I also think it's weird that Siggy has had the Lee Sin icon as an ADC, but
Uh-huh.
whatever.
Oh,
All right, so
is
like,
this Spice? RTM's gooting together at level 1, This is the last opportunity for it without being on match points, so we'll see if they're able to get much.
yeah, Siggy gonna walk in and spot him out. So that was it.
They went for it. Jay Crazy already invaded, chilling next to the enemy Raptors. There's going to be able to get a good ward off. So the early pathing of Hulk might be a little compromised. Enemy team will absolutely know where he's at. And Cardinals actually ended up spotting out the ward there. Ping went down. It's actually tower range. Oh no. That means the Aatrox is going to hit level 2 on the first wave. Oh no. That feels so bad if you're Mullinax.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye. That might negate some of the advantage that the Renekton has in that early lane phase, but um, it's nothing if you can't capitalize on the advantage that you've got. We'll see how Cardinals is able to do. Already some Plasma Fissions just sneaking through for Wing Nation. Um, your Vel'Koz fact, did you know
Oh my god.
his AD scales at 3.14 per level, pi per level?
I did.
Okay, that's a loading screen tip, so that's I need more obscure Vel'Koz facts.
Yeah. um. Yeah, I think that Vel'Koz, very interesting. Again, banned both of the first 2 games, so RTM finally getting to play it, and already so much poke coming down from Wing Nation. Perhaps showing he's very comfortable on the champion. It's definitely one to keep an eye on as this game goes on. The level 2 push here.
Oh, they're going to hit it just very slightly first, and Dyslexic pulls the trigger on an engage. Sagi going to take that Silver Bolt's damage. Trying to trade that one back. That was a nice little Void Seeker. Oh, the dash just not quite able to get him out of range, so the Justice Punch lands. I think that went pretty well for Sigi and Wooper Simp overall.
Yeah, 1 HP bar for 2 HP bars on the side of RTM. Means that Siggy's feeling alright, he's a little poked out, but he has a big, strong, healthy support to stand next to him. A couple of health pots. Advantage there. Yeah. It's kind of quiet. Interesting. Hulk ended up going for the classic Predator clear, where you clear your top 3 camps and then recall to pick up the boots, so you have a keystone before the 4-minute mark.
Yeah, always nice to get your keystone before the game starts.
Yeah, it means he's going to be a little bit behind here. Gragas doesn't clear super fast as it is, so Skarner's always going to have that advantage. But with that recall as well, Skarner up 2 full camps, is already onto his crab, going to be able to pick that up as well. Very far ahead of Hulk in terms of XP. Ooh.
Yeah, not a huge amount of damage coming through from those plasma fissions, but really showing off that he can land the skill shots. And sometimes that's all that matters, right? You got to get in their head.
Yeah, it's a mental game. Once you start hitting them, it just becomes that much harder to dodge them. You start getting in their head and...
Yeah, so Hulk blue buff into scouting out the enemy red side is kind of an interesting jungle path for him. And the vision cone hit by Dyslexic means that they're aware of the jungle camp spawning currently. And look at the pings from It Do Not Matter. They're looking to maybe try to find Hulk, but in he comes with the Predator to mid lane. Gonna force the flash, at least trade that one with Doinby.
Trying it out means it's going to be really hard for Doinby to really stay alive in this lane, especially against the Vel'Koz that's already applying so much pressure. If you start getting poked down low without the flash to keep you safe, it just can be that much scarier in lane.
Yeah.
That said, Jay Crazy. Oh.
Gonna find an engage on to Siggy now, but Karasuda taking the brunt of this return damage. In comes Skarner looking for it, but Hulk is also here, going to turn into a 3v3 very quickly. Jay Crazy zooming in, but the Zenith Blade in onto Siggy, going to channel the teleport now. For the blue side, in comes Mullinax, but It's just going to make RTM back off, not overcommit for that kill. A bunch of summoners exchanged and everybody going to walk out. So ultimately the teleport advantage going to ROTM, but that only equalizes the number of teleports that exist in the game.
Yeah, really good disengage there by ROTM to make sure that Mullinax wasn't able to get anything for the teleport. Means that, oh, they would have lost farm top, but the teleport from Doinby is actually channeled to pick up the wave top. Renekton picks up mid. Really well played there by IDNM, sort of rotating their lane states to make sure that they don't miss too much in terms of farm off of that
Ooh, a lot
TP
of
play.
damage there from Karasuda. Has to be careful about the tower shot. Forward, though, he
Oh,
finds first blood. The 1v2 in the bottom lane for Karasuda. Only has to invest his heal, and he finds first blood.
it seems like the bottom lane of IDNM didn't realize that Vayne still had her heal available. Karasuda able to turn that around and pick up the kill on her own with, as you know, as a Vayne in a 1v2 at level 4 is feeling pretty good. Feeling pretty good.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting. An extended lane swap, it looks like, from IDNM with Renekton in the mid lane and Orianna up toward the top side now. Finally going to swap back, it looks like, but oh, winged? I don't think he's got damage right now. He hasn't gone back to base yet this game.
Yeah, it's the mental warfare. It's letting Orianna know, even though you just came back to lane, you're still gonna eat a Q for your trouble.
Yeah, I guess I'm so used to seeing winged level 6 just kill somebody over the wall that isn't expecting it. Jay Crazy's pretty low right now. Hulk sees him, has the Predator available. Oh, just gonna steal the Grop. Maybe? No, doesn't even get that one, unfortunately for him. Not quite able to find home on his belly bop.
Yeah, just applying the pressure though, and he had the backup of Dyslexic, who has spent quite a bit of time away from the lane, but with Karasuda being able to pick up the solo kill down there, as well as then taking a reset, you know, they aren't really getting punished for it. Good roam here by Wooper, but not going to be able to get too much off of it.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Level 6 is soon for both sides, and I think that we'll need to see Jay Crazy. I guess we don't need to, but Jay Crazy should feel compelled to make a play with his Impale available. And he's on the opposite side of the map from Hulk for the time being. Could be a good target down here in the bottom lane if Karasuda overextends a little bit. He's got his final hour available, but Dyslexic's only level 4 as he walks in. Hooper Simp just turning that one back in.
Doinby
is here.
The one down here.
I,
Sneak it into the bush there, and it feels like there should be pings going out like, hey guys, Orianna still isn't here. But he snuck into the second bush. Oh no!
Oh, the shockwave pulls him back in. The taunt gonna land, and they'll get the double kill eventually. Wooper Simp just finishes it off with the passive, but kind of an awkward little roam here, but Doinby able to find a huge shockwave, and they'll find the double kill in bottom lane.
What a crazy roam, just the timing on that. So much time invested into it, and you know, if you don't end up doing anything, you end up falling so far behind with it. But Doinby able to pick up the 2 assists, helping out his team there to stabilize the bottom lane that was looking a little bit scary for them. Really well played there.
Yeah, we do have to keep an eye, though, individually still falling a little bit off of the pace of Wing Nation, even with the 2 assists in his back pocket. So he'll have to be careful about how he navigates this. Might be good to see his team play a little bit around that. But gets the bot lane right back to even, maybe even a little bit ahead with their CS advantage. And now Hulk and Wing Nation pushing in, looking for Jay Crazy in his own jungle, just chasing that Scorpion out.
I'd expect that invade to be a little bit scary just because Skarner does have the Impale, and you know, our team doesn't have a whole lot of backup there yet.
Yeah, Doinby gonna get found by Cardinals. A lot of damage being exchanged. Not quite able to find the Infernal Chains, though. So just a disengage as Hulk finds Jay Crazy. RTM really looking to get aggressive here in the jungle and make sure that he can't enter and continue to farm up his camps.
Bullying the poor Scorpion boy out of his jungle, taking full advantage of their numbers advantage there.
Yeah, as a result of that, though, Cardinals gives up the CS advantage that he had in the top lane. He drops 2 waves, and Mullinax was able to scoop him up and re-equalize, so there's always that cost, and sometimes it's just not quite worth the roam. But for now, gold is 100% even this game. There's no difference between these two teams. Ooh, nice dodge, though, on that dice from Molinax. He's got the ultimate available, and it'll be significantly stronger than Cardinals is. It forces the flash out of the top laner in the 1v1.
Yeah, and especially after Cardinals was able to get that early CS lead up there in a matchup that probably shouldn't be favorable. You don't like to see that the moment they hit, or moment they pop their ultimates, Molinax still back on top.
Yeah,
But
this wave is pushing in. Hulk is snuck into the bush. And Karsuda going forward, looking for that cannon minion. Signals Whooper Simp to jump forward. They just can't quite find that damage. They do get the flash out of the Galio, though.
yeah, so not all for naught there. Though Hulk is missing out on a lot of efficiency. Every single one of his camps are up, but still saying even with Skarner is pretty good.
And Dyslexic really needs to hit level 6. I think lacking Solar Flare was a big issue on that, even that little gank attempt.
Definitely.
Oh, but flash in a Hulk. Oh, the flash away, though. Lifeform Disintegration Ray, not quite enough damage to finish off Doinby. The flash buffered just enough that Doinby could get away from the explosive cask.
And on cooldown, Hulk trading his flash.
Oh, he stole Rift Herald. We don't even get to see the smite fight happen, but Hulk walks in, steals Rift Herald away from Jay Crazy, and forces him to flee.
Which feels so bad. IDNM had been doing that for so long, and Hulk is able to just walk through mid, burn the flash of Orianna, and then just walk up and pick up the Herald, and immediately dropping it. Means that they're going to be picking up the plates mid, and that should be first turret going down. It's just such a massive swing over, just a weird little smite fight there.
Yeah, and completely off camera, worth noting, which is, you hate to see it. Thank you, Directed Camera.
Thank you, Directed Camera.
But yeah, our team grabs their first significant gold advantage. I don't know if it's even significant. 500 to 600 gold, but it allows Wing to go back and buy his Landries. So that feels pretty good. But Stridebreaker finished up for Molinax means that he's got infinite chasing potential now on the Renekton.
Definitely a very scary champion with that first item completed.
But Doinby and Jay Crazy returning to the scene of the crime here in bottom lane. We'll see if they can find another sneaky engage. Karsuda doesn't have flash available, tumbles away, and now Jay Crazy spotted on the ward, so the gig a little bit up. I like they have the bush warded as Molinax picking another fight here in top lane. Ultimates should be exchanged. Cardinals, there he's got the movement speed, now trying to turn that one back around. Teleport going to be channeled by Doinby. They're still going to go in, it looks like, and Molinax just finishes off one kill. I don't know why Cardinals went back in. It looked like they were securely out and then chose to continue pursuing the kill.
Yeah, it's kind of strange there. It seemed like they just weren't on the same page. It looked like Cardinals could have just walked away, but instead, going back in felt like they could take the fight. And unfortunately, it's just not the case. Ends up going down very quickly to Renekton's second set of cooldowns. As soon as that came back up, he just does so much damage. He's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, and even picking up 4 plates for himself. He's going to be a big boy. Let's take a look. Yeah, he's about 1,000 gold up onto Cardinals now. And because he rushed the Mythic, it even kind of exacerbates the problem, right? Oh, he even gets the full turret.
Yeah, no, he is very scary. Last game we saw him get a massive lead on the Yone. He wasn't quite able to carry it, but this time around, on the Renekton, another massive lead. That was just 1 Q from Vel'Koz. Wow. The finish Leandri's. Wing Nation is very strong right now for this dragon fight.
Yeah, dragon on spawn, though, for ROTM. They've started it up. They've got 4 people here. Teleport's behind, though. Do they see these? Now they finally ping them. Teleport being channeled from Cardinals as they're going to set these battle lines. 2,000 health left on the dragon. Solar Flare. Not able to find any stuns, but in comes Cardinals. A big taunt lands from Whooper Simp. A lot of damage from Wing Nation. They launch one back in. One for one. As battle lines redrawn, Lifeform Disintegration Ray just chunking through Doinby, actually finishes him off. Jay Crazy under fire as well. A double kill for Hulk as they're continuing just to pressure through. Molinax trying to dash away. Sigi gets hit by the Plasma Fission. EW not quite able to land from Wing Nation, but they find a 3-for-1 and they'll be able to take the dragon at the end of that one.
The fight had reset And it looked like both teams were extremely even, but the Lifelorn Disintegration Ray was still available for Wing Nation. He lands 1Q on a Doinby, and they get to just blow him up. That means ROTM comes out on top of the fight, evening up the gold there, as well as picking up the second dragon of the game there first. Is pretty massive, considering the last couple minutes it's sort of been going the other way. IDNM had been picking up advantages, but RTM able to come out on top of that fight.
But
And
now
again, off the back of finishing that Mythic early from Wing Nation, just so much damage.
yeah, now a spicy rift available, so a lot of attention should be paid to these dragon spawns, more so than last game where we saw the early Cloud Soul going down.
And definitely Infernal Soul would be a massive boon to whichever team's able to pick that up. So I imagine we're going to see fights every 5 minutes on the 5 minutes.
Yeah, more mythics being completed though. You got the Kraken Slayer Night Harvester on the side of ROTM, counter Kraken Slayer along with the Luden's. Do they go with Luden's Pulse? Luden's Tempest? Tempest.
Tempest.
What makes it a Tempest rather than an Echo, you think?
I could not tell you. I don't know. Some of their changes, some of the name changes just don't make a lot of sense. Like,
I don't
what was
understand
the
why it was an
Ospreys
Echo in the
before?
first place. On like it was just a staff, like it's a staff. I don't.
Well, so but like the damage was kind of an echo, right?
Yeah.
So you deal damage, and then there's a second round of damage afterwards.
Do you think it's kind of tempesty now, or?
I don't think so, but I don't. Again, not game designers. You know, we didn't get to come up with the names for these.
Well, that like Leandry's got even more metal. It went from torment to anguish. Just
Yeah,
sliding
it's
down.
just it's just synonyms here. Like I don't know why the change was made there. Ooh.
Oh, they're trying to bait in Molinax for the fight. Cardinals has a 2-level disadvantage. The Predator even popped on the top side. I don't think RTM wins this 2v2 should Skarner show up, and here he is. Jay Crazy headed in, but the Predator still popped. Oh, the
Ooh,
counter
wow.
flash was just in time, but he's still in range for the Impale because he kind of sat around. Cardinals trying to do what he can here, but Wing Nation over the side, looking to land anything that he can. The Lifeform Disintegration Ray chunks through Jay Crazy. Molinax in maybe a little bit of trouble as well, but they've traded 1-for-1, and that'll be a successful disengage for It Do Not Matter. Plasma Fission not quite going to find home, and Winged has to be very careful about how he plays the rest of the fight. As the Blast Cone over from Molinax, he gets onto him, but the knockup's there from Wing Nation. They shut him down.
What a great flash there from Winged, able to just barely stay out of range of the stun from Renekton. He's able to kite that one out. And what a great roam up there. He sort of turned around what was a very scary 2v2. Able to pick up our team's favor, and this bot lane also going in our team's favor. Ooh.
Yeah, flash for Leona ult, always a good trade. Not always a good trade, but most of the time a good trade. I'll cash it that way.
Yeah. And just from a numbers perspective, it looks like it should be favorable.
Yeah. Karsuit and Dyslexic still setting up maybe for a bush bait here. Now finally going to hit that recall, it looks like. Have to be careful, though, with Jay Crazy in the area. That Impale is almost back available again. We haven't seen him have the best Impales thus far, but now with the speed boost available from the Chem Tank means that we're going to need to see some of those QSSs come out for carries for RTM.
Definitely, very soon, especially because, you know, this Gragas, who usually has a lot of safety because of the Zanyas. Unfortunately, Zanyas doesn't help you very much against the suppression from Skarner. Means that if he does end up, you know, just walking a little bit too far forward, he can just get popped instantly. Which is very, very scary to have our team to have to deal with the Impale.
Yeah, looks like neither side going to be able to take this second Rift Herald this game. 19 minutes on the clock means about 40 until... I don't know exactly what happens in the animation anyway. Dyslexic walking in, Jay Crazy onto him, gets the Impale, slowing him down, and that'll be a nice pick for It Do Not Matter right before the dragon spawns here in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we had highlighted the Impale, and there they are taking full advantage of it. Just hiding around the corner and catching a support that was just trying to ward alone. Not enough backup to help him out. Oh my god, so much
yeah,
damage.
That Plasma Fission damage really stacking up for Wing Nation. Void Seeker gonna land, but doesn't look like anything. RTM they don't have an objective to trade right now for this. Maybe the top lane tower, if they can push in hard enough, but gonna have to give up this dragon, it looks like, for the time being without Dyslexic on the map.
Yeah, very disciplined decision there to just not coin flip it, not try and throw the game for, it's only their second dragon. It's not putting anyone on soul point, so aren't losing too much for it.
Yep, gonna try to take this top lane tower, it looks like, in answer, and they'll get it pretty handily. So, little gold advantage in exchange for the dragon. Not the worst looking trade in the world, but it do not matter again. Just trying to scale up. They have the Kaisa, they have the Orianna, but final hour pop for Karasuda. They don't quite find the stun, but the shockwave will pull Karasuda far enough away that he can't continue the chase.
And they'd gotten the flash of Orianna for free, but unfortunately having to trade back both of Vayne's summoners as well means the next fight is going to be that much scarier for her to have to deal with the Renekton as well as the Skarner. It's definitely something to keep an eye on. Burning your summoners like that as an AD carry it's definitely punishable. It's definitely something to see if he does get punished for.
Yeah, does have the stopwatch available, but again, that doesn't really help, although
wow.
Winged, big chunk through Jay Crazy. He's still got the Impale, uses the stopwatch. Jay Crazy gets chunked through with the Explosive Cask, and the Lifeform Disintegration Ray finishes him off.
And somehow Wing Nation on a Skarner zooming around at 700 MS was able to land the E, able to knock him up, and then use the Zanyas as well to just make the Skarner spend just a little bit too much time underneath the turret. Really well played there by Wing Nation to, stay away from the claws of the Skarner.
Yeah, still had barrier available if he even did get grabbed. I don't know that he'll get too far away. The counter QS. The first person in the game with the QSS. Who would you guess?
That's kind of nuts. I can't believe that Skarner's the one to go for it. I guess he's just QSSing like Leona?
Yeah, that's the Leona or Vayne are the two things that he can QSS, right?
Can you QSS flash knockup still or no?
You can QSS knockup and then flash, yeah.
Yeah, so like maybe Gragas ease him and he'll QSS flash, or he gets casked and he'll QSS flash. Otherwise, I don't know. It's not the normal.
Yeah.
I can see.
Yeah, Karasuda picks one up as well, so that's the person I would probably expect to pick it up first in this game, if we're being honest. But
yeah, the short-ranged AD carry against Skarner makes a lot of sense. I mean, not even just Skarner, there's a lot of value against Renekton, against Galio. QSS, very valuable this game.
Oh.
Did he miss it?
Yeah, he autoed it down to like 2 or 3 health, probably.
Sad.
And then Hulk even takes the blue buff.
Damn. How messed up is that? Vel'Koz out here 1v9ing. You take the blue buff away from him.
He's got to keep his CS lead. Jay Crazy looking for Cardinals in the top lane and not quite going to find him. Gets pulled back in with that Infernal Chain. Yeah, that Plasma Fission does a chunk of damage, by the way.
Just a tiny little
Especially after
bit.
the burn. He's even healing through with a refillable. Like,
it's just not enough. So much damage coming from this Vel'Koz. I mean, Vel'Koz has 2 completed items.
well, look at where Hulk is, by the way.
Alternator.
Hulk is behind the Kaisa, looking for this pick onto Siggy. Flashes forward. They finally used the Galio ult for the first time this game, but a really good explosive cask. So many shields coming out, though. Jay Crazy going to impale. QSS'd away by Karasuda. Do they actually find the fight? It doesn't look super great so far for It Do Not Matter. They lose their frontliner. They do trade one back, but immediately the pop, the double kill for Karasuda. It's continuing to chase forward. Siggy is low. One more auto, a triple kill for Karasuda. He's got the stopwatch and the ace for ROTM. Cardinals will tank up that tower and get out. ROTM will take the Baron as a result of that. They only lose Hulk in the process for 5.
A really great engage angle there from Hulk. Ended up coming from behind and catching the Kaisa, even though Kaisa was able to just barely eke out with her life, wasn't able to participate in the rest of the fight. And ROTM coming out on top of the fight there is pretty massive. Just this Vayne and this Vel'Koz are just so strong. It's so hard to deal with for IDM. And there's the Baron dropping as well. ROTM is in the driver's seat now, almost 6k in the lead here. Pretty massive swing for RTM. Wow, finished third item for Vel'Koz already.
Oof, the
Very
Horizon
scary.
focus, Jesus, yeah. Uh, so those Qs now do 20% bonus damage, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, is that all? Is it 20 or 10?
Wait, damaging a
10.
champion with a non-targeted ability at over 700 range or immobilizing them reveals them and increases their damage taken from you by 10%. Explosive
Ooh.
Cask from Hulk used to try to disengage. It was dodged out deftly by J Crazy, will say that, not just missed. But Dragon can be started up by RTM. They have Baron buff being worn, and they're choosing to go ahead for this Dragon and try even that up at 2. Now maybe look for the side swipe here in mid lane, the dissonance just to try to run away. They do have the movement speed to get out, it looks like, but ROTM can resume their push in mid lane now.
They have the inside track. IDNM is not in a position to defend this. RTM's going to get this turret for free and is going to pressure in for the inhibitor. We'll see if IDNM's in position after that to actually be able to contest this.
Yeah, Winged even bought a blue pot for this Baron push. They're really trying to increase the tempo right now. A lot of damage coming through. Just look, 1 Q onto J Crazy. And he should be the tankiest member on this team, probably. Maybe second after Renekton, but...
Somehow Winged is just finding perfect cues onto different targets here, just poking down members of IDNM. Ooh.
Yeah, another Q just sailing through, but the tower now being
Oh
wailed
my
away
God.
on by double supers. Siggy tanks 1 Q. The exchange of the Void Seeker just kind of mildly annoys Vel'Koz, but tower's fallen, inhibitor under fire as well. And RTM all of a sudden with a 7,000 gold lead. Pretty much out
Yeah.
of nowhere.
Just off of that massive team fight victory. They have a wave here bottom, so pushing is not done yet. They're going to look for this as well. And as we saw, if Winged lands a Q onto anyone on the back line, if he follows it up with a Lifeform Disintegration Ray, that person will absolutely pop. It's very scary. A balancing act here for IDNM is they don't want to give up their turrets for free, but if you stay there and contest too long, you might just get poked down by the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, they really need to find an angle. I don't think they can just charge through the front anymore with some of these tools that are available for ROTM. But, oh, the Cask
my
pulls in
God.
Orianna. Not quite enough damage, though, just to immediately pop. But that Night Harvester proc was pretty thick. And the siege continues for ROTM, unrelenting with this Baron buff.
A really nice shockwave kept Doinby from immediately getting popped, but ROTM still has the HP bars, so they're able to secure the turret and then just take their easy free reset. Just a massive gold lead now, 7,500 gold in their favor. They picked up several turrets there. Next objective isn't for another couple minutes, so we'll see if they go back to just sieging. And with the poke from the Vel'Koz, I think that they probably can just line up and make IDNM have to contest you.
Yeah, just walk up to a turret, make sure your flanks are warded. It feels like a very, very easy win con, is just to allow them to get poked out, play an ARAM, you know? Not usually that I would advocate playing an ARAM, but if you can force them to do it, I think that having a very fed Vel'Koz is one way to do that.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it would be favorable for RTM to be able to do that, but it looks like they're just playing it a little slow, spent all their money and just picking up some jungle camps here. So not trying to force too much too quickly. And 2 minutes on the next dragon, 2 minutes on the Baron as well. This will be probably our next big point of contention for both teams.
Yeah, waves just going to get ping-pong back and forth in the meantime. Let's take a quick peek over some of these items. Not a whole lot of new completions, although not going to get any break as J Crazy goes in. Going to pull Hulk back in, although he just says thank you for the engage. Not quite enough damage, though. The Shockwave pulls back into it's really big. In comes Siggy looking for that damage. The Lifeform Disintegration Ray just chunking through. 1 for 1 as Winged is low on the backline. Mullinax is onto the backline, just tearing through, and It Do Not Matter has found a really huge fight. They're continuing to look for Cardinals, and they'll finish him off as well. It's going to be an ace for It Do Not Matter, but what can they pick up now?
A massive engage there from J Crazy. It looked like it might get turned around by RTM, but a great follow-up shockwave from Doinby means that they're able to secure the teamfight win there, and that's just such a massive turn. It looked like the game was sort of out of reach for them, but still able to find the pick. They don't have the waves to actually be able to get anything off of it, and they're just going to be collecting the minions, try and pick up some gold to close up this lead. But the big thing is just that they stalled out ROTM and have gotten some of that lead back coming into this Dragon in 30 seconds. They're not just going to get blown out in the team fight.
Yeah, the
But
scary part for
ROTM,
them though is one more lost team fight is the game. So um, they need to play as careful as they can the rest of the way. But big team fight win for them. 19 seconds to go on another Infernal Dragon. 30 on Baron. Sorry, go ahead.
for RTM, it feels like their win condition is really keeping Wing Nation at arm's length from the side of IDNM. He ended up channeling his ult in the last fight and just immediately got jumped on by the entire IDNM team. So RTM really just needs to keep him safe. He's sorted their win condition right now. They're the first ones set up around Dragon, which is definitely favorable for them.
Yeah, Voidseeker going to land on the backline, giving them a little bit of vision onto Karasuda. Looking for the turn, it looks like, rather than the immediate fight. Oh, it's a huge explosive cask to try to ruin their engage, but Molinax is still onto the backline. He's just tearing through Karasuda. He's tearing through Wing Nation. The Galio ult, though, not quite enough to save Molinax on the backline. It's fallen apart a little bit for IDNM. Wing Nation's still alive. Karasuda did fall in that fight, but like you mentioned, the Vel'Koz stays alive, and that means the Dragon will be picked up by ROTM.
I'm going to be able to pick that up. Unfortunately for them, Karasuda was caught by the tip of the Galio ult, means he ends up dropping down, but I think ROTM's okay with that. They're re-securing their advantage in this game. If you lose 2 fights in a row, it becomes really scary, but this time around, able to stabilize there and not looking for the Baron with their AD carry down, instead just looking for the spot lane. Gonna try and pressure this. This does mean that the Baron is up and no member of our team is near it.
Yeah, Karasuda up in 4. You got about 5 left now on Doinb and Wooper Simp, so they have to be very careful about not overextending. We'll see if they can chunk through this tower quick enough. They don't have, you know, a character that shoots bolts out of a crossbow maybe in this fight, and also cannot join. They have to be so careful right now. Speed boost from Doinb. Big cask to try to disengage though from Hulk, and yeah, they didn't get the objective that they came for, but they also didn't lose anybody in the process. So
yeah,
you can exhale a little bit for RTM.
That cask was actually so massive, it ended up CCing Orianna just long enough that she couldn't get the shockwave. That shockwave would have absolutely caught Cardinals and meant that, you know, RTM either has to fight or just give up their top laner right before Baron. So really good cask there to disengage it. But now Baron is up, so both teams going to be headed that direction. That's the next big point of contention.
Yeah, a little bush bait here. Sigi, Wooper Simp, and Jay Crazy hanging around. Doesn't look like Dyslexic's going to give them this one. Waiting for some backup, and now RTM will sweep back through these wards, try to secure a little bit. Cardinals on the top, on the bottom side now with Maul and Axe separated from the rest of the team. Predator channel just to threaten, and yeah, RTM wasn't able to get through all of those wards. Importantly, how long on their sweepers? Looks like quite a while before they'll have either sweeper back up. So RTM can't really walk into the Baron area, but neither can IDNM start it up. So
both teams playing very respectfully. With the last few fights, this game has swung quite a bit. So the next team to lose a fight sort of potentially loses the game. Both teams not wanting to overcommit or force the Baron, just sort of picking up the last amount of gold for their items. Ooh, Karasuda ends up finishing up the Guardian Angel. He's had a lot of trouble staying alive in these fights, so with the QSS, with the Guardian Angel, has a lot of opportunities to stay alive. You know, it's very big item completion there for ROTM.
Yeah, as a result, his damage is going to be a little bit lower, though, with the double defensive item. Still a fair bit, though. Vayne will always do damage, but you know.
Yeah, and Vayne will not be lacking, especially against, you know, looking at Molinax's items. Sterix is historically pretty awful against Vayne because it doesn't give you any resistances, and the extra HP just sort of gets eaten up by her true damage. You know, it just kind of feels bad that that's the main champion that you're diving with the Renekton, and unfortunately, it's gonna do a pretty good job of killing you here.
Baron's still on the table. Minute 45 to go on that Infernal Dragon, which would be Infernal Soul for RTM, and Hulk going to get engaged upon. They're going to have to give him up immediately. Is that enough for it do not matter to go ahead and start up the Baron? It looks like they're going to try.
It's a little bit scary. There's a lot of poke potential from Vel'Koz, but the teleport being expended as well.
Yeah, teleport in from Molinax. He dashes in over the wall. Are they in vision? They're in full vision, but RTM going to give up the Baron. So it do not matter now with essentially a pause timer, but they're going to have to fight here in a minute 15.
Yeah, that Dragon's the next big fight, and RTM deciding that they just didn't want to risk it in the 5v4, as well as getting the recall off for Wing Nation. He finished up his death cap. If the Squid wasn't doing enough damage before, now even more going to be coming out from Wing Nation. The Xerath is very scary. Oh, are they
Oof.
gonna... Did they see him? Oh my
Oh,
god.
he uses World Ender.
Yeah, it's not a super long cooldown. 50 seconds, so it will be back up by the time the dragon fight starts. So not the end of the world, but it's just so scary. The
The
Kaisa W gives...
cooldown for World Ender isn't the end of the world?
No, it will not be.
Okay. Just being clear that was what you said. Um, Cardinals needs to rejoin the team. Jay Crazy
Oh!
looking for the engage. He's got the speed boost. Winged forced to stopwatch. Can they actually save him from this fight? He's able to flash out, but Karasuda's in trouble. He's into the GA. Winged just trying to kite away from Jay Crazy as best he can, but they've managed to turn this one back around. Siki's low on the backside. Cardinals tanking up, getting a lot of healing, but it eventually gets chopped down by the Kaisa. In comes the Galio ult just to try to reset the fight. Lifeform Disintegration Ray not doing a whole lot, but there's just no health bars available for either side, and they're both going to head back to base for the time being. No, ROTM's headed right back for that dragon. They're on top of so many pink wards. This is kind of a
scary.
Yeah, this is kind of blind man's bluff right now.
It looks like they're just going to take the gentleman's agreement that both teams are going to reset here. Get a chance to heal and then run straight back, because this is still sole point if RTM's able to secure this dragon.
Yeah, and importantly, that Zhonya's won't be up immediately for ROTM, so a lot of less safety for Vel'Koz, and it do not matter. It's going to be the first ones into the pit. In comes Dyslexic just to sweep through the vision. He has to be so careful. Doinb throws out the ball. He gets hit by the Void Seeker, uses the Solar Flare, looking for the engaged Lifeform Disintegration Ray across, just kind of helps disengage a little bit of anti-synergy, but it chunks through the health bars of Sigi and Doinb. Now he's going to have to hit the recall. He's got teleport to rejoin. Dyslexic is super low. Cardinals is just doing wolves right now, but in he comes from the side. Dyslexic has no health remaining. The dash forward, the Q isn't quite enough damage. The belly bop to try to disengage, but he gets pulled back in. Hulk is down, but Karasuda is still alive on the backside, just trying to go through some of this damage, but now he's on top of Molinax, finds the kill. He's going to find Dyslexic as well. 2 kills for It Do Not Matter, and Vel'Koz forced away. That might have been the fight that It Do Not Matter needs now to turn this game on its head. They have a gold lead. They're going to get soul point now. Oh boy.
Yeah, evened up at soul point, but even with that fight win, there isn't that much to get here. As long as RTM doesn't end up, offsetting their death timers and giving IDNM, a match here, they're still in it. Even though this is a massive swing of momentum compared to where RTM was just a few minutes ago, where it felt like they were firmly in control, just consistently getting caught out here and just not being able to come out on top in the team fights. It feels like Karasuda and Wing Nation just aren't able to put out the damage like they need to. They just aren't safe in these fights. The front line of IDNM as well as the picks from the Skarner have just been so pivotal in these fights.
Yeah, and importantly, you're noticing Hulk and Winged have not paid their taxes. And that's what's been costing them, is these Skarner pulls onto Vel'Koz, onto Gragas to start off these fights. And they have the Zanyas, they have a little bit of safety, but it just hasn't been enough.
It feels like Gragas definitely needs to pick up the QSS, just because the moment that he tries to exist in any team fight, it's just a free pull. Vel'Koz, I think, can play well with the Zanyas because he doesn't have to be as close to anyone in the team fight. But yeah, it feels like Hulk just needs to pick it up at this point, because it's sort of becoming a liability as they try and set up around these objectives. But IDNM doing a really good job of finding these picks. Jay Crazy in the right position to set his team up for success. Doing a really good job this game.
Yep, Molinax going to pick up another tower, extend their gold lead out to about 2,000. Minute 20 to go on Baron 3 for the game. Both sides have secured 1. Both sides have secured 3 dragons. It's pretty symmetrical thus far, even 1-1 in the series. These teams seem like a pretty good match for each other, as it turns out.
Yeah, the series is exceptionally close so far, and aren't going to see too much action for the next minute. But ROTM doesn't have any vision around the objective, around the bear, and it seems like when they're pushing in to try and establish vision is when Skarner's able to find these picks. So I'd like to see him try and establish something, because well, at least they're walking in together now, as opposed to the last couple times. But they really need to get something down and quit giving Skarner free picks.
Yeah, and you can see the way that IDNM are playing around this vision control that they have. Jay Crazy just zooming in, seeing if he can find a free pick, but doesn't need to commit for anything. Cardinals is walking toward the fight. He's not even safe, right? As tanky as Aatrox is, as much, drain tank as he's got no way to really be able to contest. But now that they see IDNM leave toward that bottom side, they feel free to sweep through the Baron pit. They don't have any
Spawning.
sweepers available, but in comes the Baron spawn. They could be on it right now. IDNM has no idea. They need to walk in now to look for that contest. Cardinals not quite able to find that first stance, but he gets pulled in by the Skarner ult to start off the fight. The cast just to try to disengage. The Shockwave just missed everything. Hulk over the wall looking for Sigi. Can't quite find the kill. They've channeled the Galio ult. 1 kill already for Wing Nation. He's able to shut down the Kaisa. Karsuda running over the backside of the fight. They find 3. ROTM find the picks, and now they're going to push in mid.
Yeah, and IDNM just ended up not getting a great Skarner Impale. Didn't have enough damage to actually be able to take Cardinals down, and now Doinby has to defend.
On to Doinby. Can he actually get enough damage for the kill? The Predator popped for Hulk in pursuit, and he's going to find it with the smite and the Predator.
And RTM should be able to just pick up game
Ball and
3
axe
here.
Popping in, and I guess that's it. All right. Well.
Oh, fun. Bit anticlimactic there.
Bit of an anticlimax, but ROTM going to secure game number 2. Advance to game point now. 1 game away from securing a spot in the semifinals. We'll see if they're able to close it out, or if it do not matter, can send us to scrapes. You won't want to miss that. Come back in just a couple of minutes. One of these times I'm going to actually type the text into the box beforehand so that I don't have to just delay.
No, that's what your producer's for. I really need to refill my water and go pee. I'm starting to lose my voice. What the fuck?
Yeah, same.
I'll be right back. Oh, draft started up. If you're around.
Whew. All right, welcome back. Game number 4. We're really going for it tonight. RTM back on blue side. 100% win rate for blue side is gone.
Sort of ruined that.
Yeah, so there went that narrative. We got to find something else, I guess. Game number 3 was a back and forth. A heavily contested game. Our team came out on top thanks to just a couple of sneaky picks around the Baron area, and these bans all look pretty familiar from last game actually. And this is going to leave the Rel up.
Yeah, I'd assume we see a blue 1 Rel here. But interestingly enough, the Skarner ban means that well, I guess that was banned game 1 and game 2. Never mind.
Yeah. This isn't this Champions League music I wanted. Disappointing. Let me find. I gotta find the right one. I gotta find my jam.
It is still 100% win rate for Rel this series, right? Yeah. So we still have that narrative.
Okay.
The blue 1 Rel has 100% win rate. Yeah, that's the real power of blue side, right? Is that they're picking up that Rel. Oh, and Rakan being the pick into it from IDNM doesn't feel like it's traditionally a favorable matchup for Rakan, but it must be falling back onto comfort here for Wooper Simp. Yeah, really interesting pick there. You can't really cancel anything from Rel. But maybe when Rel jumps on your team, you jump on their team. I mean, it's just a trade of engages. And then the Xayah as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Xayah, a little bit of safety past level 6, but you still have to get there. This should open up a vein for Karasuda, I would imagine. This still isn't the champ select I wanted, but this champ select theme is a banger. Apparently 2017 LCK.
Ooh.
I really like the original LCK one. That was what I was trying to find. I think I have it bookmarked somewhere. But oh, it's the Kaisa for Karasuda.
And then the Hecarim Rel combo as well. The equestrian comp for ROTM. And then the Aatrox as the takeaway, actually, from IDNM. Cardinals had played it the last couple games, but perhaps deciding that they just didn't want him on that anymore.
Yeah, now they can
just show something different.
Yeah, now they can really pinch him though. They can ban the Gnar, they can ban, whatever else they want. Maybe a Camille, maybe what else has Cardinals played? Oh god. Ornn? He's played Pantheon. That might actually be a good ban. But yeah, you have that opportunity now to pinch top lane and get a good matchup for your Aatrox. I like this quite a bit from IDNM, but it's going to open them out up to being shoved down that jungle tier list.
Yeah, definitely. We see the Olaf ban already coming through. And only Skarner and Hecarim played by Jay Crazy so far this series, so we're going to see something new out of him. The Udyr still open. At this point, I just assumed that both junglers just don't play it. But we'll see what they wanted to Hecarim. Karthus is historically really good at Hecarim. Sounds stupid, but he just basically can't fuck with you. And Karthus just gets the skill for free. I'd be surprised if we saw that pick.
Yeah.
Oh, Xin Zhao.
Xin Zhao. Newly buffed Xin Zhao. I like that quite a bit. I played him. He feels really good. I don't know that it was like a super significant buff, but it feels really good.
Yeah, I tried to read the buff like 3 times, and each time my eyes glazed over, so honestly, he can like dash super far and his W's longer?
Yeah, so like his W, Wind Becomes Lightning, one of the dumbest ability names in the game, now is 1400 range. And then if you poke them with it, you can dash up to 1200 range with your E. So, yeah, you can get onto them as long as you've marked them. If you mark them, it's still the same range. Or if you don't mark them, it's still the same range for your E.
Sure.
But yeah, Volibear gonna come through for Cardinals, and that's a pick that's been rising in popularity very quickly on this patch as well. So both teams kind of jumping in on some of the flavor of the month picks.
Yeah, taking full advantage of it. We'll see. It's going to be the mid lane pick. Vel'Koz is open again. See if Wing Nation opts for that, or potentially looking for something else here. It is blind, so always worried about getting counter picked here. But Echo being the lock-in. Ooh, very spicy. Not wanting to run it back on Vel'Koz. This time around, just went a little bit more the assassin variety. See, IDNM ends up selecting against that. It's not a champ that you can easily counter. I can't think of anything off the top of my head that's, super good and makes Echo just unplayable.
Yeah, this will be an interesting pick for IDNM. Going to tell us a lot about the kind of composition they want to play. I think Galio fits well with their comp, but yeah, the Rise, it felt really good in game number 2. It didn't win, but Doinby was doing a huge amount of damage on that champion.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And as the only magic damage source out of his team here, you might see a repeat of game number 2 where our team just doesn't pick up any magic resist, and the Rise is able to run rampant. But I'll have to keep an eye on that. Really interesting compositions here on both sides. I feel like I like this our team draft more than any of them so far tonight. I feel like this is the one that's very cohesive. I see what they're going for, and it feels like all their champs make sense in it. I really like this draft from them.
Yeah, both teams readying up now, so we'll get into second champ select here in just a second, and you can get rid of my face off the stream. Thanks for readying up for us. I appreciate that.
I got your back.
Thanks, Matsuro, again for just an incredible amount of subs. Yeah, I don't have correct words. What's a good prediction for this game? What are you feeling?
Let me take a real quick peek back at the draft. About Xayah deaths. I feel like the game's going to be determined by the amount of times our team's going to be able to kill Xayah, just because they are a full dive comp and is Xayah. Plus or minus 3.5?
3.5? I was going 4.5.
I mean, we can go with whichever. Okay. I feel like if they die more than 3.5 times, then they probably lose. But 4.5 is probably
I'm doing 4.5. So okay. Give it to me again. Bet on your boy Siggy. Will he die over under 4.5 times?
Do we have the stats? How many times has he died so far?
I couldn't tell you.
I wasn't sure if the Plat Boys took screenshots as the games
no,
went
they
on.
don't. I could see it afterwards. I remember he was like 06 or 07 in the
He was
Sivir
like
game.
0-7 in the Sivir game, yeah.
Yeah, but I couldn't tell you what it was last game.
He was Kaisa last game, right?
He was Kaisa last game.
I don't think he died that often.
No, he
Maybe
got
4?
a couple of kills even. I don't... He was doing alright. Yeah.
The only thing I remember was him getting baited by the Locket in that fight by the dragon where he ulted in to try to kill Dyslexic.
Yeah. I remember he popped somebody. I couldn't tell you who or when, but yeah.
I remember the level 4 where he flashed in and tried to pop Karasuda. Karasuda turned it. But...
just the only updates I have, Rising Tide Tsunami has a 3-0 over Legends Grizzlies on the other side of the bracket. Our side, I have no idea. Couldn't tell you. But the winner of this game is going to play the winner of PvE versus Regicide. The series hasn't ended yet. That's all I've got, pretty much. Because when it ends, they'll post the end of game screenshots. I really liked. I doubt anybody from like the Legends area is watching right now, but like, I really liked the live bracket that they had for the last round. I had that up the whole time, so it would be cool to see that again if somebody can make that happen. But
Especially with all the games being played on the same day, I think that's
yeah,
really cool.
yeah, I thought it was really neat, really good idea. Um, but yeah, let's settle down a little bit. We've got 2.5 more minutes to chill before we start screaming at our computers again for the fourth game in a row. All right, new picks this time. This is a pretty much entirely new composition for ROTM, right? The only returning champion for them is Rel. So what do you like about these new champions? How do you think do they fit into the same dynamic that they've been playing, or is this going to be a different style of game from ROTM?
Yeah, I think more so than the other teams. The other team compositions that they've put together, there's a lot of cohesion on trying to go forward, right? Like there's a lot of engage, there's a lot of team fighting power. And this is the first time that we see anything resembling a Venn diagram comp, right? Um, with the Hecarim, with the Rel, even with the Echo, there's a lot of engage here. As opposed to the last few, it seems like it's been a lot more based around picks or, um, you know, more skirmishy type fight. So I like this adaptation. It seems like they're playing into, trying to match IDNM in a lot of their drafting um,
Yeah,
objectives.
and then for IDNM, it feels like they're kind of departing from what they've been doing, kind of not like death ball, but very heavy team fighting comps. This one feels kind of like they've taken an ROTM draft almost, with some of the emphasis that they have on early game, right?
Yeah, Aatrox, Xin Shao aren't exactly, stellar team fighters. Aatrox can absolutely pop off, but it's, just much less consistent and requires him to be a little bit further ahead. Um, there's just a lot less consistency, I think, in this composition. It does really feel like ROTMs over the last few games. But, if you are able to get ahead with it, it can be extremely effective way of drafting here. So it's definitely something where, for the first time, it feels like God, I lost it. IDNM is really the onus is on them to get some sort of a lead in the early game.
Yeah, so we'll see if Jay Crazy can take the role that Hulk's kind of grabbed by the reins the last two games. A lot of early pressure that he's put out on the Nunu, on the Gragas, and now we'll see if Jay Crazy can flip the script and get them off to a lead on the Xin Zhao. But um, yeah, now we'll load onto the Rift and we'll put that through the acid test. We'll see how these teams can prepare going into Game 4 again, the longest series that I bet. I know RTM has played. I don't know about the competitive history of IDNM, but we're getting into real gamer hours now.
Yeah, at least this year. Definitely very long series here. And we'll see if IDM's able to take us to the game 5, or if RTM will uh, smile upon us and give us an early night. I
Yeah, I'd
still have
like
to get
that.
up in the morning, so hopefully
Yeah, same.
we can.
I gotta open by myself tomorrow, so that'll be a treat.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. I love this champion thing. I went back to Worlds. It's the Worlds 2019 Worlds Theme Champions League. Very nice.
Okay.
Gets an A+ for me.
It is always funny to hear you talk about how great the champ select musics are, and I'm just I do not get to hear them, unfortunately. So I can only imagine. Your descriptions of them are invaluable.
I can I'll send you the playlist I normally use. It's like LCS Champions League music from 2015. I usually just load that one up, and then when I get tired of that, I go to my favorites, which are the LCK and then the World's Champs League music.
Gotcha. You're letting all your secrets out on stream.
At this point, I don't know. People might even just mute the stream during this, because with the chat interaction, I never know how we're doing. But
who knows? You can't judge your performance based on Twitch chat, right?
see, but I trust most of the people that we have in Twitch chat, and I always really appreciate when I don't want to call them enemy team, when opposing team fans come in. I always like the back and forth. When we keep it in line, of course.
Definitely.
I did have to ban that guy earlier for, we don't joke about suicide. That's number one. But yeah, anyway, let's focus in. Game number 4. It's been a long night for us, as has it been for the players. On the blue side of the rift, looking to close out the series is Return of the Middlesticks, wearing the blue health bars and wearing the red health bars on the top side of the rift, fighting for their playoff lives, will be It Do Not Matter. Looks like a 5-point for ROTM, and maybe some early pressure from It Do Not Matter, but they're spotted out immediately. Oh, Dyslexic still has to be careful. The audacious charge over from Jake Crazy, just going to get some autos down. And yeah, that looks like it's going to be it.
Yeah, gonna be able to just walk away, but I did feel a little bit trolled there from Dyslexic, maybe falling asleep a little bit after the long games as it was pinged out. RTM saw them there, but ends up losing some HP and getting pushed out anyway. But all it's gonna end up in is a ward on the raids there.
Yeah, counter ward for ROTM as they put that down in the... My friends always called that the battle bush. I don't know if that's like a normal phrasing for it.
I've never heard it called that. Yeah, it's just the Wraith Bush.
Just the
But
Wraith bush. Okay.
I mean, but raids haven't been a thing for 6 fucking years, right? So I don't even know. The
Yes.
Raptor Bush?
Somehow the chickens came in and invaded out the coolies. I don't know how that happens. Yeah. Ooh, Jay Crazy even... He went for the ward just to try to, get that cheeky little bit of extra experience, and not able to find it, so...
Unlucky.
Dyslexic was kind of late to lane. They're going to lose a lot on this push, and Siggy started with that W. He's shoving really hard early on. This could be an issue for Karsuda and Dyslexic if they can't collect the rest of this wave.
Yeah, that said, Whooper did end up opting for the exhaust, so their level 2 all-in isn't quite as strong as it otherwise might be. You would expect from the Ignite. Oh, nice little cheeky route there from Doimby, meaning that it's a favorable trade there in the mid lane.
Yep, looks like these level 2s are going to be relatively even. There we go. And, yeah, Hulk. Where is Hulk? Hulk is in the enemy jungle right now. I was like looking on the bottom side of the jungle for him, and he's just over invading Raptors currently. Yeah, which means that Jay Crazy went red to blue?
Mm-hmm. Which isn't too crazy for his Xin Shao path, but yeah, it looks like he's trying to impact bottom lane, but they're pushed up enough that it seems unlikely he'll get much done. Maybe looking for an invade, and maybe you'll find that Hulk didn't even opt to walk into his red side jungle, so everything is up. J-Crazy's actually just chilling on top of a ward here.
Yeah,
the wave's slow pushing out, so RTM might lose a lot of XP and CS if J-Crazy sticks around here. They're gonna need help eventually.
Yeah, Winged is getting the worst of these trades early on in mid lane as well, but Dwinby burning through his mana pretty quickly. Meanwhile, Cardinals getting, looks like a pretty good trade onto Molinax in the top lane.
What a crazy man. Jay Crazy actually spent 40 seconds just chilling in that bush. And RTM aren't actually going to be able to crash that, so without help, they cannot walk up. This is very scary for them, because they know Jay Crazy is still down here. They saw him enter into their side of the map, so yeah, no, they are having to back up here. They're just getting denied quite a bit.
Yeah, they might be able to collapse on him. Wing Nation and Hulk are both here. They force the flash out. Hulk just charging in. Does he get the stun from Dyslexic? Oh, not quite paying enough attention, it looks like. It also might have snapped back and been kind of awkward anyway. This is a really good trade, though, for Molinax in the top lane. Going to get that Infernal Chain pull back in. Meanwhile, Karasuda just layering in with some of those Void Missiles.
And ROTM, with Jay Crazy getting pushed out, should be able to just crash this wave, which will relieve a lot of pressure that was on them. They're still going to be behind quite a bit in CS, but be able to crash this means that it won't be frozen on them forever. So eventually they'll be able to farm.
Yeah. Oh, a big snare though from Siggy. Whooper Simp gets the knock-up on the Battle Dance, and that'll be it. Or the Grand Entrance, excuse me. The Battle Dance is the E.
But, yeah, the shieldy ability. And Hecarim's in the wings here. Backing them up just in case IDNM gets a little bit froggy and
Ooh, and now
decides
with the
to...
pullback not available, Dyslexic looking for the engage, not quite going to be able to find anything onto Whooper Simp. Has to flash out. I think he might have actually been able just to tank that. The exhaust coming down on onto Hulk from Whooper Simp.
Ooh,
Another snare lands onto Dyslexic, and this bottom lane they just continue to scrap, but nothing really happening of note. Actually, somehow
yeah.
Karsuit and Dyslexic have been forced off enough minions that they're behind in XP currently.
Yeah, when they had to roam up to try and help out with collapsing onto Xin Shao, they did end up losing quite a bit of minions that were, sort of frozen just outside of IDNM's
Ooh,
turret. Ooh,
Karsuda gonna get knocked up, not quite in range though. We're just never gonna leave this bottom lane. I have no idea what's happening in any of the other lanes. It looks like mid laner's both backed. I guess top laner's both backed as well. I guess that's why we're just focusing bottom lane currently.
yeah. But otherwise, really good trades here coming out in the mid lane. Every time that we pan over there, Doinby seems to be playing the matchup very well. Has a CS lead already, about 8. And the waves are even, so it's a true 8 CS lead. Really, really good there.
Yeah,
When you get the counter pick, you expect your laner to be able to develop a lead themselves. So good job taking advantage of that.
early no magic mantle though from Wing Nation might help him in some of those trades. Cardinal's getting a little chunk out of Molinix. He's got the finished Bramble Vest, which will make it a little bit harder for Mullen to trade into him, but um, still doing pretty well, it looks like, is the Aatrox. Um, yeah, somehow this dragon's opened up, and IDNM are going to take the first one again.
And with the Xin Shao, the first dragon sort of is yours for the taking at any point. And it's very difficult to contest that champion in the early game. So RTM did a good job of not trying to over contest there. Ooh,
Ooh,
good
good little
dodge out there by
supercharge
Kirisuda.
away, yeah.
Yeah, RTM is really looking for a mid-game power spike. Once this Hecarim hits level 6, starts building towards some of
Oh
the
man.
items. Echo as well wants to build towards some of their items before they start looking for any fights. So pretty comfortable with the way that this game's going so far.
Yeah, Wing got forced back to base again. He goes back and buys some Mercury Tread. God, why was that hard to say? He buys Mercury Treads. He's got, that extra CC resistance and a pause. Because of course there is.
Yeah, imagine a series going through without pauses. Never. Never.
We had like a game and a half there without a pause. That was a long time.
Hmm.
I was into it. Whew.
It's better not last too long. I might end up taking a nap.
Yeah, I would as well, especially with no timer. I don't know why. Like I'm kind of glad that they took away the timer, but at the same time it just makes the pauses seem longer even than they already were.
I don't like that they took away the timer. Um, but I don't know. It made it kind of a pain when a lot of these leagues have like specific amounts of time that you're allowed to be paused for. So and, it turns into you setting your own timer by typing it in chat when the pause begins. So I don't know. Just kind of a pain, I think, to not have it.
Yeah, no update. It was Siggy is having the issue apparently. Other than that, I have no information about this pause.
Not Siggy. I think that people didn't spam enough piggies to help out Siggy. That must be why his internet's not going well.
Yeah, for sure. Gonna need some more piggies.
How about this weather? No kidding. It's actually kind of like rainy and depressing here today,
Yeah, it's
which is okay. I don't mind rainy weather, but yeah,
it's not my favorite to drive in, but other than that, it's whatever.
yeah. I
Yeah,
feel like as long as it's not really coming down, it's not that big a deal to drive in, personally, but
yeah. How old are we talking about weather here on the broadcast? That's
very old, right?
okay. We're just boomering ourselves immediately.
Well, if we weren't boomers, we'd be the ones playing, right?
Oh, probably,
But
yeah.
old hands, old brain.
I mean, I don't even have hands, so.
Imagine having hands. In current year,
Yeah.
psh,
I just learned to turn the monitor on so I could cast, so we're getting there.
that's a pretty good step. I'm proud of you.
And I bought a mouse. I don't have a keyboard yet, but I've got a mouse, so.
If you don't have a keyboard yet, how'd you hit tab earlier and break your scoreboard?
I have tab on my mouse. I don't. Yeah, still no update on this. Oh, never mind. As soon as I say that, it popped to readying up in the chat, so shouldn't be too much longer for this pause. Sorry that you have to bear with us. We didn't even prepare a podcast today like we normally do.
Yeah, imagine not. Yeah. We would never make it on the LCK broadcast. How long were they paused for that one time? Was it like 6 hours?
Yeah, it was like 6.5 hours. They tried to chrono break and couldn't, and then they went back a patch and played on it.
How insane is that?
For game 5 of a qualifier for Worlds, if I'm not
How
mistaken, too. Yeah.
incredibly insane was that? Oh. Well, we are back in it. Just to recap, exactly even across the board. 0-0 gold lead. Only 200 in favor of IDNM. And
Doinby's gonna get onslaught of shadows. Cardinals jumps onto him. A lot of damage coming through. It's first blood for Wing Nation. Kind of fresh off the pause. They go for a bush bait on the top of the red buff. Now they have to be careful not to get re-engaged upon as Molinax layering through with some of these Qs. Jay Crazy and Whooper Simp are both here. They'll take down Cardinals. The Infernal Chains pulls Hulk back in off of the Blast Cone. He just charges through for the Scrying Orb, and Winged has to get out of here as well. So first blood to ROTM, but 2 kills being returned for IDNM, and that'll be the Rift Herald as well.
It was a really great pick there from RTM, but unfortunately they stuck around a little bit too long. Didn't realize that Whooper Simp was off of reset, so end up looking for the 3v3 in the jungle there. And IDNM doing a good job of trading it back and picking up those 2 kills. One of them going on to Xin Zhao, one of them going on to Molinax. Are both very good recipients for that in the early game. Ooh.
Yeah, a lot of damage onto Wing Nation. He's got to be careful. Can't even back right there. And yeah, these trades going really well for Doinby.
Yeah, Doinby has been doing a really good job in this mid lane. Seems like every time we pan there, the trades are going favorably for them. So they're really doing well with this pick. You know, you like to see it.
Yep,
You know, it's the R5 counter pick in a deciding match.
Oh, he's got the Realm Warp available too, and headed up to the top lane. Could just Realm Warp behind Cardinals and really bring some panic down on him. Missing ping in mid lane from Wing. We'll see if he's got it.
Oh no.
In comes the Realm Warp. Cardinals in trouble. Gonna get rooted up. Has to use the ult, which makes him invulnerable, and he'll be able to get out.
Yeah, unstoppable, by the way. Volibear just jumping straight through the measly little Rise route. Yeah, good job there by Cardinals, you know, to walk out of the 3-man collapse there.
So I mentioned earlier that it was probably Doinby Award, right? Do you know what the Doinby Award is?
I do not.
So for a while, it was the best player in the world to have never won Worlds.
Yeah. Oh?
But now he's won Worlds, so it's not even accurate. Jay Crazy in trouble, gets invaded by a Hulk and Wing Nation, but Doinby's here with the snare, and they'll look to turn this one back around with Molinax. He's got the phase dive, looking to go back in, actually, trying to get on top of the Rise. Do they actually have the damage? In comes Cardinals, gets the stun down. Hulk is low, Winged, just looking for that little bit of damage. They do trade one back, but now Molinax gets the reset on the World Ender. Chrono Break from Wing Nation as he's just trying to get away, but the Audacious Charge is available for Jay Crazy if he can get on top of him. There's the interaction that we were highlighting in the pregame, but he's still got the phase dive away. Meanwhile, Dyslexic in trouble in the bottom lane, has to use the crash down for the shield to get away from the engage from Whooper, Simp, and Siggy. And these trades, they look okay initially for ROTM, but they've been breaking in favor of IDNM. Although Dyslexic now going back in, hits a stun. Siggy forced to use the Feather Storm, flashes for the snare and finds the kill on Dyslexic. A nice little play by Siggy. And now Cardinals in trouble as well with Molinax layering down some autos on him. Another knock up in the bottom lane. I think I can stop talking now. Go ahead.
And you're completely right. A lot of these plays are initiated by RTM, getting the picks initially, but just the chase down from the Xin Shao, from the Aatrox is so difficult for RTM to actually deal with. They just don't have enough damage on that top side to actually deal with the Aatrox. Kind of disappointed that we saw the highlighted mechanic there with Xin Shao, uh, the longer range E, but unfortunately just not enough damage to him out to actually pick up the kill. Either way, IDNM picks up that first turret, picks up a couple kills, 3.5K gold lead, which, as we highlighted in their composition, they needed to pick up a lead, so you like to see it. RTM though gonna be able to pick up the dragon on the other side of the map, so sort of delaying that win condition for IDNM, which is something, right? It's their consolation prize. Look at how many pinks RTM has on the bot side.
Yeah. Bunch of pinks headed around that dragon. Getting the Cloud Soul again, kind of unlucky for whichever team sneaks out to that dragon advantage. And now Hulk maybe looking for that engage in mid lane, uses the Onslaught of Shadows, gets the kick back in onto Doinb. They'll get the stun from Dyslexic, just trying to get that last little bit of damage. Ooh, the crashdown didn't go over the wall though from Dyslexic. Wing still looking for it, has the phase dive available, hits the Q, and the Realm Warp away will get him out. But now Cardinal's in trouble on the top side as Molinax and Jay Crazy just collapse upon him. He's got the ult back out to safety as the rest of the squad turbos on in. They'll charge into this mid lane tower and at least get a couple of plates for their play. But they have to be careful to re-engage maybe from Wooper Simp over the wall as Molinax dashes in. This is starting to look more and more like a solo queue game the longer the series goes on. Hulk is low, going to get taken down as Wooper Simp actually finishes him off, unfortunately, with the quickening. Flash over the wall from Dyslexic, uses the crash down for the shield. Molinax still looking, fishing for the Qs, but Karasut is here to at least ward them away. And it's another pick for IDNM, and they'll continue to extend their gold lead.
And once again, it was initiated by ROTM trying to find Doinb with the Onslaught of Shadows, but unfortunately for them, not able to CC him long enough to actually be able to pick up the damage. Doinb's able to slip out, and then, for the third time this game, the rest of IDNM able to just rally and pick up the last few kills there. Really doing a good job of turning around a lot of the aggression here from ROTM.
Yep, Jay Crazy gonna steal away the blue buff. RTM looking for more picks, but Siggy able to evade the pursuit of Dyslexic and Karasuda, although now maybe in a little bit of trouble. Oh, no, he's fine. Well, never mind. I'm not going to hype up anything ever again.
And interestingly enough, looking at the item completions, we already see the Mythic completed here for Jay Crazy and for Molinax, but as well as the first item actually completed for Siggy. Hasn't had his support here for quite a bit of the game, but still able to complete his first item before Karasuda is. So, doing a pretty good job in this 1v2 lane down here.
Yeah, it's a huge power spike right now for the composition of IDNM with all these first items completed, and you don't see any of that on the side of ROTM right now, so it's a scary moment right now. If you're a Middlesticks fan, they really need to kind of weather this storm, get those first completed items. But it's going to be the roam down to bottom lane right now for Hulk and Wing Nation. Siggy and Wooper Simp still looking for it. Big Magnet Storm engaged, just going to keep Siggy there, still looking for it. It might have been too early though, Karasuda trying to get Kite out, but in comes the Onslaught of Shadows. They find one. Cardinals is here as well, and they'll finish off Wooper Simp at the end of that one. Hulk takes the second kill, and it's a good play for ROTM, but what are they going to lose in the process? Teleport back to mid for Wing Nation, and looks like the second Rift Herald is going to be the prize, the consolation prize, I guess, for It Do Not Matter.
Yeah, but ROTM able to pick up these kills, and when it was starting to look like they were falling behind, anything that you're able to do to sort of stall out the enemy team and get some gold back in your pocket is always going to be good. Really well played there by ROTM to still be looking for the plays, be able to pick up those kills there. Unfortunately for Karasuda, Hulk is doing the solo queue jungler way of just eating his entire wave.
We gave him the cannon.
Oh, good guy Hulk.
That's synergy right there. That's teamwork. That's friendship. That's a lot of. That makes me feel good inside.
Yeah, it's wholesome. IDNM though dropping the Herald mid, so they're gonna be able to trade that turret kill back, maintain their turret kill lead. That's interesting. Does the W give vision now?
Yeah, it does.
It must.
Yep.
So interesting.
Ooh, bush bait though for IDNM, and a pause. Oh, and they're ready to up quickly. I'm gonna cut anyway. All right.
It's actually. Oh, go ahead.
I
I was
was
gonna talk about game state, but I shouldn't do that while we're paused.
Yeah. Okay. They've re-readied up. Hopefully, once that timer starts, we can talk about it. I'll throw it back because this
This is
is a
really scary. They
yeah. This
actually
is
spotted out Siggy, I think. So our team
oh
should know what's going on.
yeah. Dyslexic
Oh,
wanders back in, has the crash down for the shield. They're still looking for that engage onto him. Quickening
oh!
not available. That's a huge stun though from Wing Nation. They just can't follow it up because Hulk and Karasuda are nowhere nearby. You don't want a 3v5 just yet. Not quite enough damage. But now that scary moment that we were talking about has kind of passed, and now Jay Crazy maybe caught a little bit of damage being traded by Karasuda. The ultimate, though, from Jay Crazy keeping him safe. I forget what it's called. It's
Crescent Guard.
Crescent Guard. I liked that name. I just couldn't remember it. But yeah, the moment where all of those completed items had finished for IDNM, but not RTM, has passed. Now everybody's got the mythics as we're looking to scrap out around this dragon that's just spawned. Hulk goes in, gets a big stun from Dyslexic. Do they have the damage? Karasuda's in melee range, just fighting it out with Molinax. Now finally trying to kite back away. They'll finish off Karasuda as Molinax turns back around. Ultimate from Wing Nation, just trying to reset the fight, but Siggy is low on the backside, has the flash. He finishes off Echo on the top side. Meanwhile, Molinax continuing to scrap back out. He's got a double kill trying to chase around Cardinals and Hulk. Cardinals just rolling away with that rolling thunder. Whooper, Simp, and Molinax. Oh, he's actually got the distance with that Infernal Chains.
Oh.
It's dodged. The third gonna come through. The shield, though, from Cardinals, not quite gonna be there. It's a triple kill from Molinax, and it do not matter finds a pretty big team fight win. They'll continue to push in mid.
There's a bit of a cluster fight there, but Molinax able to just tank through the entire team of ROTM. There's just not enough damage to actually deal with him. His drain tank through everything, was able to just be so massive in that fight, killing everyone. Now 5-0-2 on this Aatrox. Taking it away from Cardinals this game seems to be really good. Molinax showing that they're able to play it as well, and they're able to have a pretty massive impact.
Yeah, RTM just spotting him out, taking away that dragon, but not going to be able to do anything about that. So now 2 dragons in the favor of IDNM. They've extended their gold lead out to about 3,500. But we'll see what they can do. Baron about to spawn and become an objective on the map. We've seen a bunch of them over the course of this series, as it turns out. And even with this gold lead, it doesn't feel safe for either team.
Definitely very, very scary. IDNM is doing just such a great job this game of actually establishing a gold lead. You know, we've talked about their team composition. The onus was on them to be able to create the lead, and they're doing such a good job of it. RTM needs to be the ones now to show that they're able to weather the storm. They're able to not bleed out enough objectives or enough gold to allow IDNM to, you know, get an insurmountable lead here. So far, it's not.
Whooper Simp just walking in.
Is...
Oh, they're not able to find that crash down onto him. They do finally get the stun, but it's just going to be to get away from being Jay Crazy. Kind of an awkward little engage there from Dyslexic, but IDNM just buzzing around this Baron pit right now. Still 30 seconds before it even spawns, and I don't know that they can take it. Realm Warp looking in mid lane. Dyslexic going to get caught by the quickening. So is Karasuda. Ultimate going to be channeled by Dyslexic, and he's taken down. That's a pretty nice pick for IDNM. They do invest the teleport at the time, though, so Molinax is here. Stun over the top from Wing Nation. He's going to find it on to the Xayah. Siggy has to use the Feather Storm at the last second to get out of danger, and RTM has successfully defended their tower for the time being.
It was looking scary there. IDNM had full pressure pushing up there, but Wing Nation doing a really good job of applying enough pressure onto Siggy that IDNM's not able to continue pushing. In the 5v4 scenario, really well played there to stop the push. Ooh, and Whooper's gonna be able to just hop over the wall and get out there.
Yeah, he's out of there.
Yeah. Yep. Not too worried about it. Looking at the inventories, I like to see the grievous wounds here for Karasuda. The last couple fights, he's been in a mortal fight with Molinax in his head. No luck at doing any amount of damage to him. So the grievous is going to do quite a bit to, you know, make sure that the damage he does do ends up sticking just a little bit more. That said, this team composition from our team doesn't feel like it really necessarily has enough damage to deal with Aatrox if Karasuda is not allowed to just free hit him.
Yeah, it's
So
hard because the idea of their team comp is to dive in onto Sigi, but he's got the Featherstorm to help keep him safe, and there's no real like secondary target, like maybe Doinby, you can get onto, but you don't want to be fighting Molinax with pretty much anybody until the very end of the fight, and at that point, you know, he's got his lifesteal built up. He might be able just to drain tank through everything. It's going to be a hard team fight with as far ahead as Molinax is.
oh,
Dyslexic maybe a little bit caught as J Crazy hits him with the Wind Becomes Thunder. Has to go in, use that ultimate again, and Dyslexic caught for a second time. Hulk maybe trying to turn this one back around. Cardinals gets the stun onto J Crazy. Do they actually have the damage to push through? Whooper Simp is low, dashes back out with that Battle Dance. They'll take down Cardinals, and IDMN find another couple of picks, and they'll head to the Baron.
and doing a really good job at utilizing this Rakan, as well as this Inshao to actually be able to pick up the picks here, and they're looking to the Baron. It is 5 versus 3, but RTM, their junglers on the bot side of the map, doesn't look like they're even going to try to contest this. Which means IDNM has the acceleration. You know, they're able to pick up the objective that helps them to accelerate and close out the game. They're doing everything that they need to according to their playbook, doing a really good job this game. It's a different look than we've seen so far this series, but it's looking really good on them. Everyone's back up. IDNM taking their resets, spending that gold that they just got. Dragon's coming up here, about 45 seconds, so that's going to be the next objective. Be interesting to see if RTM decides to contest this one or not. It's only the 3rd dragon, so it's not life or death if RTM decides not to contest it. And 30 seconds to go, channeling some resets. It looks like it's unlikely that they're going to try and contest it. Just let IDNM have it.
Yeah, no real reason to walk in here, and you know, probably rightly so. Feels like the correct decision the way the game has gone thus far.
Yeah, they're not strong enough yet to really take a straight up team fight, so it feels like giving it's the right call, but they're actually in the area. I don't think they're actually going to be able to go in and look for it.
Wing might try something. He can dive over, get a lot of damage through. He stole it!
Oh my god.
Alright, well. Hulk
Well,
can't be here though. J Crazy
that's a
jumps on
dragon.
him with that Edish's charge. Wing Nation jumps through, looking for the Xin They're looking for the engage. They go in, a lot of CC being layered, but there's just no damage. Hulk is down, Dyslexic's down. Wing Nation just trying to get away, but Siggy flashes after him. A couple more autos, and the Featherstorm will finish him off for a double kill. Meanwhile, Cardinals is scrapping with Doinby in top lane. Karasuda left trying to defend the base on his own as the rest of his teammates have gone to the wayside. J Crazy jumping onto Karasuda. The 1v1 between the jungler and ADC goes the way of Karasuda, but the push still continues for IDNM. Flash away, but the exhaust gonna land, and Molinax finishes him off. He's dominating, and it do not matter. Continuing to push in the base, the inhibitor in mid lane going to fall. Can they even continue pushing? There's a couple seconds left. Hulk is back up, and then 12 on Winged. It looks like they're going to be able to back out for the time being, but it do not matter. Has a huge lead here in Game 4.
And it looked like RTM got emboldened by the Dragon Steel. They felt like they could take the fight, but when you hard engage and use all of your engage abilities on the front line, Xayah just completely tears you apart. It's, you know, unwinnable. Side of RTM just doesn't have enough damage or enough survivability to try and fight front to back like that. IDNM doing a great job of taking full advantage of that, able to finish off the inhibitor mid, so
Oh.
you know, positive Baron power play there, but yeah. ROTM, it feels like they have to start looking for picks or something, because these actual team fights just are not going their way.
Yeah, I think the big thing to watch is going to be Karasuda's items. He really needs 2 or 3 items to start outputting the kind of consistent damage that Siggy is outputting on the Xayah right now. And if you bet under on those Xayah deaths, you're looking pretty good right about now.
Yeah, definitely. Siggy doing a great job of not falling too many times.
But yeah, J Crazy walking through. Thunderstorm not going to find anything, and IDNM continues to wail away on some turrets. They'll extend their gold lead out to about 10,000 right now. And, you know, being up about 25% of your opponent's gold total is pretty good, as it turns out.
This is a massive lead. Definitely the biggest one we've seen so far this series. The series has been overall extremely close, so IDNM really doing a great job this game. Very far ahead. Looks like bot lane is their next point of attack. Oh,
Yeah,
they're wrapping around.
Yeah, Winged is still trying to hold on to this. He's set up Jake Crazy, maybe looking for the dive, hits the W, but he's really just zoning. Jake Crazy goes in, hits him with the Crescent Guard just for the knockback. Winged is charmed up, forced to use his ultimate basically in place, and Siggy is just wailing away on him with the feathers. 2 kills going the way of IDNM. Molinax is onto the backline. He gets the reset, and now he'll chug through. Hulk and Cardinals just trying to defend anything that they can, but it do not matter, as it turns out. Game 4 should be going the way of IDNM. We'll see if RTM can make their heroic last stand. Hulk has his ultimate. Cardinals has his ultimate available if they want to jump in and try to make a play of it. There's the ult from Cardinals. He gets onto the backline. He's just not doing any damage. He's not really tanking anything either. Forced to flash back away as Hulk now resuming. Can they actually get anything of value out of this? The Nexus under fire. Siggy's low. A big ultimate, though, from Dyslexic, but the Nexus falls. 2-2. Silver Scrapes time. We're going to game 5.
Yeah, off the back of a massive performance there from Molinax. IDN him doing a great job of bringing this back, tying it up, and taking us to game 5.
Yeah, well, we'll be right back with game 5 and no sleep for us. So we're sad boys, but you know it's the last time this season. So let's hit it up. Silver Scrape. Silver Scrape. It do not matter his chosen red side for game 5.
Hog. Well, blue side 100% win rate was ruined. Rel 100% win rate was ruined. So maybe red side. It's the new thing? I don't... It's won 2 in a row, right? So maybe 3. Sorry, thinking is hard.
No,
I just
at this
finished
point,
my ice cream sandwich. I needed it as a recharge.
Not excited for tomorrow.
Oh yeah? Why not?
Tragic. I'm exhausted.
You're only going to bed like 3 hours late.
Yeah, true.
We will take the full 10-minute pause. 5 minutes left. Fine. So what do we do for 5 more minutes? I already peed, filled my water, had an ice cream sandwich. What's left?
Play tomorrow. Best of 1. I'm down for that. Moon Crew Gaming and RAR on the Legends stream. In Game 4 currently, and Moon Crew looks like they're going to take that to a Game 5.
Pog?
Long nights across the board. Oh, what is the point of waiting a full 10 minutes? Maybe they'll
They just needed to stretch. You know, they had to do their toe touches.
22:58. No, we needed to restart way before that.
So I assume they're Eastern time, but that's still 7 minutes from now, right? So
Yeah, I mean, they said that there were 5 minutes left a couple minutes ago.
yeah, I don't know, man. I just work here, or I don't work here. I don't know.
I don't even have a draft link yet. Like,
Yeah, it's okay. They're taking their break, and after last game did look pretty solo queue. So you know, maybe the full break will mean we're in for a high quality next game. Let me go see what Majin Bay is doing. Oh, he's playing the fucking Aphelios Aurelian Soul. Oh no, Zoe Aurelian Soul? Oh, he's memeing. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to hit Masters tonight, but it seems unlikely that's gonna happen.
I mean, I also went to hit Masters tonight. But,
Yeah?
That was extremely unlucky.
I'm telling you, you could probably... What rank? You could probably hit like plat over the weekend just playing spiders. Easy peasy. Or are you playing in the GRLCS LOR tournament tomorrow?
I don't know.
I think you should. I think it'll be a lot of fun.
I'm getting kind of tired of Silver Scrapes. We've
Yeah.
been listening to it for 12 minutes now.
Swap to the Mark Z version.
Oh no, that's fine.
No, you don't like the Mark Z version?
It's a thing.
We could remake it ourselves if we wanted.
I'm just gonna play some of this. I don't even have a draft link.
That's okay. Draft links overrated. Do you want me to message Winged?
I just did.
Hog.
Oh, I got one. Did you get one?
Hog? I did. So I have this weird thing on my computer where I have my Chrome set to administrator to have administrative purposes every time. I don't remember why I did it so that something would work right. So now to open up a link from the League client, it asks me once, are you sure? And then it asks me a second time, are you sure? It's very annoying. But it looks like draft is starting.
All right, welcome for the last time tonight, ladies and gentlemen, to Champion Select. Game 5. Oh, this is not what I wanted. I was going for some epic music, and then it just immediately let me know.
That's right. We'll have the gameplay pick up where the music is letting us down. Interestingly enough, Skarner ban, Forsaken for a Xayah ban. Our team deciding that Xayah was a little bit too much in that last game. Was very difficult to deal with our team's engage comp. So, don't hate that ban.
Yeah, so now first pick available. Does our team want Rel? They do. So Rel locked in once again.
Rel's still a pretty good champion, so I don't hate the selection. I don't think Rel is the issue with the last game, so I like it. And are we going to see the Rakan run back? I wasn't too sure about it. It's not the most meta pick, but Whooper did really well on the pick last time. This time around wouldn't have the power of the Xayah to go with it, so uncertain on if that's the way to go, but I don't hate the pick.
Well, they still have more time to lock that in because this counts up. For some reason, you get 45 seconds.
There we go.
There it is. All right, Rakan. Blind
Last
Rakan.
time
And
we saw the 80 carry here. Ooh. Taking it away from Karasuda, who has had quite a bit of success on the Vayne. I think that makes a lot of sense. Making sure that he's not able to run it back on that champ. So RTM, assume that we would see, an 80 carry here. Maybe Hecarim as well. Hecarim's open. Aatrox, I like that because Mullen had a great game last game on the Aatrox, so making sure that he doesn't get it back, I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, 100% win rate on Rel, swapped for 100% win rate on Aatrox, so trying to hedge their bets here for game 5. And the Xin Zhao hovered and taken away by Hulk, so they liked that combo last game, and they'll take it away themselves. Camille the hover, that's a pretty good matchup into Aatrox, honestly. I think that would be a good pick for Molinax, but still deliberating for another couple of seconds.
And I think it makes a lot of sense, though. There is potential for a really strong 2v2 top here from ROTM. The Xin Zhao sort of means that any sort of a 2v2 you're playing, you're probably going to end up winning. So, it could be a little bit scary if you're picking a top laner that needs to get a lead against that. But it is the Camille ends up coming in, so it has the carry potential. Just a little bit scary in the early game.
Yep, Nico going to be taken away. Winged had a really good performance on that, and the Callista as well. Makes a lot of sense. Ryze and Hecarim taken off the table, and now IDNM will be forced to show either their jungler or mid laner. Probably their jungler, I would imagine. They save counter pick for Doinb.
They have been putting a lot of priority on Doinb's counter pick, so I think it would make a lot of sense if they just go for a jungle here. It's not like you're hiding much. The enemy already showed their jungler, so yeah, you should be fine.
Skarner's available if they wanted that. That's something that we've seen a couple of times. We've seen it get banned and picked once. I'm not sure what else you would go for here against the Xin Zhao.
So Udyr is still open.
I mean, yeah.
Oh, Rek'Sai.
Okay.
Has a lot of dueling power early. Matching that strong 2v2 top, I kind of like the pick. I think that makes a lot of sense. You trade a lot of your scaling for early game pressure. So, we're sort of set up here for a very explosive early game out of both teams.
Yeah, so now ADC and mid left to pick for ROTM. Kai'Sa's still available if ROTM wanted to go that route. MF is something we've seen Karasuda play, Ashe. But yeah, we're starting to scrape a little bottom of the barrel for Karasuda, and it'll be the Ashe.
So, wow, you saw into the future. You knew. You're crazy.
So then Winged, this is going to be Vel'Koz if he's playing straight up, and if he's not, I have no idea what we're going to see because who knows what Winged plays.
Xerath is open. 0 counters. I'd like to see just like a backline mage, like a DPS, Malzahar, Orianna. Swain is interesting. I don't hate Swain. There's a lot of champions that want to go forward, go into an IDNM. I don't hate it. There's the potential here that IDNM picks something super long range artillery for their mid laner, and you just can't play the game. But Galio's not that. Galio also very much wants to go into you, so they're sort of playing into the Swain, which should be good for RTM if they don't fall behind. You know, Swain does very well when champions want to come into him.
Yeah, but that said, the combo potential though, you have Galio Camille, you have Galio Rakan, even Galio Rek'Sai is kind of meme, but like still works.
Yeah, no, it's very intimidating. The Galio definitely makes a lot of sense with the rest of the composition here from IDNM. Definitely.
But yeah, picked more for team composition than for lane, because I don't think that that's actually a great lane for Galio to survive in. I'm pretty sure Swain hits the Leandries and just starts burning him down.
Doesn't sound like a fun lane. Doesn't sound like one I'd really want to opt into. But, you know, Galio doesn't really care about his lane. Galio just is the selfless pick. He's picking for the rest of his team. Oof.
All right.
What's our bet for this game?
I mean, it's just who's going to win the series. Like, what else would it be at this point? We've gotten this far. Game 5. Put all those marbles down on the table. Let's see it. Regardless of win or loss, this is our last cast of the Legends season. Because if our team wins, they'll be on the mainstream the rest of the way, and if IDNM wins, then you know they're on the mainstream the rest of the way, and I'm not. In our team's eliminated, so so yeah, kind of bittersweet here. But the last cast of the Legend seasons, but we're rolling right into UML. So
yeah, UML starts next month, right? A couple weeks from now.
I think it's even like April 9th. I think it's like 2 weeks. Yeah.
Gotcha. So no rest for us, but still, it is bittersweet.
Yeah. Shout out to the 10 Gold team players watching. Really good season for them. Just kind of cut short in their first best of 5, but I'm sure they'll be back. Maybe not all together, but you know, I'm sure they'll be back to play more. And yeah, let's look at this. We're well into hour 4 of our cast. We have seen a lot of different champions picked, a lot of action.
That is very true. I think that we've highlighted it multiple times throughout this about just the length of this best of 5 leading to, you know, potential fatigue for a lot of the players. And I think that was showcased last game. Last game definitely felt like a solo queue game at many points throughout it. You know, it felt like there was just a lot less coordination than perhaps we're normally used to seeing. So it'll be interesting to see if the longer break has helped these teams to, you know, really hone in, focus in, and, you know, come back to have a really strong last game, or if we're going to continue to fall to the solo queue antics and just, you know, coin flip it.
Yeah. It'll definitely be interesting to see. The champions that have been picked are pretty aggressive across the board. So I'm expecting that we're going to see a lot of fighting, a lot of general aggression, a lot of skill checks here. Are your hands still working 4 hours into the series?
Yeah, maybe that's the right time to bring in the skill check champions. Although RTM, you know, falling back to the Sin Shao, falling back to the Ashe, you know, opting more towards the, well, it doesn't matter how great my hands are because there's a base level of usefulness I'm bringing to the fights, right?
Yeah. I'm very tired. That's a big update. Yeah, let's take a look. So we talked a little bit about Camille doing pretty well into Aatrox, Swain doing pretty well into Galio. Do you think the bottom lane favors either side in particular?
It feels like at least during the laning phase it should be Rotom favored. Ashe has a very strong laning phase, as able to outrange Vayne, and usually is very difficult to interact with. As well as the Rakan Rel, as well as Woopersimp did last game on the Rakan. It still feels like it's not one where Rakan necessarily counters Rel. So yeah, I would probably think that at least during the laning phase, our team's bot lane should have an advantage, should have an edge. Whether that gets borne out through a massive lead or not, will be yet to be seen, but I'd be surprised if they're straight up just losing 2v2s.
Yeah, congrats to the Diamond team on winning their 3 block, by the way. 3-0. I don't know if any of them are here, but... And it wasn't all just Tendy stiff, weirdly. This is a really good remix of this. I just turned on the World's Orchestral theme. Somebody made like a remix of it. It's an hour long.
Nice.
It's actually like really good. I like this. Yeah, minute 44. Let's see
this is
what
when
we've
we
got.
throw it to an ad, right?
Yeah, if we had those. I mean, I do have those. I could just hit the ad button, but I'm not about that life.
Yeah, you probably. What do you mean we could have made our 20 cents?
True, that does stack up eventually. Maybe not anytime soon, but eventually.
One day.
Shout out to you, all 20 of you out there, for somehow making it through this best of 5 with us. Yeah, of all the best of 5s I've casted, this is one of them. That's...
That's certainly a way to describe it, I suppose.
So you had a 5-game series like this year, like relatively recently, right? How do you feel going into a game 5? Are you just like nerves frayed, like you just want it to be done? Are you still try hard? Like, what's the brain juice like in this moment?
I mean, definitely want it to be done, but at the same time, it can be a lot of pressure because if you're the one to die alone, then that you could have thrown the last 5 hours of work for your entire team in one moment. So I think there's just a ton of pressure going into it, which is why it's important to do your toe touches between every game. Make sure you keep the blood flowing, because as hard as it is, you still have to be putting in the you still have to be try-harding, right? You still have to be putting in the time and effort and trying to play well there. God, do you remember that day where we played like 9 fucking games?
Yeah.
A tournament that was like 9 hours straight. That was awful. That one I was definitely done by.
Yeah, that was I think it was 11, and then I tried to cast all of them in one day. That didn't go very well.
Yeah, that was... It's even worse because they were like long games, right? Like we were picking like scaling, like Xerath every game. Alright, let's do it. I got baited. I thought that it was gonna start.
Yeah. No, this awkward little intro is always a thing. I don't know why.
I think what's interesting is that the amount of time it lasts is variable. Like I wonder what goes into that.
Yeah, well, here we go. Game number 5. Welcome back to Summoner's Rift. On the blue side of the rift, trying to close out the series is Return to the Middlesticks, and on the red side, it do not matter. And they're gonna coin flip it a level 1.
Spice? Let's go. Maybe RTM deciding that they want a little bit of an advantage going into this game. Last time that they looked for this, Siggy did a really good job of spotting them out, so we'll see if they're able to burn a flash at least.
Oh.
Oh!
Cardinals.
It's the He showed. But they still have Rel on the other side. They might be able to look for it. Sag. Depression.
Yeah, that.
I like it though. That was
Yeah, I like the idea. Cards just walked out of the bush.
unlucky dog.
Yeah, pretty unlucky that time. Maybe he was trying to bait. Maybe that was the intentional. He was like, if I look like I'm here, they're all gonna collapse into me, and then you get the rel behind. I don't know.
Yeah? You think the solo top laner showing up bottom at level 1? Maybe.
Yeah, it's the bait. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it
That's
was
all
just
I've
a little
got.
bit of a mistake, but I think it was the right call there for RTM. They had a really good look at it, but I'm just not quite able to get anything off of it, but no harm, no foul. Um, both junglers starting on their red buffs. And it looks like Jay Crazy mimicking his path from last game where he's looking for a 3 camp into bottom lane. Last game it was kind of crippling for the early game of RTM's bottom lane to have the jungler just sort of stay down there the entire time. So let's see if we get a repeat of that. As Hulk looks to be just full clearing. Going for the more consistent strat to get the golden XP.
Yep, Karsuda and Dyslexic hit level 2, gonna try to jump onto Wooper Simp, but he's got the grand entrance to get out of there. His hand's still working here, late on into the evening.
I feel like they need to quit trying to rel engage onto Rakan. It hasn't worked once in the last 2 games. Xin Shao is still level 2. I don't know what he's looking for here. Oh?
Yeah, this is a really late level 2, honestly.
Yeah, he went down and did Krugs, and he kind of sucks at doing Krugs. Oh?
Yeah, and I don't think Krugs are enough XP. Gonna get the tug back in. Oh, he even uses the charge in, but the Aftershock proc is enough. It's gonna force the flash out of him. Meanwhile, in bottom lane, Karsuda forced to flash, so a couple of summoner spells being exchanged as Cardinals and Molinax just renewing pleasantries up on the top side. Jake Crazy returning for another gank here on bottom side. Crashdown was forced to be used by Dyslexic, but nothing else is gonna happen there. And yeah, now Ashe doesn't have flash, which is very important, as it turns out, against a lot of, mobile champions on the enemy team.
Yeah, Rakan and Rek'Sai are both licking their lips, looking at that Ashe without a flash. Oh.
Yeah, Jay Crazy gonna get stunned up, pulled back into the claw root. Flash away, the Ignite burning him down. One auto, and it's first blood for Wing Nation. A nice roam down for him, is able to secure a kill.
It's a great engage there from Dyslexic, hopping straight over the wall, predicting the tunnel. Doing a really good job there. Pick up first blood.
Yeah.
Sorry, top lane.
I was going to say top lane just not going as well for RRTM, though. Cardinals is struggling a little bit early on, as you kind of would expect in this lane. But he's actually staying relatively even in CS, which is good to see.
Definitely. Oh, and that red buff just makes a matchup that wouldn't be very fun to begin with just that much harder, because every time Swain autos you, he gets the extra 60 true damage. You see, Hulk went top and has been hovering that lane trying to look for it, but he was sitting on top of a ward. He still hasn't even picked up his blue buff yet.
Yeah, Wing just continuing to auto down onto Doinby. You can see the red buff starting to stack up. Ooh, nice little dodge there from Cardinals as he sidesteps the hook shot. I guess the wall die. It gets a different name. I don't know why that makes any sense. It gets a different name when you attach to the wall. It becomes hook shot and then wall die.
Well, it's kind of like how Silas E is abscond and abduct. You know, it's 2 different abilities.
Yeah.
So, it's hook shot and then jump away from the wall.
Yeah, Fizz's E is playful and trickster.
Is it not just one word?
It's playful dash trickster.
I've always heard people refer to it as playful trickster. I didn't realize that was 2 different names for, E1 and E2.
I'm assuming that's what it is. It's listed as 2. Flash away from Cardinals, though. Molinax doing a good job. Goes back to base, buys a Sheen, teleports back in, is the strongest man in the game. Taunt not quite going to land there from Doinby. Is Wing Nation able to avoid the tunnel shark? I'm not sure what animal she's inspired by. Red buff expires, unfortunately, for Wing, so not getting the slows on those autos means that Doinb can escape for the time being as Hulk swoops by mid lane.
I believe it's Sand Shark, right? That's what
Yeah.
Rek'Sai is? Yeah.
Would be neater if she had like a fin.
She kind of does in her base skin.
Yeah. I really like, I don't know if I'm going to get to the pool party skin. When you get the motorboat sounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you only see it when you home guard out of base while not burrowed.
Yeah.
But you move faster while burrowed, so you have no reason to ever home guard out of base without burrowing.
Yeah.
It's kind of depressing. It's the casualty of changing Rek'Sai's ultimate so many years ago.
It is like the greatest sound clip in the game. Maybe not the greatest, but one of them for sure.
It's pretty great.
Well,
Dyslexic just went over the wall.
Yeah, Dyslexic and Hulk are over the wall looking for that Scuttle Crab, and Zen is going to jump onto the Dragon. Cardinals is walked down from top lane to mid lane in order to make sure that they can do this. They're on top of the Scuttle Crab, but there's just nothing that IDNM want to risk, so Dragon number 1 goes to ROTM. That was part of an agreement in the pregame lobby. I don't know if that was necessarily what they were thinking, but
yeah.
Yeah.
It was kind of a cute little rotation there from Cardinals. He ended up roaming down, picking up the waves mid, so he's in the area to help if Dragon's contested, as well as he had shoved in his waves, so not losing anything top, and then makes it back top before that wave crashes. So really cute little rotation there. Oh? Lexic had went for the Hex Splash into the bush. I was excited.
Yeah, Wooper, Simp, and Siggy just continuing to shove it in right now, though. Level 6 hit, so final hour available for the Vayne is the first one. With that level 6, and now Karasuda has Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but now Wooper Simp gets his. Dyslexic lagging a little bit behind because he's roamed a couple of times. But Hulk hanging around the outside. There's no wards. There's a teleport behind. Wing Nation looking for it. Oh, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow doesn't land. Neither does the Eye of Sauron, but in comes Wing. Not quite able to find the Claw either, but the flash forward for Hulk. Trying to get some autos. They do get the kill onto Wooper Simp. The tug in off of the knockup, and he's in. Hulk trades his life into the tower, but they find 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it looked like nothing went correctly there for ROTM. They missed every single engage ability, every single bit of CC, but it didn't matter. They're still able to chase them down and pick up both of the kills. Really good there for ROTM to be able to establish that lead early. Taking a real quick peek at Hulk's inventory, what do you think that's building into? Eclipse?
Eclipse would make the most sense.
What did
Trinity
What did J-Crazy go last game?
Trinity Force.
I would assume Trinity or Stridebreaker would be like what I would normally think. It seems really strange to go with the lethality option, but I mean, if you're looking to pop people, you know, it's spicy. It's super spicy.
Maybe a Dust
I haven't seen
Blade?
enough Noose and Shout to know.
I remember when I looked it up, it was something weird, and I kind of want to look it up again, but I don't want to do that in the middle of the cast. Maybe I will anyway.
Here, I'll look real quick.
No, I got it. No.
I'm already looking though.
Well, I'm already looking.
One of us has to look at the screen.
There's nothing happening on the screen, and I'm looking at analytics right now. That was actually a really good Q2 from Cardinals, although he's in trouble. Ultimate's being expended. Taunt's going to land from Doinb. They've hit the Camille Galio combo, and they'll finish him off in the top lane. It was Eclipse. Eclipse is the highest win rate and most common build, apparently. Okay.
Interesting. Not what I would have normally expected, but yeah. I like that IDNM, they selected the Galio, they selected the Camille, and they're playing towards that win
lands
condition.
onto Karasuda. In comes J-Crazy looking for that Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands, but it's cleansed away by Siggy, and they'll find the kill in the bottom lane. So IDNM equalizing everything back up at 3 kills aside, and J-Crazy has the Rift Herald available as well if he wants to drop that for Wooper, Simp, and Siggy.
Felt like a mistake there from Karasuda, using the Enchanted Crystal Arrow on the Vayne instead of the Rek'Sai meant that even though Vayne was stunned, Ash still ended up getting CC locked there and ends up falling, but well played there by IDNM. We'll see. I wonder if they will drop the Rift Herald. They are. They're looking to just one-shot this turret, and they should be able to do it effectively. Oh? That's not going to kill it. Did they not want to kill it?
They're backing off because I think they saw Wing slide down, and they were scared about getting collapsed on by Winged Hulk. Instead, Xin Zhao's going to jump into mid lane. This is kind of a weird game so far. It's a 1,000 gold lead for IDNM. Despite not a huge amount really happening extra in their favor. It's just going to be those turret plates plus, you know, a little bit of CS.
The turret plates are the big thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can be the major influx of gold there. Hulk's waiting in the wings here. Trying to see if he can get something. Doinby.
Oh, he dashes in front of the Justice Punch, forces the flash out at least. Meanwhile, both supports just awkwardly passing each other in the night over there by the banana bush.
It's a weird animation tied with this in Xiao W. It feels like the tip of it is delayed by like a quarter second. It's very weird looking.
It looks more normal live. I almost wonder if that's a spectator bug. Yeah, I see what you mean. It looks
delayed. I don't know. Again, I haven't seen enough new Xin Xiao to know if that's normal or not.
Yeah, Karasuda headed back to his tower and needs to be careful. Wooper Simp gonna get the knock up. They knock him into the wall, but teleport coming in behind. In comes Cardinals, in comes to double teleport from IDNM. Hulk gets stunned up. They use the Camille ult onto him. Wing Nation using the big suck. Dyslexic finds one kill so far. RTM kind of running over the fight, but J Crazy gets one kill back with the Rek'Sai ult. He'll go down himself. It's a double kill for Cardinals, and ROTM find a big fight in the bottom lane, and they'll take a lead.
Yeah, it looked a little bit scary there with the double teleport coming in from IDNM, but IDNM ended up just stacking on top of the Rel, on top of the Swain. A great combo there from the side of ROTM means that they sort of wiped the fight there. Going from down 1,000 gold to now a lead, picking up the second dragon as well is pretty massive for this team. You sort of highlighted, you know, the power of this Swain against the team composition from IDNM, and we see it right there. Yeah, Swain's strong.
Yes, Swain is very big now. Finished up his Liandry's Torment, Liandry's Anguish, excuse me. We talked about that earlier even. But yeah, it's still only a 300 gold lead. They have the 2 dragon advantage though, and the Mountain Soul this time will feel a lot better. That was just a hawk shot. I thought that was the ultimate for a second.
They should rename Liandry's to Liandry's Sadness, you know, because it's still in the same vein, but then it's LS. I think that
Liandry's Sag. Just
yeah, Liandry's Sag.
The icon's just Pepe is man. Yeah, let's do a soul count. How many souls has Wing ripped out? 26. That's not bad. That's a couple of health. Hulk looking for the engage. They find it onto Siggy. He has the cleanse available though. Charmed underneath tower. Dyslexic in trouble. The shield from the Crescent Guard of Hulk is actually enough to save the life of Private Dyslexic. But yeah, I liked the look, but the summoner spells from Siggy were enough to get him out to safety. Wing tries to steal the Scuttle Crab, but not quite able to find it there.
Yeah, but good job there by IDNM to counter the aggression from ROTM, just barely getting away from the gank. I feel like we've seen this exact same trade like 8 times top. Oh, but the all-in.
Oh, the
all-in,
so much damage. In with the Galio ulti. Cardinal's able to flash back out, but the Rek'Sai is there to follow, but now Winged teleports in. He'll trade it back 1-for-1. Unfortunately, no assist to Cardinals, and he's just getting further and further behind here in this top lane.
Yeah, this 1v1 doesn't feel good at all. Even after Cardinals had picked up the 2 kills down bottom on his teleport, on his roam? I don't know if he teleported. I think he teleported.
Oh, Cardinals teleported, yeah.
Yeah. But, yeah, even with that, still falling behind in the 1v1, which only gets worse. A lot of damage
there from Siggy. That was an insane amount of damage on that one proc. Still continuing to tumble forward, looking for Dyslexic. Wooper Simp, not quite able to find the knockup, but Galio hanging around the outside, stuck on top of a ward right now. So Dyslexic and Karasuda playing carefully. Wing Nation roaming down right now. We'll see if he can find anything for himself.
And denying the first turret here could be really valuable. Just waiting for them to walk a bit too far up, commit a bit too
Oh, yeah,
far.
there's the
Oh!
big ultimate. They pull in Whooper Simp. They pull in Siggy, and it's a double kill for Wing Nation on the Swain.
What a fantastic engage there from Dyslexic. This rel has just been pivotal to their team fighting wins. Just the engage is so strong on this champion, and our team doing a great job taking advantage. But
Ooh,
oh,
the J Crazy versus Hulk 1v1. The Swain W not quite able to find home, and Molinax comes in, swoops in for the shutdown. It is the Rift Herald going the way of Hulk, but just not quite able to be there because Winged had roamed to bottom lane. Cardinals has no priority in top lane, so um, a little bit rough there
yeah.
for Hulk, but he does get his objective in the end, so
It's the
hard to
kind of
fault him
thing
too much.
where you look for it, and if you end up getting caught, you're just going to die. It's as simple as that. Winged is really far up. J Crazy's here, but Dyslexic is as well. He's going to be seen on the Tremor sense, so IDNM knows that he's there.
Yeah, Winged continuing just to power through that mid wave. Cardinals is 50 CS behind now. This is starting to really stack up in favor of Molinax, and they really need to find a way to get Cardinals free of this Camille for the time being. In the meantime, though, 44 seconds on Dragon. The first Mountain Dragon will spawn, and oh, we did see that ward. I thought that they might have missed that ward with that Scryer plant. That would have been kind of unfortunate. Wing takes a little bit of a late base, but Hulk is going to drop Sheila in mid lane just to try to draw some pressure from IDNM. It looks like they're going to commit to just sitting around this vision around the dragon.
It's 20 seconds though. Like RTM can pressure that turret and still make it there on spawn. Yeah, IDM has to back up. They lose the control there of the pit. So now they have to go into the Swain. We highlighted this as being Swain's strength. RTM, well, now it's spawned, guys. Why are we contesting mid?
I
Just
think
go.
they were a little bit worried about them just jumping on Cardinals and killing him, which is probably valid, honestly. But in comes the rest of the team. Big engage
Oh.
from Dyslexic. Winged is just giving him the suck right now. He's got the Bird Bomb available. Where's the damage? He gets shut down by Camille and finished off. Hulk able to trade one back, but Karasuda untouched in the back of the fight. They're layering through some autos. That volley wasn't very good, but the rest of the fight was. Huge shutdowns for Karasuda. Siggy trying to run away. Dyslexic hits the Q. The last bit of damage is enough, but the volley lands. He's got the dash away, the double kill for Siggy. Karasuda, the volley, not quite enough to tag him, and Siggy able to escape. So the 280 carries, the sole survivors of the fight. It's 4 for 4, and now can Karasuda do the dragon? He should not do the dragon, in summary.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is alive and is headed his direction. It's very scary, but that fight shouldn't have even been close. Wing Nation ends up falling without reactivating his ultimate, without using the stopwatch. Gets bursted out by Molinax. It just shouldn't even been close. RTM should have wiped that, but a mechanical mistake there means that IDNM able to trade evenly there. I think they even came out on top. I don't think Rek'Sai actually died. I think that the errant volley from Ashe was trying to snipe Rek'Sai over the wall.
Oh, Hulk is jumping onto Whooper Simp, just trying to get that pick early on before the second fight over this dragon. But now both sides have returned. Vayne is really separated. I don't think they know, but IDNM has to give up the mid pressure in the meantime, and so the turret falls in favor of ROTM. The gold is exactly even here in Game 5 at 20 minutes. You love to see it.
Absolutely. They're going to replay this fight. They still have the stopwatch available for Swain, so it's very hard for INDM to win this.
Oh,
Oh, the
Rek'Sai
50
into the pit way too
Oh!
early, gets taken down. Dragon goes the way of ROTM, but Whooper Simp gets a huge ultimate. They're trying to peel Camille away from Karasuda. He's still healthy in the backline. They're able to win the rest of the fight. Wing Nation takes a weird little path around the Dragon. Siggy and Duanby still kiting back away. Camille is still alive on the red buff. Cardinals still looking forward, not able to hit the 1Q. Good dash away by Siggy. He's done really well in this vein so far this game. And a 2 for 2 the result, but the extra dragon objective goes to ROTM.
RTM now on that soul point is just so massive. It applies so much pressure to IDNM. But you're right, in these fights, IDNM is playing them so well, especially Siggy mechanically just playing like a monster so far. Oh, this is kind of scary. Doinby's hanging out on the side. Galio ult is up here in just a couple seconds, so we'll have the opportunity to join if our team ends up committing, but it doesn't look like they're going to. But yeah, no, these fights are just so close. Again, it feels like that's just been this entire series is so many fights with only a couple people dying on each side. Never never a big win for anyone.
Yeah, Molinax getting a lot of damage down here in the top lane. He's very, very strong on this Camille. 5-1 completed Trinity Force. Probably going to go back and buy a Rav Hydra. Probably not quite enough, but he's very close to that second item, and that's just a huge power spike for Camille.
Oh, actually heading for the Titanic, it looks like.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
I have heard that's the tech. I haven't seen it yet, so that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I don't hate the idea, but you know, you do lack some lifesteal, so a little bit less survivability.
Oh, Molinax is going to get found out by Hulk and Dyslexic as he jumps over the wall. Karsuda doing enough damage. It's a big shutdown going the way of Hulk, and a huge pick. Now the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to land. They'll tug back in the Rek'Sai Bird Bomb, channeled his wing, just trying to get enough damage through the tunnel out for Jake Crazy. Means that he'll survive, but now what can ROTM accomplish? It looks like they're headed for that top lane tower?
I think tower's the right call. They're not able to start the Baron without Swain ult. Just kidding, they're starting the Baron without Swain ult. They don't have their 80 carry there either. I don't know how this is going to go for them. It looks like
5v4. They spot the vision out over the wall with the Eye of Sauron. Cardinals is not super healthy as a result of taking up the Baron for a while, but Dyslexic looking for the engage. They pull back in, Wooper Simp looking for that damage. The Galio ult being channeled. They get a big knock-up. In comes the Camille teleport on the side. Karasuda left for dead on the bottom side of the fight. Wing Nation forced into the Zanya's. Molinax still alive, uses the Hextech ultimatum. It's just not there. The pin into the wall, though. Siggy still alive on the backside, gets a couple of autos. Hulk continuing to auto him out. Does he actually have the damage? He gets the knock-up, gets the W, but he's not quite able to finish him off. And it's an ace for IDNM, but only Siggy and Duan be alive. Alive.
Yeah, they might be able to pressure this mid lane turret, but again, another fight that's so extremely close. ROTM, even though it started 4v5, had been tanking up the Baron. So they weren't entirely healthy going into it. They didn't have the Swain ult. And they end up losing out on the fight. It feels like if they fight when everyone's there and when they have their abilities, they should come out on top. But for some reason, we keep forcing fights when we don't have it, which means that IDNM is having a really good shot at getting back into this game again off the back of Molinax having a great game on Camille and Siggy playing very well on this Vayne.
Yeah, Dragon up in a minute 12. That's Mountain Soul for ROTM if they're able to secure it. But now they'll be lacking a couple of those cooldowns. I think the most important of which is the Zanya's Hourglass for Wing Nation. Maybe it'll be up in time. 55 seconds. That's about right. All right, well, it might be up exactly on spawn. ROTM sweeping through, gonna grab some vision control. Oh, Dyslexic, oh no. Oh, what is this? All right,
You hate to see it, huh?
Yeah, let me get a pause screen really quick. Yeah.
That was the thing, huh?
Yeah, that's definitely a pause. Thanks, Oath, for the 5 gifted subs. I don't know that there's anybody who's ever watched the channel soon that's not going to have a sub. This is pretty insane. Yeah, so Dyslexic's almost certainly dead. There's 48 seconds to go on a dragon. These are things that are known.
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, it's restarted.
Oh shit, I missed that one. All right. Dyslexic.
Oh, Dyslexic's getting out.
He's getting out, maybe? They're still continuing to fight him. A lot of cooldowns being expended. He lives, but now the quickening coming through. They might have found Cardinals and Wing Nation as well. The Swain ult being channeled, it just doesn't matter. And yeah, this is a rough spot. That was a really weird little sequence, but doesn't work out for RTM as a result of the Probably illegal pause.
It was certainly a pause.
Yeah.
Yeah, with that means that IDNM probably going to be able to pick up the kills or pick up the dragon, and Hulk trying to be cheeky with the contest, but he's going to end up dropping here.
Yeah, so IDNM finding more and more picks, just continuing to grow that lead, and now they'll delay the Mountain Soul another 5 minutes. So RTM need to find a fight, a couple of picks, anything that they can to get a little bit of momentum back in the game, because these last couple of fights have not been favoring them.
Definitely not. Again, it feels like if they just have everyone there, they just have their cooldowns, they should have a pretty good shot at it. Though by this point, they're down 3k gold. Your shot just becomes worse and worse, even if you have everyone there. So it's definitely getting a little precarious here for the side of RTM. Now look at the inventories. Camille has 2 completed items. Vayne, 2.5 completed items. Galio even 2 completed items. The RTM, Xin Xiao, 2, Swain 2, Ash 2, means that they aren't too far behind outside of that top lane as far as their item completions go. So still very close in these fights. Very close.
Yeah, 26 minutes in still. Not a whole lot between these two teams. Molinax, though, having a really good game on this Camille. He and Siggy are the two to watch, basically. Enchant Crystal Arrow going to land. They're looking for the picks here, but in comes the Galio ult to make this a true 4v4. Karasuda's stunned up on the wall as he gets pinned in by the Condemn. Siggy dashes forward, is able to find him. Hulk looking for the kill onto the Vayne, but just can't quite find the damage. Winged, overextending a little bit. He's into the Zanyas. He's got the suck going. Does he have enough damage with the Bird Bomb? It's not there. They're getting it turned around on, and again, it do not matter, finds 3 critical picks, and now they'll find the Baron potentially at the end of it.
It feels like ROTM was looking for the play. They got antsy. They saw the angle, but their DPS is in the Swain and in the Ashe, and they're leaving their Ashe out to dry, somehow having to 1v1 Vayne on the side. Means IDNM able to pick up the kills, able to pick up this Baron, and have a commanding lead now in this game. 6k gold. With 3 minutes left on the next objective, they have plenty of time to actually be able to pressure in, especially with this Camille. They can set up in a 1-3-1 and just sort of wreak havoc on the map here with this Baron.
Oof. And the completed Infinity Edge for Vayne. Gonna make it that much more difficult because she just kills people, just straight up.
Vayne is very, very, very strong right now. I don't think anyone could survive more than a few autos from her right now.
Yeah, she's mucho strong. That's Spanish for does a lot of fucking damage.
Is that right? Is that a
yeah,
direct translation?
I'm pretty sure. IDNM gonna push in mid lane right now. They have Galio in the back pocket with teleport, I guess. Doesn't have his ultimate, but doesn't really matter. RTM can't contest them on the mid wave. They lose the mid lane tower, and now this gold lead just continues to slip further and further out of their grasp. Now 6,000 in favor of IDNM. What does a one team fight look like for RTM at this point?
It feels like at this point Vayne is so hard to deal with that fighting front to back is just going to be a pain. Maybe Swain creating enough space with Zanya's and with his ult so that Vayne can't auto attack in a fight, and then he actually let Ashe auto the front line of IDNM. But even that just seems really difficult. It requires the Swain to just completely zone Vayne for the entire fight. Other than that, trying to get a pick is sort of your only option. You have the Ashe ult, you have the Rel arrow, so maybe just one-shot someone at the beginning of the fight. Vayne recalled and just finished a Zeal as well. I would have preferred that she pick up like a QSS, because she is her team's win condition. If she gets caught, it's very difficult for IDNM to actually win a team fight. So not going the safe route, Siggy going for the damage route, the I want to see people melt in front of me route.
Yeah, we'll see if that pays off for him. Now, still continuing to shove in these waves, with 30 seconds to go on the Mountain Soul spawn for ROTM. Would only be Dragon 2 again for IDNM. But they have to keep taking these, knocking them down on cooldown. Otherwise, that's it's not a win condition now because they've fallen so far off of the pace. But it really helps equalize the gold lead if they can get it.
Yeah, definitely.
Teleport in from Wing Nation. They're calling them in. They're calling in Cardinals. They're looking to contest. This could be the last fight for RTM.
Rek'Sai's behind.
Yeah, Rek'Sai has a significant flank, has the Prowler's Claw available too, can get a really nasty knock-up if they don't find the right angle. Swain still continuing to throw some abilities across the gap.
Karasuda is so fucked in this fight.
They're going to pull in Wooper Simp. Charm going to land. They're using the Camille Galio ult onto Swain. Karasuda's just kiting back away from Jay Crazy, trying to kite back to his team, but everybody's just ignoring Karasuda. The front of the fight's going okay, 1-for-1. But now Molinax is on top of Karasuda. They've eliminated them. Wing Nation, the last one alive, trying to fight for his last breath, but it just doesn't matter. It's a triple kill. It's a full house for... it do not matter. The triple kill for Siggy, the double kill for Molinax, and now Siggy and Duanby and Molinax can continue pushing in this wave.
This Vayne is just so strong, allowed to just free hit on the back line. The entire time, Karasuda was just having to 1v1 the Rek'Sai. It's just so difficult to actually deal with. Means that he can't DPS the rest of the fight. And RTM is falling here. There's massive deficit for them to overcome. This Vayne is just so massive. Siggy takes down the turret there. No inhibitor broken, but that is the second Mountain Drake going over. If RTM's way back into this is a Mountain Soul, it's another 5 minutes now before they can try and steal one. Which means that this Baron in a minute and a half, they're going to have to contest it.
No, that's what I was going to mention. The Baron in a minute and a half is going to be another issue that they have to deal with, because that could just be game ending, right?
Definitely. And you can't leave them alone on it. The enemy team still has a Vayne. Vayne, to the surprise of nobody, is pretty good at taking Baron. So, you have to maintain vision around there. You have to be in position to contest it.
Yeah, RTM just trying to find any positive play they can. Duanby's actually really low. Like that purple health bar doesn't actually count. That's just magic damage, right? He's getting away from those Krugs. Do Krugs not drugs? I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
Are very magical, but unfortunately the damage they put out is not. Oh? The two supports just saying hi to each other.
28 seconds on this Baron. Vision in the pit right now very much in favor of IDNM, and after this pink ward gets swept, there's only the Scuttle Crab really remaining in terms of vision for return.
But Jay Crazy is just down here for some reason in RTM's bot side jungle, which decidedly is about as far away from the Baron pit as you could be for a red side jungler, so... We'll see. IDNM not looking to pressure it right off the bat. I wonder if Vayne is close to item completion. 1,000 gold in pocket means that no item's going to be completed, so I just wonder what they're stalling out for, what they're waiting for.
Yeah, now looks like headed toward the pit. Wing gonna take away that blue buff. It looked like Hulk was trying to take it, honestly.
Yeah, he's doing the whole S spam. Yeah, no, he's spamming out there. Oh, immediately the ward replaced the ward wars. Dyslexic is gonna take the smart move, not stick around to try and finish it, because there were a lot of people waiting to come over the wall.
Started up. Siggy just melts this Baron, absolutely destroys it. Teleport being channeled by Cardinals as he's looking to come in. ROTM needs a very good engage to start off this fight. They need to protect Karasuda, but watch Jay Crazy on the bottom side, not able to find it with that Prey Seeker. And now give away his position. RTM starting to wind back around to it. They sweep through some of this vision. What can they find? Hulk looking for his engage into the fight. Winged. Marking Jay Crazy on the top. Pulls him back in with the claw.
It's good damage.
A lot of damage coming back through. Ooh, not quite able to find that last shotgun. This feels like a very tense moment. It's a huge lead right now for IDNM. They just need to find the fight that they need to end the game. And it feels like they could even hard force with the Camille Gallio if they wanted to, but instead backing off for the time being. 145 to go on the Mountain Soul again. Everybody just going to chill and return to their fountains for the time being.
Yeah, only a brief recess from the tension there. But RTM did end up leaving a pink ward that's still just chilling on the Baron. So they aren't going to be pressured too much for a little while. As IDNM doesn't even look like they want to start the Baron yet. Oh?
Yeah, Karasuda just took Krugs on the bottom side of the rift. It looks like he's looking for an item completion. If that had been known, that would have been an immediate signal. As it is, it looks like Hulk might be caught. Behind him, Jay Crazy looking for that dive, hits the Prowler's Claw, but a good flash by Hulk means that he's going to live. 57 seconds to go on that Mountain Dragon spawn.
You know, we thought it would be Baron the next fight, but it turns out it's actually just Dragon again. It's going to be the next big contest point here.
Yeah, RTM just trying to get as strong as they can for this
Might
Dragon.
be able to get a pick here.
Whooper Simp over the wall. Siggy spotted as well. They don't know how separated they are from Molinax as well as Jay Crazy, but now pushing in. What can they look for? Hulk hits the W onto Siggy. They're looking for that Vayne at the start of the fight. A lot of damage coming through. They get the tug in. They get the engage. Do they have the damage? Where's it coming from? Siggy's ignited, taken down by Cardinals. They get the shutdown. Now what can they find as a result of that? Cardinals is still full health. They're zoning the rest of them out with the
Vayne's dead.
Flash
they
forward.
Just get soul. They should be able to just get the soul. They found the pick onto Siggy. The one carry, the one person who needed to stay alive for IDNM, and that means our team's going to be able to get the soul, and they might be able to get the Baron as well. 30 seconds on Vayne.
Yeah, Mountain Soul for Return of the Middlesticks
Go
as a result
Baron.
of that fight. They're headed to Baron, it looks like, kind of slowly, but they're headed there. Do they have any... They don't have any engaged tools available to really help out with this. They're stopping for this mid-wave.
They don't have any ults available. This might not be a good idea at this point. They didn't go there right off the bat. It was a little slow, but they started it up. They're committing to it.
Rift Herald, or the Blast Cone is available if IDNM wants to get into the pit. Jay Crazy has the tunnel on the top side as he spotted out 3,000, 2,000 health. Oh, it's still 3,000. It's still hanging around. Cardinals is over the wall. He's looking for it. In comes Jay Crazy, but it's smited by Hulk. He's able to secure the Baron on the pure 50-50. The flash from Rek'Sai back over the wall keeps him safe. But Baron and Mountain Soul in the pocket of Return of the Middlesticks.
What a massive turn there. It looked like IDNM had the complete total control over this game. But our team able to find the one pick onto the one member who matters, Siggy falling. And RTM picks up the soul, picks up the Baron. Still down 6k gold, but at this point in the game, it matters less and less. And they're getting so much in stats from that Baron soul. Or not that, the Baron and the Mountain Soul.
Yeah, we'll see
how
they
game.
Yeah, they see how they want to use this Baron. They can use it as a pause timer if they want to continue scaling. They can use it maybe just to try to get some of these outerlying structures, get a little bit of gold into their pockets. But right now it looks like Cardinals is set down on this bottom side, but he's got to be careful with Molinax and Jay Crazy maybe looking to collapse on him. He's going to head back to mid lane, and it looks like they're opting more for the pause timer. Maybe if they can find something where IDNM is very out of position, they'll go for it. And that might be what they're getting here with Jay Crazy on the bottom side of the rift. They haven't been able to see the Rek'Sai, so they have to be a little bit careful. But this tower looks relatively free. Maybe the next one as well. Where is Rek'Sai? Where is Camille right now? RTM just running down mid lane. They're wailing away on this structure. They find the inhibitor tower. They might look and turn on the inhibitor. But they have to be so careful for this. They got a free inhibitor. Molinax is still just continuing to auto down on that tower on the bottom side. He will get that trade back, but they gave up a middle inhibitor for free.
Yeah, I was going to say that our team needs to still respect this Vayne. This Vayne is still massive. Just finished the GA, but it looks like IDNM doesn't feel confident enough to actually try and contest it. Just completely rolls over and gives everything there. Now, though, it is a 4v4. Our team no longer has the numbers, so definitely need to be a little bit careful here. Vayne is still massive. One pro to waiting this game out, using it as a pause timer, is that this Vayne does not get any stronger after this point. So the longer this game goes on, the less impactful she is. But it is Vayne. Vayne still scales extremely well.
Yeah, has the Guardian Angel available now as well, so you have to kill her twice in any of these fights. I don't know if you've said that, and I've just sleptly ignored you. But there's a tower going the way of ROTM. 5,000 gold. I'm curling my leg up underneath me, and it's actually cramping right now, and this is really uncomfortable. ROTM continuing to push in.
Oh, the teleport.
Camille's the teleport. They're going for it. Wooper looking for the engage, gets the taunt down. Aatrox hasn't teleported. Wing Nation still trying to peel back, but Molinax has taken down Ashe. Big engage, though, from Dyslexic, but he's not able to finish him off. They get the Guardian Angel out of the Camille. Swain ult comes through. It's just not quite enough damage. It looks like IDNM have won the fight. Cardinals is here. He's trying to do what he can, but it just doesn't matter. He's taken into his Guardian Angel, and RTM is wiped. But look at the base right now. The minions continuing just to wail away. Wing Nation kiting away. He doesn't have any mana. He's got the stopwatch. Does he have enough damage to actually finish off J Crazy? He doesn't. It's an ace. But the minion's still on the base right now. But the teleport in from Duanby, that looks like it might be it. IDNM continuing to run down mid lane. Inhibitors under fire. There's still 15 seconds to go on Karasuda spawn. Have they done it? It looks like Molinax was able to clear out of the minions. One of the Nexus turrets fell, but the second one is still alive. In comes the rest of the squad. 4 seconds on Dyslexic. Inhibitor number 2 is going to be the target, and it'll be taken down. They can't siege the Nexus. The game is going to continue.
They're backing up. They aren't confident enough. There's still 20 seconds and 25 on the soul laners of ROTM, but IDNM taking their win for what it is and not trying to over push, going with the safer option. Off of a one fight with a great teleport from Molinax, able to find his way onto the back line, using his GA really well to trade out the kills there. Wow, that was such a great teleport from Molinax. And like we had said, it's still very difficult for our team to actually win these fights. The Vayne is massive. The Camille is massive. And it's just not getting any easier.
Now without the GA on the Aatrox or the Camille, this fight can turn very, very quickly. 40 seconds to go on an Elder Dragon spawn. 1 minute 18 on Baron 3. And here we are at 42 minutes, 11 p.m. here in Kansas City. And I'm tired as fuck, but boy, are we in for a treat for the end of this game. I'm going to spot out Jay Crazy. A lot of damage coming out of that W.
Scary for our team. They have to juggle handling these super waves as well as pressuring this Elder. If they lose Elder,
jump onto Hulk.
Over.
The engage. That might be the game. Hulk is down. The rest of them looking for Cardinals as well. They're jumping onto him. Can the rest of the team look to collapse? It's a huge engage from Dyslexic, but where is the damage coming from? Wing Nation looking on the back line. The stream is lagging for some reason. I'm not really sure. Wing Nation still continuing to do damage. They get the Guardian Angel out of Vayne.
They still have the bird bomb.
Siggy's in trouble. The bird bomb shut down for Wing Nation. Duanby and Molinax trying to kite away. Winged is full health, but he's got very little mana right now. He's looking for it, but Dyslexic and Cardinals going to go ahead and back away for the time being.
It's 3 versus 3, but both 80 carries are dead. So neither team looking for that dragon, not trying to coin flip it. Duanby is still so low. It's kind of scary. He doesn't have a whole lot of backup. Ooh.
If he'd been hit by that W, I think that he's dead. Cardinals is having trouble with those super minions in the bottom lane.
43 minutes in, those supers are scary. It looked like the game was over. A great engage there off the back of Woopersimp, able to find the catch, but just a massive engage from Dyslexic turns the fight around, and our team somehow able to come out on top. And for this fight, there is no GA on the side of Vayne, so less safety, going for the QSS instead. So, just different safety. You don't have to kill her twice this time, you just have to CC her twice. Looks like the dragon got started just a little bit. Our team still has to juggle these waves, especially this bot one. Wing Nation just barely finishing that off. Oh, this is so scary. They don't have the backup.
Yeah, Dyslexic was looking for that engage onto Duanby as he kind of walked a little too close. Karsuda just has the pure attack speed to kill off the ward that gets dropped right in front of him. Dragon started up. Ashel's over the wall. They pull in Molinax. Hulk is over the wall. He uses his Zanyas just to try to delay everything. Cardinals is in on the flank. Huge engage from Dyslexic, but Siggy is still alive on the backside. Hulk jumps
Oh!
onto him. Molinax is down, but can they finish off the rest of the fight? Wing Nation is through. Siggy has
Watch Vayne.
his lifeline popped. He's trying to kite back away. He's finished off.
Oh!
It's a double kill for Wing Nation. They found a couple of picks, but there's super minions onto their Nexus towers right now. What are they going to do? It looks like the Elder Dragon is going to be the big prize. Karasuda and Dyslexic started up
Oh, the
right now.
teleport coming in!
The teleport
Galio's
coming
trying
into
to
the
end.
base. Galio is trying to end right now, but Wing Nation is on top of him, trying to delay everything that he can. Whooper Simp is here as well. Doinby and Whooper Simp trying to finish off the game, but they're going to be forced away. Now Karasuda and Dyslexic still. They'll finish off the Elder Dragon, and it's going to be a big power play for ROTM for the next 2.5 minutes.
And Baron's alive as well. It's still 30 seconds before this Vayne even spawns. RTM might be able to look to pressure it. Looks like they're just trying to do some cleanup around their base. Wing Nation still has teleports, so the rest of RTM can pressure it if they want to. With this Elder, it seems like it's impossible for DNM to actually contest this. RTM should be able to pick this up. It looks like they're a little wary of just starting it, just playing a little bit more safely, just shoving out their waves.
Molinax has teleport. I like
Oh, true.
that's huge. There's one Nexus turret left on either side. If Molinax or Cardinals can get free onto this Nexus turret somehow, it could just be game over immediately. But the inhibitor in bottom lane going to respawn for ROTM. In mid lane, it still looks like it's a little bit off. Hulk, Dyslexic, Cardinals, Karasuda pushing in. Molinax trying to defend, catches the minion wave. Look at
Oh,
the flank
Jay
now for Jay
Crazy.
Crazy. He's hanging out around the side, but ROTM still pushing strongly forward. Their inhibitors respawned in mid lane now. So,
They still have Elder.
they're still pushing in. They still have Elder. It's going to be very difficult to contest. Winds of War coming through just to do a little bit of chip damage, but the inhibitor's fallen. They're going to escort the minion wave in to this lone Nexus turret that's remaining. Teleport from Wing
Oh.
Nation to rejoin. Rek'Sai still hanging out around the flank. RTM pushing in. They have the Elder buff still burning. Eye doesn't connect onto Siggy. They're really looking for either this Camille or this Vayne to start
That
off the
burn.
fight. The burn starting to chunk through. Nexus turret has fallen. RTM still pushing in. They get the grab onto Camille. That might have been the fight start. Whooper Simp hits the ultimate. A lot of knockups landing. Hulk is already down, but in comes a huge engage from Dyslexic again.
Oh!
They get a couple of executions. Jay Crazy still trying to fight this one out. Couple more kills. Wing Nation giving him the suck off. They find the ace. ROTM wins 3-2.
Wow, what an insane game, back and forth. But RTM able to weather the storm, able to pick up the dragons, and come out on top at the very end. Holy shit. What a series.
What a hard fought series. The game ends with a 100 gold advantage for ROTM.
The game ends as it was the entire time, just absurdly close the entire series. Wow.
Uh, Congratulations to ROTM. They advanced to the semifinals. Um, Let me see. Has the other game been entered? It has not, so I have no idea who they're playing. Um, yeah, what a crazy series. That's the. Thanks so much for more subs. Jesus, man. Um, I have no voice and no sleep schedule remaining, and I gotta go to work tomorrow. So, thank you guys all for joining us here on the stream. If you don't, please hit the follow button, as that really helps us out. Thanks so much, Metsuro and Oath for the gift subs throughout the stream. Um, that's our last cast for the season. The semifinals are going to be on the Legends Esports stream next week, so make sure you follow the boys, support them there. Maybe we can work out a deal where I cast them and they'll take the other semifinal, but we'll see. But thank you guys so much. Congratulations again to the Plat team for the victory, and yeah, we'll see you soon. Our next scheduled cast is going to be whenever UML week 1 is. So, thank you guys. We'll see you soon.